Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our monthly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. For a moment, I thought my life was in danger, but now I just wish that I knew what they were doing. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I was walking in the desert outside my small town. It was decently far into the desert. I drove my car and walked for a long time. I was walking back towards my car when I noticed a car that wasn't there before. At this point, I was already on alert, because A, I'd never ran into anyone out that far, besides a person jogging nearby. And B, they were driving a really small car out in the desert. We're some distance from even dirt roads. I drove my car farther in it than I probably should have, and it was still a ways away. Outside of the car, 3 men are taking off what looked like bulletproof vests. I can't imagine what else it could have been. I wasn't about to sit there and try to figure it out either. I just turned away and continued heading towards my car. My mind went to the worst robbery cartel murder. I'm sure that my eyes deceived me somehow. But like I said, I can't imagine what else it could have been. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for taking your tiny sedan out to the middle of the desert and taking off bulletproof vests. But I'm just not sure. Yet another story for me. Wow, catharsis. I guess this is why I love Reddit. For the story, I'm a 31-year-old female, and I was 15 when this started. I've alluded to it in comments on this subreddit, so I thought that I'd share the full story, since I can't sleep and am oversharing type of person. It started when I went to a movie at the indie theater in my hometown. We had 2 when I was growing up, both owned by the same people, but one theater featured major film/blockbusters. The other did the film festival, well known kind of everywhere, and more indie movies. My French teacher gave an extra credit assignment to see Man on Wire. I think that's what it was called. So I went with a friend to see it, though she wasn't in the class. When we went to the front, there was a very cute older guy that I recognized as a girl in our class. Older brother. I think he was 22 or 23 at the time. He complimented me and offered to comp our tickets, and gave me free popcorn and candy and whatnot, ignoring my much prettier friend. It felt nice to be noticed, so I accepted obviously, and we enjoyed the free movie day. For a little backstory, again, the girl who was his younger sister in my grade used to be a friend of mine, and I had met him many times as a kid, but he was enough older that I didn't think that he recognized me at first, and at the age, I looked more like 19 or 20. The next couple of weeks, I saw him everywhere. Grocery store? Check. Outside my school? Check. Walking home from Safeway? Check. Everywhere. But being 15 and him being cute and older, my idiot butt thought that I was flattering. So I went to the theater again and was with a different friend. Same thing. He gave me free tickets, popcorn, etc. This friend already knew that it happened before because it was a major subject that I had a hot, older guy interested in me. We were so young and we thought that it was so great. He came into the theater during the movie to bring me an extra candy and his number on the back of a receipt. I thought it was so cute. He continued to show up everywhere over the next few months. At this point, I was halfway through 16, and I was at the same theater with the same friend that I was with the first time. He once again complimented me, saying that I was beautiful, asking if I had a boyfriend and if I liked to party. I said yes. He invited me to his house for a party that he was having. His address was very close to the house that my friend I was with lived in. So I said yes, knowing if I had a sleepover with her, that we could go and I would get to go to my first real party. I wasn't allowed out late, nor was I allowed to go to parties, if I'd ever been invited to a high school party, so it was perfect. We went late so that we wouldn't seem lame, and as we walked up, we could see through the front lit windows to where he was. It was an hour past and it was just him with several bottles of booze. We looked at each other and decided to walk back to her house. I still saw him a lot after, almost everywhere until I graduated high school and moved up north for college. I didn't go to that theater again until about a year ago. My husband and I parked at a nature area shortly after sunset. It's in the city but off a gravel road, so there's a bit of driving until you get to a paved lot. We were the only ones there. We parked and took some pictures of the sunset. Not even 5 minutes later, another car pulls up and parks right next to us in the whole empty lot. Okay, weird, but some people do stuff like that. They don't get out for the 2 to 3 minutes we're walking around the front of our car. Then we go onto a trail to see the lake. The lot is visible from the trail, and every time we look back, the car either has its headlights on, off, or flashing like someone locked the doors. We keep an eye out in case they followed us, but it doesn't seem like they ever left the parking lot. At this point, it's completely dark out. We walk back to our car after hanging around the trail for about 15 minutes. As soon as I get in the car, the other car turns on. When my husband gets in, the car drives off. They stop at a stop sign for a long time, even though there weren't any cars coming. Then they drove out of sight. I'm not sure what happened. Clearly they were watching us. But why? The creepy guy that I dated is a murderer. As a teenager, I waited tables in a local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. I met Mr. Creep there. In my naive mind, he seemed normal at first, despite the fact that he was 20 and wanting to date a 17-year-old. Leaving my job after dark scared me, so I taught myself to get in my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion. It made me feel safe. One night I was leaving work and had just gotten into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere, yanking my door handle to try to open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. From then on, I was terrified of him, but I didn't let on because I was afraid of what he might do if I told him that I never wanted to see him again. After this, he constantly lied to try to impress me and tried to invent ways of being alone with me. But my instinct was to run, so I avoided him. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed, and there was significant evidence against Mr. Creep, just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I sent all of my text conversations with Mr. Creep to the police chief in hopes that it would help. Mr. Creep slithered away after that, but I always looked over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on about his top secret military clearance, as well as a huge acreage he owned. It made me nervous, and I felt like he was trying to spring a trap or something. But I tried to put it out of my mind. Then today, I was looking at posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He is now facing murder charges as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I'm so glad to know he's locked up, but so overwhelmed about how correct my instincts about Mr. Creep were. I feel like I escaped him. Thanks for reading. I live with my partner of 10 years in my house. We live in towards the end of a cul-de-sac and are surrounded by woods, but the road itself is residential enough. Recently, she got up around 3 a.m. because she couldn't sleep and came downstairs to the living room. At some point, she saw someone outside, sticking a GoPro up to the window. She freaked out and ran upstairs where we called the police. We thought someone was casing the house or trying to actively break in. The cops came and looked around and went. We have an in-law apartment above the garage, where for the past couple of years I've rented out to my best friend for the past 20 years. He's really weird, a bit off, perhaps on the spectrum. And due to the closeness of mine and his relationship, I know that he's very open-minded about a lot of stuff. Generally speaking, he's pretty much addicted to a lot of things. His words. Okay, so I thought that maybe it was him, but I tossed it out of my mind because even that was too weird. Well, it turned out to be him. He admitted it a couple of days later, after feeling guilty and seeing how terrified we were thinking that someone was trying to break in. But not after we told the entire world what happened. So now, my relationship with him is ruined. We're kicking him out. I feel bad because he was literally one of my 2 best friends, but I also feel so violated. I trusted him and he spies on me? For some unknown perverted purpose? Also, I'm pretty forgiving, and if I were single, I'd let it slide. But I'm not, and my partner is totally not accepting of this deviant behavior. In fact, he's lucky that she didn't go to the police or something. Again, which is only because he is my friend. He expects that we can remain friends. I have to respect my partner, and quite frankly, myself. Plus, now we had to tell everyone we initially told the update, because we don't want them thinking that we're still currently in danger of being robbed or whatever. So now everyone knows. I don't want to be associated with someone who is a creep like that, regardless of being his best friend for 20 years. I'm curious as to anyone else's thoughts. What would you do if you found a very good friend creeping around your house, trying to watch you sleep? I don't know. I don't believe he's harmful, but he's had psychotic episodes in the past. He's had hallucinations at one point in life when he was very stressed. A neighbor that I was talking to said another neighbor said that they had someone looking in their windows one night as well. But I haven't been able to confirm this, and he vehemently denies that this was him. Which, I do believe him. But I'm super gullible, and of course he'd deny it. But again, I haven't confirmed this. It's through the grapevine, though they supposedly got a picture. I feel bad ending the friendship, but it's not practical to continue, and I just want to move on. Another thing is, I know he's had feelings for me, but on the other hand, he seems to be interested in everyone and anyone, so I never really took those feelings too seriously. Not that I don't believe they're real. He's just so odd as a whole. So at first I thought it was just about me. He definitely wanted to watch me, not my partner. And I do believe that that is true. But then when a neighbor might have seen someone at their window too, that's a whole new level. I don't know what I'm going for here, so I'll end this now. But this is weird and unacceptable behavior, right? I shouldn't feel guilty if I do want to end the friendship. Would anyone still be friends if this happened to them? Am I a weirdo for even thinking that I could still be friends with him? Assuming that my partner didn't exist and I didn't tell my entire family about what happened and who it was. A guy from the shop followed me. I recalled this weird encounter in my memory while I was reading other stories from this community. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I'll leave it here anyway. Once in the afternoon, I went to go get some groceries from a local shop. When I finally got there and started browsing different aisles, a random guy just stopped me and started having small talk with me. Then he asked for my number, but I politely declined because I had a partner. He didn't say anything and we parted our ways. After I got everything I needed, I left the shop and started walking back home, which takes me about 10 minutes. When I was just 1 minute away from my place, I heard a familiar voice saying, "Hey, can you stop?" loudly behind my back. I looked back and I saw the same guy from the shop earlier. Maybe I read too many crime stories, and he just happened to walk the same way as me. But it creeped me out a bit, so I just ran home like Sonic the Hedgehog after that. Then, luckily, I never saw him again. This happened about a year ago. I was riding the bus to a spa for a nice, relaxing massage when a very big dude got on the bus. He started to walk to a seat before stopping directly beside me and staring at me for way too long to be normal. I tried to ignore him because my fight or flight, or flight or fawn in my case, was kicking in, but he was blocking me from exiting my seat. Then he started saying through very mumbled speech how pretty I am and how beautiful my hair is, before reaching out and touching my hair. Here's where I noticed two things about him. One, that he is 100% high on meth, and the other is that he was missing an eye. At this point, I very loudly started saying things like, "You need to move away from me," hoping someone would notice and help. But no one did. He stood over me for 10 minutes before blocking me from getting up/off the bus, and no one said a thing. Eventually lost interest or something, I don't know. But here's the kicker. I found out later that day that this guy was released from a correctional facility only 2 days prior. He has things on his record, like throwing a propane tank through a police car while high on meth. Anyway, that spa trip was very much needed after that experience. Okay, this was a few years ago now. I was 15 at the time. It was homecoming dance, and I had this really big crush on this guy from my friend group. We were all going as a group, but I was really excited to possibly dance with this crush. My dad didn't really want me to go, and told me that he wouldn't be picking me up after the dance if I went because it was too late. It'd be about 11 p.m. by the time it finished. But I was just so excited to dance with my crush. I was like, whatever, I'll find my own way back. I was planning on taking the city bus. The dance was amazing. I had my first kiss. It was magic for my little 15-year-old self. After the dance, I'm walking to the mall/Walmart, because that's where the bus stop is. I'm on cloud 9 when I realize the buses are not running anymore. At this point, I had no phone. And I'm kind of just standing awkwardly outside of Walmart, thinking of what to do next. I didn't want to call my dad because I figured he'd be really mad at me. But to walk home would take me almost 2 hours, and I was only wearing a little formal dress, and it's 11:30 at night at this point. As I'm pondering all this, a man pulls up in a car and says, "Hey, are you okay?" I figured I looked stressed because I was feeling pretty stressed myself. I forget what I had responded with, but he said, "Well, I can give you a ride if you want." He sounded friendly enough, so I was like, well, maybe I'll just take this drive. As I'm walking to the car, alarms start going off in my head, and everything in me is telling me to stop and to not get in that car. I start backing away and say, "Actually, I'm good. It's okay." He insists it's okay and he'll drive me. I say, "No, it's okay." He drives away, but I see him circle back and come back up to me. "Are you sure you don't want to ride?" I say, "No, it's okay." I'm now starting to shake and feel really afraid. I walk as fast as I can to the nearest payphone, which is in the parking lot of a McDonald's, and I call my dad. I'm crying and apologizing and just begging him to come get me. My dad says that he'll come get me, so I hang up. As I hang up, I notice that car has followed me to this parking lot, so I call one of my friends and ask him to just stay on the phone with me until my dad shows up. Luckily, my dad showed up and everything was fine, but I do wonder what would have happened if I had gotten in that car. Back when I was an 18-year-old female working in a fancy hotel, the maintenance man, a 25-year-old male, was handsome, hardworking, and funny. Over time, we created a friendship, and I found myself comfortable around his presence after a few months. He asked me to go out on a date. We ended up going for dinner, and then for some drinks. I asked him what his last name was, and he replied that it was White. I thought nothing of this, and we moved on. The next day at work, I noticed that his name tag actually revealed his last name was Morrison. I never questioned this to him, but immediately found this to be very strange. When I got home, I told my mom, who immediately said that it was a red flag. A few hours later, she comes up to my room in a panic, saying that the very man that I went on a date with had beaten someone to death when he was 17. He bullied and chased the younger victim to a dead end, where he acted out a prolonged and vicious attack that was so severe that the victim had to have a closed coffin. My mom is an avid investigator when it comes to these things. We never went out again, but I did have to see him at work, which made it very awkward. A few years ago, a friend of mine from school also stabbed a man to death, and another friend punched someone in the face, and they died as a result of the injury. This happened to me a few years ago, probably back in 2017 when I was 14. I still think about this encounter almost every day. My dad lives near a small lake in Wisconsin. There are only about 100 people who live in this neighborhood. My brother and I spent every other weekend up there, so we knew pretty much everyone. My dad's house was the second house to the top of this large hill. At the very top is a gas station, and the diner where I would work over the summer. At the bottom of the hill was the lake and a small beach. That morning, I was waitressing at the diner, and at the end of my shift, I bought a slushie from the gas station and was planning on going down to the beach for the afternoon. Parked outside the diner was a gorgeous teal vintage car. I'm not sure what brand. I'm not good with that kind of stuff, but it seemed to be from the 60s, and it caught my eye. There was an older man in the driver's seat and his wife in the passenger seat. They had their windows up, and I wasn't too close, so I didn't get a great look at them, but I did notice that they were looking at me. I didn't think anything of it and started walking home. On my walk home, I remember wondering where they could be from. We don't get that many tourists, and I would have remembered if someone drove a car like that. The diner was off to a pretty quiet highway, and it was rarely used by out-of-towners, but I assumed that they were just driving through. My younger brother and I went to the beach that afternoon and hung out for a few hours. When we decided to head home, I packed up my stuff probably a minute before he did and started walking home before him. On the walk up the hill, there was probably half a city block's distance between us. He could clearly see me, but we were too far to talk. I heard a car coming towards me and looked back and moved to the side of the street. It's the car that I saw earlier at the diner. They slow down as they approach me, and I start to get nervous. The woman in the passenger seat rolls down her window, and I nearly crapped my pants. They both seemed to be wearing hyper-realistic latex face masks. There seemed to be no beginning and no end to the mask. There weren't noticeable holes for eyes, yet their eyes definitely seemed real, and there was no seam at the edge of the neck. If they were wearing masks, they were some of the best masks that I've ever seen, and must have cost a fortune. But it definitely wasn't their skin. There's no way. Something about them was so off. The woman asked me for directions to a highway that I've never heard of. I didn't drive yet, so this in itself wasn't weird, but I pointed them to the highway by the diner that leads out of town. They thanked me, rolled up the window, and drove away. I ran to my brother and told him what happened, and he said they looked pretty normal when they drove past him. But they looked normal to me that morning as well. The masks were too good. You had to be close enough to notice how strange they looked. There was just something so unsettling about them. They didn't really do anything odd except asking a girl who's clearly too young to drive for directions. But it was a very small community. I might have been the first person that they had seen in hours. It was just the way they looked. I'd never seen anything like it, and I haven't seen anything like it since then. I mentioned it to my dad when I got home, but he didn't have much to say about it. I still feel deeply unnerved when I think about it, more than 6 years later. I don't believe in much of the paranormal stuff, and I do think that they were human. But why the masks? What were they doing there? And why ask a child who is obviously too young to drive for directions to a highway? Has anyone ever experienced something like this before? From the fall of 1973 through the spring of 1977, I attended the School of the Museum of Fine Arts here in Boston, Massachusetts. Although I took classes from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, I'd often stay after school until 10 or 11 o'clock at night to do extra work. One evening at around 6:30 p.m., I went into a small room on the upper floor to do my transcendental meditation session. I was sitting there with my eyes closed meditating when a guy that I'd never seen before crept up behind me, put his hand over my mouth, and said in a nasty, threatening tone of voice, "Don't say a word. Do you understand?" I instinctively screamed at the top of my voice, "What the heck are you doing?" The guy fled immediately. Whew, that was a close call. Moreover, it was still light out when it happened. Had I just kept quiet as a mouse, it would have been a really, really bad trip for me. If one gets the drift. Especially since the school is located in a really rough area. I work on shifts, so one week I'll be doing early shift, 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., and the other is late shift, 2:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. The area I live in is known for being pretty rough, and it's common to have workers lurking around, and I often have been propositioned many times. Also see loads of meth heads about too, especially at night. But one time was strange. I finished work at 11 p.m. and took the 15-minute drive home. When I arrived, I parked my car on the street as normal, having to parallel park between two cars. Once I was parked up, and just before I switched the car off, I noticed a lady run across the road to the entrance of the building where my apartment is. She then just stood there, staring directly at me in the car, without moving or looking away. She was like this for about 2 minutes. Since I still had my car on, I decided to leave the parking space and proceeded to park on the opposite side of the building, where there's a second entrance. As I drove past her standing at the entrance, she was watching me and didn't even take her eyes off me until I was out of sight. I got in the other entrance safely, and I'm not sure where she went after this. My thoughts are this: how did she know that I was heading for that entrance? Why did she wait for me there? Was she trying to get the code to unlock the door so that she can get in the future? Did she have an accomplice hiding around the corner? Did she just want some business? This hasn't happened since, but I think about it regularly and wonder what would have happened if I had gotten out of the car and used that entrance as normal. So I recently moved to an apartment, and there is a grocery store just opposite to the apartment where I shop often. One day I was waiting to cross the road to go to the grocery store when this guy on a bike kept staring at me. He then turned his bike and parked it near the store and kept looking in my direction. I didn't really think much of it and crossed the road, and then my eyes locked with his, and he gave a very creepy smile. I don't really know how to describe the smile, but it was pure evil, like a predator looking at prey, and it certainly did send a chill down my spine. His face and that smile was something that stayed with me for a few days, despite the fact that this was obviously not the first time that a guy looked at me in a creepy way. After a few days, I went back to the grocery store, and after shopping, I was trying to cross the road when all of a sudden the same guy popped up out of nowhere, and he followed me up to the entrance of my apartment and kept looking at me until I entered the elevator. So now, this guy knows where I live, and he probably lives nearby and has his eyes on me. This makes me feel very uncomfortable. I'm also worried that he's noting when I leave my home. I have a pretty set routine where I go for my dance classes on Saturday and Sunday on a set time, and I'm kind of worried that he's noting this. At this point, he 1 knows where I live, 2 has followed me twice, and 3, he is very creepy and looks like he has bad intentions and has actual intention to do harm. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I have a very bad feeling about this guy. But he hasn't really done anything to file a police complaint or anything. I don't really know what to do. A few years back, I, a 23-year-old female, was driving home after taking my dad to the airport for a late flight. It was already dark when I left the airport and still had a 3-hour drive home. A few hours into the drive, I get recalculated to some windy back road highway. There were no cars or streetlights, and so it was a pretty dark and creepy road. As I turned a curve, I noticed a black car come out of nowhere and start to ride my bumper. Then the blue lights. The road was so dark, I had to drive for a minute to find a spot with at least a few small lights where I could pull over. The officer came up to my window and asked me if I knew that my tags were expired. I thought it was kind of odd because I was driving my mom's car, and she's usually pretty on top of things like that. But it was more the way that he talked that made me uneasy. He was speaking pretty fast, like he was in a hurry or something. As he's standing at my window, before he even gets my license and registration, his radio beeps, and he tells me that he has to go on another call. He practically runs back to the car and speeds off. I head back home, half weirded out, half thanking God that I didn't get a ticket. I kind of brush it off until I go outside to my car the next day and find that my tags were not due to expire for 2 more months. It could have been a simple mistake, but I couldn't help recalling how weird the whole incident was. He could have misread the number, but looking back, I wonder what could have happened if he was someone with bad intentions. From there on, I only pull over when in well-populated areas, and if a safe option is unavailable, I call 911 to make them aware. Am I doing something wrong by being nice to the cashier at the grocery store? So, I moved to a new place. I'm Indian, and I frequently go to Indian grocery stores. I've been to this store a couple of times since I moved. I'm short and did something silly during checkout. I was helplessly trying to reach for the divider to separate the groceries in the checkout line. I look around, hoping nobody noticed, and this cashier guy is smiling at the whole situation. I smile back and try to get done with checkout ASAP. From that day onwards, I find this guy trying to grab my attention. He looks at least a decade older than me, quite tall. I find him staring at me quite a lot, walking through the aisles where I'm shopping, just taking glances. This happened twice or thrice, and then he starts walking up to me casually asking questions like, "How are you?" He doesn't seem to come to me when I'm with my friend, but only when I'm alone. I find him lingering around. One day he just gave me a free snack. I said no, but he handed it over to me and left. The next day he asks if I have a job and if I'm married. He kind of gets excited when I tell him that I'm a developer and single. He doesn't speak English. He proceeds to say something in Hindi, which I'm not super good at. I'm trying to ask him what he said, and he says something but I don't understand. Also, there have been instances where he would step out of the store and watch me while I'm sitting in the car until I leave. He just smirks and keeps looking at me. I'm a shy introvert. I'm bad at avoiding situations. I always talk nice regardless of who it is. What should I do now? Does this mean that he's interested in me? How do I politely handle this? He kind of knows who I usually shop with, and I don't want to make it an awkward situation for my friends. Am I overreacting? To clarify, I'm not interested in this person. I always smile and talk. Maybe that's sending him wrong signals. But this is giving me a weird, not so good feeling. I could stop going to that store, but that doesn't seem right. The fact that I have to avoid a public space because of a man makes me feel pathetic, but I understand in terms of safety. Maybe I can always go with someone there if I have to. Not sure if that's the right thing. Like, it is the only Indian grocery store around. This situation is just an inconvenience at this point. I hope that anyone who has been through something like this is and are in a better situation with peace. Definitely makes it awkward to get unwanted attention from random people. Thank you for the ones who commented on the previous post. I'll avoid going to that store for a long time as much as possible. If I do have to go, I'm going to have my friend with me always. Being at the store by myself is giving him the opportunity to make advances or create situations where I cannot get away from him easily. Update. Thank you all so much for the replies. It makes me feel less anxious. I'm never going back to that store. I had to go today to get a few things for my friend. She had a surgery. She didn't want to come along. She's fine to go out, but I dragged her with me. She hadn't noticed that man all these months. I've been going to the store alone for the past couple of weeks. So he was just openly flirty today. He would avoid approaching me if I'm with someone. That wasn't the case today. He was outside the store when we reached there. He smiled at us and went inside, then stood at the entrance to get a close-up. He leaned towards me and said hi, just the gesture of waving. Obviously, a lot of people noticed, including my friend. He kept smiling, looking at me all the time. The store manager was there. He didn't seem to bother. After we reached back home, I told my friend that I'm never going back there again. I asked her if I was overreacting and she said no. She's the one who told me to ignore him while shopping and wear headphones. Today was subtle because I was with her. He didn't talk much, otherwise he'd be standing in front of me asking me personal questions. My friend said that she won't take me there for the longest, and decided to go there only if we're in a group of 3 or more, with guys from our friend circle. This seems small in comparison to all the stories that I've read on here. I'm a 19-year-old female. My whole life, I've lived on a small, isolated road about 15 minutes away from the city. My parents built the house my siblings and I have lived in our whole lives. I have 3 siblings, all of us being females. We have neighbors, but also aren't too close together, like an urban community. One of our next-door neighbors, let's call him Frank, has lived on his property about as long as my parents have. Growing up, I always gotten a weird gut feeling from this man, and my mom has always told me to listen to it. I've never been alone with him and never plan on it. He lives alone, had a girlfriend when I was around 10 years old, and had a dog who sadly passed away a few years back. My older sister and I would go over to his house and spy on him through a small hole in his barn when we were younger. Tons of adult content hung up all over his barn. Growing up, he has always shown up to our house whenever we have a bonfire or any event where he can hear people having fun. Always unwelcome, and it's obvious that no one wants him there, but he still never leaves. His excuse for this behavior is being drunk. Around June, I had a graduation party at my house for graduating high school. It was absolutely perfect, and I was surrounded by all of my loved ones. While things were wrapping up and people started heading home, Frank continued to stay. Quite usual for how he is, but nonetheless frustrating. We began to have fun, and it got to a point where the only adults there were at my house and Frank. My mom had went inside to go to bed, and my dad was beginning to get tired and kept hinting to Frank that he should probably head home soon. Frank said, "All right, man." He then proceeded to pull out a chair and sit and watch us all play cup pong while staring at us minors. My older sister went up to my dad and expressed how uncomfortable it had made her that he was staring at a bunch of minors. My dad is not a confrontational man, but has always made sure that we felt safe and comfortable, and will be confrontational when the time comes. My dad then told Frank that he needed to leave immediately. Frank refused and said, "I'll stay here and watch over the kids while you go to bed." That right there set us all off. One of my friends then starts yelling at Frank, telling him that he needs to leave, and it's not okay for him to be there. And after we have asked him multiple times to go, he eventually leaves. But ever since then, he has been making extremely gross and inappropriate comments to my dad about how attractive my younger 17-year-old sister is. My dad has confronted him multiple times, and he will not change this behavior, and still will come over after being told to stay on his property. Whenever I leave my house to go anywhere, especially at night, Frank watches me through his window. It just freaks me out. He gives us all such a weird, creepy gut feeling, and nothing we do to confront him seems to work out. He's done a lot of weird things like this all throughout my childhood, but it's been at an all-time high recently. Any ideas on how to stop this? When I, a 20-year-old female, was younger, maybe around 13 to 14 years old, I was walking to town with my mother. I live in a smallish town in England. It was a quick walk, roughly 15 minutes. But about 5 minutes after leaving my house, I had one of the most unsettling encounters ever. Whilst walking, there was a man approaching us. Nothing weird at this point. I thought he'd walk past us like everyone else. However, this random man leaned in towards me as he was walking past and whispered something to me. I remember it being creepy and along the lines of him knowing where I lived. It was subtle and happened quickly. I was shocked, especially since my mother was right next to me. Bold move from a creepy guy. I recall the man being possibly in his late 20s, kind of scruffy looking, a little chubby, with longish brown hair and a beard. But I knew that I'd never seen him before this point. I waited a few seconds for us to distance ourselves from the stranger, then turned to my mom completely freaked out and quietly asked if she heard what the guy had said. She said she didn't. I thought maybe I'd misinterpreted the situation, or maybe I misheard him. We kind of brushed it off and continued with our day. I felt uneasy but tried not to think about it. The rest of the day was fairly normal. Until the morning after, when my dad was talking to our neighbor. Neighbor told my dad that during the early hours of the morning, there was a man lurking right outside our houses for some time, hovering around my dad's and neighbor's cars. Now this is really weird, because we live in a kind of closed-off area. The only people we see outside our homes are neighbors, but even they wouldn't come up right to our doors, especially not at like 2 to 3 a.m. Even delivery drivers can't find our house most of the time because we're hidden away. This has never happened before, and never happened again after this, at least to our knowledge. Of course, you can imagine how absolutely terrified I was to hear this. I explained to my dad what had happened the day before and reminded my mom, kind of an I told you so moment. I felt so scared to be in my own home. I remember calling my friend and talking about the situation. We researched about what we could do, but there really wasn't any action that we could take. Just had to be observant and cautious, I guess. I can't remember much about what happened after that, but I never saw the man again. The whole situation creeps me out, and it doesn't make sense. The man outside my house wasn't confirmed to be the same man that walked past me earlier, as it was too dark to make out any discernible features. But it sure is an amazing coincidence if so. Never knew where to talk about this experience, but I figured it belongs here. I'd love to hear your opinions and theories. This happened in July, I believe. It was around 1 a.m., and it was still about 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside. And where I live, AC isn't very common. So I, a 22-year-old female, was sitting in the living room with all of the windows and doors open. I head out to smoke, and since everything was open and I didn't want the house to smell like smoke, I walked down the driveway and sat on the curb. There was a man standing on the same side of the street, but a block down, just staring at me. And I got really uncomfortable, so I got up and crossed the road. The way my triplex is set up is a 3-car driveway, then a few stairs up that lead into the yard, and then the door to my right, my neighbors straight ahead, and some more stairs to my other neighbors upstairs. I live somewhere with a lot of homeless people, and they'll come up the driveway to look in our trash cans or whatever, and that's fine. They never go up past the steps. So I'm standing on the other side of the road, and I watch the man stand and stare at me, and then he proceeds to walk all the way into my yard, and I start to panic because I didn't lock the doors, and all the windows were open. So I start to walk down the street, and I see a man who looks normal, and I stop him, and ask if he could just pretend to know me. In retrospect, this wasn't my brightest decision, but whatever. So me and this man are standing there just talking, and I'm explaining the situation, and we're both smoking a cigarette, and we're looking at my house. I'm a few houses down now. And the man keeps peeking around the line of the trees next to my place. He peeks around the corner a few more times and eventually walks up to me. I'm very scared at this point and I'm shaking. And he asks me for a cigarette and I go to hand him one. And he goes, "Why are you shaking? Are you scared?" And I was just like, no, have a great night." He walks away and the other dude stands there for a bit longer with me. And the scary man starts peeking around another corner just staring at me again. The dude walks me to my house, and I just shut all the windows and doors, and I just dealt with the heat. I'm grateful for the random dude, and I don't know what I would have done if he wasn't there. This happened today. 2 hours ago, I got a ride from home from my university. I sat in the car, and the driver rested his elbow on the front passenger seat and kept moving it back. I felt extremely uneasy and felt that he was getting ready to touch me. Right after 10 seconds, we stopped at a traffic signal that I told him I needed to get off. I've forgotten something in my uni. And he was like, "No, ask someone else to get it for you." And I was like, "No, I can't." I need to go get it myself from my professor. Then a beggar came, and he aggressively told her to leave. And then another came, and he, instead of asking me to shut the window, aggressively started shutting it himself, touching my knee. I said to just drop me there, and I can walk back to my university. And he was like, no, I'll take a U-turn ahead and bring you back. And I spent the longest 3 minutes of my life in that car, but his hand was in his lap during the time. The sad part is, I called my mom and let her know that I'll be late. And once I got home, she started blaming my clothes. And once I asked how my dress is not appropriate, she blamed my long legs. My sister blamed my institute for being too liberal. And then such men roaming around to pick up liberal girls. I'm a 17-year-old female, and I was out doing some Christmas shopping after school, so it was dark by the time I decided to stop by one of my favorite sushi places, which is near a grocery store and other shops, all close to my home. The sushi place is right next to a boba shop, and I peek in to try to see if a friend of mine was working so I could say hi, but I didn't see them, so I turn around and I see this guy standing there trying to get my attention. Miss, excuse me. I just stare at him for a second, unsure if I should really be talking to this stranger, before he asks if I have any spare cash for him to buy a drink. I tell him, I don't have cash on me, sorry, and he says it's okay, and I walk into the sushi place. While I wait for my food, I wonder if I should have just offered to buy him a drink, because I'm the type of person who loves to help people, and I feel bad just ignoring those in need. I get my food, and I'm literally about to exit the store when the guy from earlier walks in. He stops by the door, asking the cashier if he knows how he could get some help because he thinks his car got stolen, and that he was from insert name of neighboring city. I pause, because again, I felt bad for not helping him earlier and I was curious. I buy him a drink this time, even offered to buy food. I showed him the menu and he glanced at it and then asked for fried rice, which wasn't on the menu. But I was like, okay, and just bought him the drink. He tells me thanks and asks if I know anything about his car, then randomly asks me if I know where Cold Stone is. At this point, I'm thinking, if I were either homeless or got my car stolen, Cold Stone is the last place I'd want to be. But I explained to him that it's not within walking distance. He's like, oh, and asks me if I would be able to show him the way and maybe give him a ride there. He pulls out cash from his hoodie pocket saying, I could pay you back, $10 for the ride and the drink. Now I'm thinking, you had money and you let me buy you a drink? And why the heck would I give you a ride? I need to leave. So I say no, the drink was my treat. Hope you get your situation figured out. I leave the sushi place. He exits too and starts walking behind/beside me. I get scared and decide to not walk back to my car. Instead, I speed walk into a Rite Aid. I turn into an aisle and see that he's still following me. Miss? Lady, excuse me. I finally turn around and asks if he needs anything else. You were going to give me a ride? No, I can't. Oh, okay. Sorry. He walks away. I pace around the back corner of the store for a while, terrified if he's still in the store or waiting for me outside. Also, my phone had died, so I left it in the car. In the store, I see a dad with his daughter, looked like a middle schooler, and I go up to them. I finally start crying, and I say that there was a man talking to me, and if they could please walk with me back to my car. The dad asks where I parked, agrees, and a few minutes later we leave Rite Aid. I'm still in tears, poorly explaining the situation. I point out my car as we approach. The dad says, okay, we'll wait here until you leave. Make sure to check your back seat. I do, and I even check my trunk because I'm so paranoid. I thank them over and over before driving off, and I just sobbed the whole way home because I don't know what exactly was going on with that man, or why he wanted to go to my car. I get more scared thinking of the fact that I'm a 5'0" girl who probably couldn't defend herself well if it came down to it. Maybe it was a misunderstanding, but what business did a grown man have asking a teenage girl for a ride? I was genuinely terrified. Yes, I shouldn't have been out so late. I should have had my phone on me. I should have just ignored that guy. Sorry for being a girl who just wanted sushi at night and to help someone who looked like they needed it. It's hard to trust people clearly. Happy to be safe at home now, although I will definitely feel uncomfortable shopping there or eating sushi again, which is very unfortunate because I frequently do both. Exchange students sometimes have the worst. I was an exchange student from Malaysia and was placed in Missouri in 2006. They were a family of 4, a son and a daughter, and they lived somewhere around Webster Groves. They looked nice, warm and welcoming, but it was all a facade, for they were trying to gain my trust. Coming from a country where all your neighbors are practicing a million different religions would kind of desensitize you, or make you very aware. I was the latter. The first week was fine, but sometimes I would wake up a little bit early and find them gathered in the kitchen in a circle, around the kitchen table, mumbling and whispering. They'd stop as soon as I entered. It was very disconcerting, but I brushed it off thinking that it was just an American quirk. During the second and third week it became worse. The boy wouldn't touch me because I'm born from sin. His words, not mine. And the girl was afraid of me because I spoke to the father whilst looking him in the eye. I started prodding her for answers whenever little things that I did, which are normal by the way, like reading before bed, talking directly to the parents, and eating a sandwich, would elicit small gasps and hyperventilation. She told me that I have residues of the wicked and that I'm going to hell. She told me about a cleanse and a daily prayer wash. I've seen them singing the same hymns over and over again, reciting the same verses in different tones, and it really freaked me out. I wasn't stupid. I realized I was in a cult when they took me to church. I was made to sit in the front, and the pastor was conducting the service specifically for me. I realized it when I looked around and saw that everyone was looking at me. I felt like I was in a horror movie. Wide-eyed, silent stares. Men and women were separated. People wore different colored ribbons on their wrists, and the children looked haunted or just plain frightened. Nobody spoke to me or even came close to me. The men never looked me in the eye, and the women whispered and shunned me. I went there twice. School was on break, so I had to stay in with them. Many weird things happened, but none was as bad as waking up in the middle of the night to find the mother sitting next to my bed, reciting verses from the Bible in the dark. As soon as I'm awake, she'd stop and silently walk away. The family began treating me very badly after that. I was punished for being out of line. No dinner, locked in until morning, no sweet drinks. I had to cover up with long-sleeve tops, long pants, a skirt, etc. I think I lasted because I was curious. They probably thought that since I was from Southeast Asia, I must be quite gullible and naive. They tried brainwashing me about how sinful I was, how lost I was, how the world is going to end and I'll be dragged to hell unless I accept their teachings. I was there for a month before our chapter coordinator came by for a visit. I told her everything, outside of the house naturally, and I left with her immediately. We came back with a group of people from the exchange organization about an hour later, and found them in the midst of burning the things of the sinful non-believer. Thankfully, my passport and other relevant documentation was untouched. I never found out what kind of cult they were. I was raised in cult teachings in an isolated homeschool environment, and then my family moved to the cult later. Brainwashing was there. It wasn't obviously rote in the same thing every time, as the pastor was very charismatic and convincing, but it actually was. We sang about only 20 songs, mostly hymns over the course of the time that I was there. It was run and controlled by a single pastor. There was a board, but there was no accountability. It was kind of a joke. Only the most supportive, i.e. the people who considered him always right, were elected to the board. It was very abusive and controlling. Coffee was unspiritual. Missing meetings gained you a phone call from a board member telling you that you were breaking fellowship. Everything was about the pastor. I mean, literally. Sin was thinking negative thoughts about the group and the pastor. He set himself up as the wisest man on earth. For the girls, they had it worse. He would convince each one that they had a problem, i.e. idolatry, and he would proceed to abuse them. The cult was less than 30 people. As for why he's not in jail, settlements. My experience was awful. I had some serious depersonalization, and the effects on me are awful. Living in fear, anxiety, intense emotional pain, constant flashbacks. It's really bad. My parents are still in it, and relationships with them are probably impossible. Talking about anything will get me verbal abuse. Child abuse is really bad. I left this last year, so I'm still processing a lot. I want to try to be concise and still give a proper breakdown of my time growing up in a cult. I'm going to start by breaking down the ideology. The second coming of Christ. They believe the second coming is and was alive. He was a Korean man who went by the name of Reverend Sun Myung Moon. He was given the mission by Jesus in a vision when he was 16 years old on a mountaintop, and it is his purpose to create an example of the ideal family, so all may shape their families in its likeness and create an ideal world. Restoration of the fall. Jesus forgives your sins, but what about restoring humanity to what it was before the fall, by paying spiritual indemnities and cleansing humanity of those sins in the first place? Their idea of indemnity is almost like paying karma forward. You can put yourself through misery to either pay for past mistakes of humanity or to ensure that good things will happen in the future. You can pay indemnity by 1. Living in a van for years and years on one of their task forces, fundraising by selling candles or wind chimes, sometimes more than 14 hours a day. 2. Getting an arranged marriage after abstaining from absolutely any contact with the opposite sex all of your life, by the Reverend himself, or now your parents, thereby overcoming the temptation of the fall by denying your desires and obeying the church completely. Actually, this is the most important aspect of the church, that you get matched and blessed their word for marriage. It is the only thing that will eventually restore humanity. 3. Converting other members. 4. Doing hundreds or thousands of bows to a picture of Reverend Moon every night for about X amount of days. 5. Taking cold showers every day for X days. 6. Fasting. You can drink water for a provincial number of days, either 3, 7, 21, or 40. Note, you must do a 7-day fast before you get married. 7. Giving money offerings to the church. The church also started charging for ancestor liberation in the last couple of decades. Just like old school Catholics, you can pay to have your dear old granddad hoisted out of the pits of hell. Since the church is Korean, they have deep resentment towards the Japanese, and ancestor liberation can be thousands of dollars per person liberated. For Americans, I think it was little over 100, I think. 8. Beat yourself to repetitive chants on an approved spirit cleansing event. 9. Or basically denying yourself of any human comfort or need for some time. Some do sleep deprivation conditions. There's a lot else, but I can't keep going. Growing up in the church. There are countless strange rituals in the church. Like on your birthday, you and your whole family has to wake up at 5 a.m., go to the altar of Reverend Moon, say a prayer and offer food. When the ritual is almost over, the birthday kid usually has to take the food and offer some to each of the family members, and you always leave some on the altar. There are countless stories told to the second generation. Children born from marriages approved by Reverend Moon. We were supposed to have been born as purely as Jesus, without original sin. Of members who left the church and immediately got hit by a bus, or became prostitutes and died from ODing, or unalived themselves out of guilt. Koreans. Korea in the church is seen as the New Jerusalem, Koreans being the new chosen people. Every leader in the church is a Korean, despite the religion's heavy unification of world cultures and religions overtones. Koreans often were the only match to other Koreans. None of Moon's kids were allowed to marry anyone other than a Korean. Japanese members have always been in the church's cash cow, guilting them into paying more in tithing and overcharging them for everything. Americans got their fair share of that too. The church often comes up with a new ceremony, like a holy wine ceremony, where drinking this new blessed wine, usually juice, will heal you of all of your sins. That, of course, you have to pay to get into. Sometimes they just make a big plea for extra money, like their total life offering, which was something like if you paid the church $16,000, you would never have to pay them for anything again, which was a lie. Some members took out second mortgages on their houses to pay these offerings. My wrists are seriously hurting from typing this much, so I'll leave some space for questions. I haven't even made a dent in the beliefs, rituals, or culture of the church yet. Update. I will say, in response to people in this thread who ask how someone could fall for this, and how people could stay in for so long, cults like this never approach it like, hey, a Korean guy is the Messiah. You want to join? They take you through steps, almost like Scientology, but not so clearly defined. The Unification Church was going around in America in the 70s preaching a true love and family values, stuff many people, especially people with Christian backgrounds, can get behind. The church does have heavy Christian influence, so much of the language is the same, but they'll start discussing these things with you, like the evils of the world. If Jesus restored the world, then why would there need to be a second coming? We should prepare ourselves for the next Messiah. A Messiah is exactly what we need. How else can we right the wrongs of this world? Once you get them going on that, you just pump them up with all of the same religious feel-good stuff. God is our Father. God is watching out for you. He wants the best for you. God hurts when you don't do what's right. And eventually, God becomes some kind of emotionally sensitive dude that you have to coddle and take care of. Then, once your members are pumped, they're living in vans, they're trying to recruit other people. That's when you start with the deeper stuff. You know the Messiah is here. The tension has been building to this moment for literally years. The members are overjoyed and can't wait to do anything that this guy says so that they can be like Jesus' first disciples. No one thinks they're a victim. They think they're literally saving the world. It appealed to a lot of people who were raised Christian, but were dissatisfied with the contradictions or shortcomings of their parents' religions. Anyways, sorry for the block of text. I'm done. For now. I'm surprised that there aren't more former Children of God / the Family International babies posting on this thread. I was born and raised in the Children of God / the Family International, and I'm convinced that it is and was one of the most detrimental cults out there because of the way that their doctrines were weaved into every tiny area of people's lives. Everything was dictated by leadership, and controlled by peer pressure. It was a communal cult. Hive mentality was rampant. The type of food you ate, the way you dressed, who you lived with, the education you received, the movies you watched, the music you listened to, who you married, everything was controlled. There was absolutely no real free will allowed, and very minimal contact with the outside world happened, except if you were asking people for money or trying to convert them to Christianity/the cult. I left when I was in my early 20s, and it's only been a few years since then, so I'm still trying to unlearn a lot of things. I decided to go to college and get an education, and I'm so miserable because basic things like how to study for an exam or how to interact with your professor are completely foreign concepts to me. I didn't find out till college that I'm pretty good at science and math, subjects that were highly discouraged in the group, or if taught at all, were either very simplistic, math only went up to basic algebra if you were lucky, or taught with such a religious/creationist spin that it's unrecognizable as science. Someone actually posted excerpts from the biology textbook that I had in high school here on Reddit a while ago, and everyone was commenting, these are all lies and not real science. And I'm all, well, crap. I like to imagine that if I'd had regular schooling when I was younger, maybe I could have been an engineer or an astronaut or something awesome. People are probably going to counter with that statement with, it's never too late to try. Platitude. And I'd just say, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Forget dating. I have more knowledge and experience under my belt than most people my age, and I don't have a clue what normal dating looks like. Passionate hugging is synonymous with intimacy, and that's synonymous with control. I am terrified of getting into a relationship because I know that it would be so ridiculously easy for someone to abuse their power over me. When you're raised to always say yes, you have no idea what a struggle it is to say no. When people find out about this cult, the thing that usually gets focused on the most is the sexual aspect of it. It was literally that kind of cult. But for me, the worst part is just having no frame of reference for connecting with other people outside the group. I can forget the bad things that happen and just get on with my life. But it's difficult knowing how to make new friends and build a life outside the FI. I just don't get most of what people talk about. I've only got a few years of movies, music, pop culture history in my brain, and I can't really relate to how other people react to things. I didn't have any of those normal experiences in high school like dating, going to prom, etc. My best friends are former TFI people because I can't seem to make real friends out here in the great wide jungle of a world. I wonder how I'll ever be able to get close to people when they will never be able to comprehend the experiences I've gone through. And at the same time, I can't relate to their experiences either. Real life things that most people take for granted, like graduating college, buying a house, having a successful job, etc., seem like fairy tales to me because nobody in my life growing up did those things. I don't have anybody who can give me advice on how to accomplish those normal life tasks because nobody I grew up with or our parents did any of those things. I feel pretty lost. I'm still picking pieces of this cult out of my identity, and it's exhausting. Edit. I just wanted to add a random artifact from my upbringing. I went to see the Hunger Games Catching Fire recently, and I broke down crying in the middle of it because I had a sudden realization that I grew up believing that the sort of apocalyptic, depressing scenario played out in the Hunger Games was an inevitable outcome in my future. Not the actual Hunger Games, obviously, but the extreme government control, oppression of the people, dire social circumstances, etc. It made me feel very alone in that moment, setting with the knowledge that I was viewing that very thing in my childhood nightmares, and knowing that nobody around me could possibly comprehend the reasons for my tears. I was raised in a cult. Both of my parents were members of the Children of God, nowadays called the Family International. We traveled all over Europe from city to city and performed music on the streets and passed out leaflets to convert people. I have many brothers and sisters, mostly from different dads, as the philosophy of the sect was kind of rooted in the free love hippie movement. There are some pretty serious and I think conclusive accusations of child abuse within the sect. But thankfully, my parents didn't do that. My stepdad, however, physically and verbally abused us, as corporal punishment was very encouraged. He never got caught, although we frequently showed overt signs of abuse. But since we weren't ever in one place for more than a couple of days, well, you get the picture. We were, of course, all homeschooled too, which I hated, since that was also a constant source of abuse. My stepdad taught me timetables by asking me repeatedly, what's X times Y? And if I'd get the result wrong, I'd get slapped on the fingers with a cooking spoon, as many times as the result was. Thankfully, my parents got out of the sect by the time that I was about 13 years old. My stepdad didn't give up his habits though, which continued until I was old enough to fight back. Settling into regular school was very difficult, as I was constantly and heavily bullied for wearing secondhand clothes, not speaking German very well, and just being completely different. After a couple of years though, I went from worst in the class to best, and being kind of accepted. Nowadays, I still have some lingering issues, which I'm not sure if they'll ever be fixable. One of them is trust issues, which has also prevented me so far from seeking therapy. It's all a very long time ago too, and I've pretty much made my peace with all of it already. I think my parents got out of the sect before it got really crazy. I was born and raised in a cult, and considered myself a member up until I left my parents' home at the age of 18. The group that I was associated with is not well known, but the effects on the members are tragic and undeniable. We were literally brainwashed. We had weekly services with a set program: 3 hymns, prayer, sermonette, hymn, announcements, main message, hymn, and prayer. It never altered from that layout. As well, the messages that we would hear were often videotaped sermons from maybe 5 main people at headquarters. The topics were extremely narrow: prophecy / the end is coming, self-improvement / all of you suck and you should hate yourselves, setting ourselves apart / don't talk to worldly people, they will taint you. There were many ways in which we were indirectly encouraged to harm ourselves. Many people looked down upon modern medicine and felt that using it was a way of turning away from God, slapping him in the face, making it clear that he wasn't needed. I personally knew people who died for their faith, waiting for God to heal them. On the other hand, when any of the main leaders fell ill, they were immediately rushed off to receive medical care. They controlled our diet. We pretty much were kosher, though they denied all influence or association from / with the Jews. There were annual days of fasting, and whenever the leadership would scare up enough drama within the members, they would declare a church-wide fast, so we could all get closer to God and resolve our issues. We fasted when the church's income was said to be dropping. We fasted when leaders were ill. We fasted when people died. We had our own personal fasts just for the heck of it, or when we felt especially guilty and out of touch with God. Parents were encouraged to get their children involved as young as possible. My parents tell me that I started observing the annual fast when I was 3 years old. I remember one year when my brother was 2 or 3. At one point during the day, he just broke down sobbing because he was so thirsty. Oh yeah, we abstained from food and drink. We got obscenely dehydrated every time. Looking back, I just don't understand how a parent can behave that way. They were so negative. I can't even describe it. We spent so much time and energy frantically thinking that we can't think about the opposite sex, that it was all we thought about. It was evil, dirty, wrong, and it would hurt if we weren't married. I literally built up so much fear over it that when I finally did, as an unmarried adult, that I had developed a pain condition. The cause is often psychological. In my case, being so afraid of it hurting that it hurt, which further fed into my fear. There was actually an entire message once where one of the leaders took on the subject, "Are we a cult?" And he actually went through a checklist for us. His conclusion was that we were a cult, but that it was a good thing. We should be proud. Only not. Pride is a sin. We should be pleased. You had to be baptized before a minister would marry you. You couldn't be baptized and marry someone else who wasn't. You couldn't marry outside the church. Some ministers wouldn't baptize you if they thought your only incentive was to get married. There were rampant cases of abuse from the leadership, but we were always too fearful to report it. Always taught that it must have in some way been our fault. Traditional gender roles were enforced, i.e., women stay home, pop out babies, cook and clean. Men were to work and support the home. Having children, and lots of them, was strongly encouraged. Be fruitful and multiply and all that stuff. Adoption was frowned upon, even for those who were unable to have their own children. So many families were living in poverty because there were just too many children to take care of. God forbade that any of them have a medical condition that required constant treatment. We were robbed on a regular basis. They called it tithing. Not only did we give 10% of our entire income, but we were also to a set second 10% aside to be used at a 7-day religious convention of sorts every year. And on every third year, we would give an additional 10% to the church. Imagine losing 20% of your income every year and 30% every third year. Imagine being poor to begin with. Imagine being told that you are poor because you have been literally stealing from God by not diligently paying your tithes. I could go on forever. There is so much. I was into drugs and trouble when I was a teenager, and as a last-ditch effort, my parents shipped me off to a fundamentalist Christian treatment center a couple of states away when I was 17. While I did actually end up turning my life around as a result of the whole thing, it sort of ended up being an out-of-the-frying-pan and into-the-fire experience, in that once I'd completed the program, which was over a year long, I ended up moving in with a guy who worked there and becoming involved in a church youth group that, unbeknownst to me, of course, was a cult in its initial embryonic stages. It's a long story, but the guy that I moved in with was renting from this guy who was a heavy metal drummer who'd gotten saved and become something of a self-proclaimed prophet within the local charismatic Christian scene, and acquired the inevitable cult following that comes along with something like that. I got sucked into his social circle because I was young, insecure, and naive, and because I'd just gotten done spending 15 months steeped in a culture of biblical literalism and charismatic fervor, after a few years of doing as many drugs as I could get my hands on. Take note, drugs tend to have a detrimental effect on the developing mind. One of the girls in the youth group that hung around our place got her school to invite this guy to an assembly program. He brought some musician friends of his, played a show, and afterwards talked to the auditorium full of students about his experiences growing up poor and getting sucked in the sex, drugs, and rock and roll thing. Afterward, the school invited him to come back and do the same thing the following year. Long story short, this guy was already kind of a megalomaniac and an ego-driven butthole, and being in a stage in front of all of those kids turned into his new favorite drug. It's hard to explain the process by which I and all of my friends at the time were sort of mentally seduced into devoting our entire lives to helping this guy build an empire of heavy metal high school assembly programs. But within a year, we were all raising money doing car washes, grocery baggings, and soon manning tables of merch that just straight up soliciting donations to funnel straight into this guy's pockets. Ostensibly, it was all going to fund these high school programs that we were responsible for booking as many of as possible, because the programs were to be free to the schools, but he was actually charging the schools for the Lyceum productions under the table. This is actually really hard to talk about. At the same time, there was a heavy Christian aspect to the whole thing. This guy thought that he had the direct connection to God himself, and there were literally these spontaneous meetings that he would have us all come to at his house, where he would just talk and talk for hours about what God was doing and how we were all called to be part of it. How some would answer the call, while others would choose the world and our own lives instead. I mean, it was some really messed up stuff, and I bought it all, hook, line, and sinker, even though it never felt right. I allowed myself to be convinced that my reservations were my flesh and the devil, and that the very voice of reason itself was a temptation that God was calling me away from. This went on for a while. The first time I had a falling out with this guy, it was while he was cutting me a check for work that I had done for him. He spontaneously and irrationally attacked me out of the clear blue sky, shoving me up against a wall and swearing a blue streak in my face, all while threatening over and over to break my nose off of my face. I talked him down, walked away, and didn't come back for a year. I was sick in the head though, and I eventually decided that I needed to come back to the Lord. And of course, the way to do that was to track this guy and his team of minions down and give them hundreds of dollars. Suddenly, we were best friends again. The culture of fraud and manipulation had gotten even deeper and weirder while I'd been away. There was now quite a bit of money being raised, not just by soliciting donations at public events, but through high-level investors as well. And everybody was doing the fundraising thing full-time and just stockpiling guns. The leader and his wife would routinely disappear for weeks at a time, and I came to find out that what they were doing was going to Florida and Hawaii a lot, because, dangling that carrot is a lot of work. What I'm describing is really a pretty incomplete picture of the whole thing, because I'm really rushing through the story. Shortly after coming back to the group, I realized that I couldn't stand to live like that anymore, and I moved away, back to the state where I grew up, and started my own youth outreach program. But literally the day I moved away, this guy called me and started working on me to get me to come back into the fold. After 7 months, I folded. No pun intended. Sorry, that was terrible. And came back when he offered me some ridiculous amount of money to run the church that he'd started, while him and his ministry team were on the road, where they spent most of their time in those days. Again, to abbreviate things, I will just say that when I moved back, I found myself in circumstances severely different than what he described. And the money, to put it bluntly, never happened. He just swindled me again. Thoroughly disillusioned, I left again, this time for good, and never went back. After about a year, I relapsed under the mental, whatever the heck you call it, that happens to your mind after 5 years of what I just described, and spent the better part of a decade just working at a coffee shop and getting as drunk and stoned as I could afford to be every night. Something I didn't bring up, though, was that when I first got out of treatment as a teenager and got involved with that youth group, I'd started seeing a girl, and after a year we'd gotten married. She'd been with me the whole time throughout this experience, and after leaving that group for good and spending years and years drunk off my butt, she finally convinced me to get some help, which I did. I went into treatment again and got cleaned up, and then went to college and earned an AAS, and I actually just got my first job in the field this week. Well, 99% sure, just waiting on a phone call here. So the story does have sort of a happy ending. Well, the best part of it is that within the past couple of years, literally every one of my friends from back in the day that were involved with this guy finally walked out on him and blew the whistle on the whole fraud thing. So it looks like he's probably up the creek. A local news media outlet has been following the story for the last couple of years now, but I don't think that I'm supposed to post a link to any of that, since it would reveal personal information and stuff. But yeah, the whole thing was just a huge nightmare. It's very difficult for me to talk about this, but maybe it's time. Note, I'm 27 now, and this all happened when I was 18 and 19 years old. I wasn't raised in church. My grandparents grew up with very religious parents and didn't want to force anything on us. That being said, in high school, I got very curious about God, religion, etc. I started dating a guy when I was in the 9th grade who took me to church with him. He was a Southern Baptist, so I kept going. We broke up, but that's important because that was my first experience with church. I just wanted to do the right thing. That isn't what this story is about. It's just a little bit of background. Fast forward to my senior year. I started dating a guy in my grade. He was always popular and pretty mysterious. Everyone knew that he was religious, but didn't know what kind. They knew because his mom would attend our choir concerts, always wearing long skirts, no jewelry or makeup, and had her hair in a bun. His best friend didn't even know what church he went to, but told me that they didn't have a TV and weren't allowed to watch movies. I was very nervous to ask him what church he went to, even though we were dating, and I figured after 3 months I should know. I asked him a few times to go with me to the Baptist church, but he always declined. Finally, I got up the courage. I asked him what church he went to, and he only replied with, "You should see for yourself." I was excited. I got to be a part of it and his life. He invited me to his church. I went out and bought a long skirt and threw my hair up. I figured I should be respectful and dress like his mother. He picked me up that following Wednesday evening and drove me to the meeting. It was at a Holiday Inn conference room. Everyone was very old except for me, my boyfriend, his younger brother, and 2 toddlers. The meeting, that's what they called it, was run by 2 very elderly women from Ireland. Pretty sure it was Ireland. I could barely understand them, but the Bibles they used were normal Bibles, so I didn't feel too uncomfortable. They had a hymnal that just said hymns on the front. Everyone sang a cappella. There were never instruments. It was a very strange evening, but because they used a typical Bible, I figured it was fine. I eventually stopped attending the Baptist church that I was part of and went strictly to my boyfriend's meetings. Wednesdays were held at the Holiday Inn, and Sundays were held in various friends' houses. Every member was called a friend. The meetings weren't huge, maybe 10 to 20 people. Each fall and spring, though, they held conventions. They would be on someone's farm and would be every friend in the state, and sometimes a few surrounding states. Those were very, very big. We would stay in quarters and listen to people speak from the Bible. You also had a chance to stand up and read a verse that meant something to you. This all happened very slowly and over the course of 2 years or so. I must have been obsessed with just trying to do the right thing and follow Jesus because I didn't notice that I was being brainwashed. I ended up living with him. I have no idea to this day how that transition ever happened or if my parents ever wondered where I was. My parents were in the middle of a messy divorce and honestly probably didn't notice that I was gone. My boyfriend's mom didn't believe in using hospitals or doctors and took a holistic approach to her family's and my health. She had me on different vitamins every day of the week. I was already very skinny, but over time, I lost even more weight. I probably got down to about 80 or 90 pounds. She also gave me iodine drops under my tongue every day. This all led to me being severely underweight, and I had stopped sleeping almost completely. I think the doctors said that it was all the vitamin B12 in my system. While in a hazy state of mind, I ended up getting baptized in a lake at one of the conventions. Shortly thereafter, when we went home, I started having panic attacks. Everything from this time is such a blur to me. Such a blur. I eventually had one big panic attack that threw me over the edge. I had a complete mental breakdown. I remember a few things very vividly. I tried to read the Bible to calm down, and I couldn't read anymore. Everything was just shapes and blobs. This led to more crying. My dad remarried 2 weeks after the divorce, and married a woman named Nikki. I was convinced that they were both Satan because of this. I tried to jump off of a very high hill near my house that I was staying at. I would have at the very least broken many bones if not died. I thought I was already dead, and was convinced that their house was a coffin, and they were burying me outside, and my soul was just overhearing it all. I guess they realized that something was wrong, and probably didn't want to be liable, because they found my dad's number and told him to come get me. I fought going, and cried and screamed, but my dad took me back to his house. I didn't sleep that night again, and thought that his house was the Twin Towers, and I was stuck inside as they were falling down. I started seeing small rainbows everywhere. My brain was totally screwed up, you guys. The next day, my dad and stepmom took me to a behavioral health hospital. I remember that it was the day that Steve Irwin died, because my dad told me in the waiting room, and I thought for sure that he murdered Steve Irwin, and that's how we knew that he was dead. But it was on the news in the waiting room. Either way, I stayed in an acute wing of the hospital for 2 weeks. They took my vitals several times a day and night. I had to go to group therapy sessions and drink inshore all day until I was finally up to a healthy weight. That man and his family really messed me up. I hope that I never see them again. It's almost 10 years later, and I still have nightmares about them. I had one last night, actually. They're mostly just present in the dream. I had the courage to finally try and Google the name of their cult. It took some digging, but they're called 2x2s. Sorry that this was so long. So much happened to me. This is just all I can remember. When I was in my early teens, my parents had this midlife crisis. They were always religious, but they encountered this group that took it to a whole other level. Certain facets of their faith were somewhat neglected, and their marriage wasn't very stable at this time, so they grasped onto this and took us along for the ride. It all started out with a summer camp, something innocent sounding enough. There were about 35 other boys going to it from all over the country. I would later realize this summer camp wasn't really about swimming, playing games and sports, going on day trips to places like Niagara Falls or Washington, D.C. It was the first stage of their recruitment to join. Most of the children there were from larger families that were intimately familiar with the group. A lot of their older or younger brothers were attending the camp. Most of them had gone for years because the purpose of the program was to draw in boys to their boarding school. In fact, the camp took place at the boarding school campus. After the summer program was over, my brother wanted to go there for high school instead of local public school. I had really no desire to go to the public school after the absolutely horribly 8th grade year that I had at the middle school next door. So that, coupled with the pressure of my parents and brother, had me going to the boarding school that September. Things started off decently. There wasn't much pressure, but it was a very religious school. Prayers several times a day. There was the option to go to church every morning, and instruction was completely from their unique Catholic perspective in every way. I would attend this school for 3 years, 2 on, 1 off, and my graduate year. The school really served as the second stage to their organizational recruitment. Not everyone who attended joined or was expected to join, but those who showed enough fervor or interest were groomed to becoming full-time members. When I was 16, I knew full well that I wasn't ever going to join the group. But my brother did. I'm not sure if my brother just never had much luck with girls, but he decided to forgo all of that for the cause and joined right after he completed high school. For the most part, I never really realized how far out this organization was until years later, when I had a crisis in my own religious faith and became a non-believer and saw how they treated the many people who left the group over time. Most, if not all, who leave the group don't lose their faith, but there is a lot of ostracizing. While in the school, we did a lot of things with the rest of the group, including protesting campaigns for things that we didn't fully understand, attended some of their Saturday meetings at their headquarters, events, conferences, marches, etc. Their methods were not extreme, but they fostered a severe us versus the world mentality. Rock music was satanic. Anyone who didn't embrace our version of belief and morals was a monster and horrible person. Everything was seen in black and white, and they couldn't comprehend how somebody could disagree on one thing with them, yet agree in many other things. At their meetings, they did a lot of patting themselves on the back by talking of their campaigns and the supposed success of them, how they were going to bring the world back to order, which according to them meant their version of Catholicism. Most of them didn't even like the Pope at the time because he wasn't fire and brimstone enough. Speaking of that, a lesser talked about subject publicly, but strongly believed and discussed privately, was that the world was going to enter this period of death, destruction, and end times that would last many years. Even they prepared for it in some ways by building a sort of bomb shelter in one of the buildings. This would then be followed by a 1,000-year reign of Mary, in which they would lead the world back to religion, and it would be happy times and glory to be had for all. My brother even bought into this stuff a lot when he was younger, mocking me for my interest in technology, because it isn't going to do you any good when the nukes fall and there is no electricity. That was probably just a harmless tease on his part, but it always irritated me that he actually thought living like a hermit was the best, most productive use of our lives, or that foregoing technology was wise, because you might have to live without it at some point. As it is, my parents still like the group. I see my brother once, maybe twice a year, and I don't really communicate with anyone there anymore. For years, though, my brother didn't want to visit us. He was always terrible about planning it and acted like it was unimportant. It did bother my parents that he had separated himself from us to such an extent, but now that they are more religious than ever, they see it as a good thing that he is doing there. My mom almost got involved with a cult when I was little. She met this elderly couple who was a part of a church and would come over every Thursday and Friday to say prayer, talk about God, and read the Bible with my mom. I thought it was nice because my mom is a big Christian, so I thought that it was nice that she finally had someone to talk to. But then things started getting odd. They started getting more aggressive, so to say. My mom told me one day that the man in the couple was feeling something was not right in our household. He never said what he meant until a week later. He said my dad and I were not right with God and were too worldly, and that my mom should leave us. She didn't really let this get to her though, mainly because I think she was lonely. They then started asking for money, or a seed. We were super broke at the time, but my mom still gave them somewhere between $5 to $10 a week. But then it got really weird. I finally met them one day because I was stuck at home from school due to being sick. My mom suggested that I meet them, and I did. They started doing that thing where one person will be praying really loudly and telling the devil off, while the other one was behind me. Next thing you know, she's poking my forehead. I didn't know what she was doing, so I asked her to please stop. She kept going until my mom made her stop. The lady said that I am too worldly and that my time will be soon. Okay. Here's how I know that they were a cult. Remember how I said that they suggested that my mom leave? They tried to make her leave one day, saying that she could live with them and that they have a big house with their church on the property and a few other members stay there too. My mom obviously said no, but they were not having it. They basically tried to mentally force my mom into going. She said it worked a little, but she knew what was right. She called the police, and the police made them get off the property while they screamed, yelling, "Have fun burning in hell," and other like terms. 2 years pass, and I'm watching the news with my mom, when wouldn't you know it, the couple were on the news. They were charged with attempted kidnapping of another family's 2 to 3 kids. Yeah, they were definitely in a cult. I was once driving through the Canadian Rockies late at night and had just passed through a small town. So I'm driving through the pitch black and I need to stop to use the restroom and have a smoke. But because it's so dark, I missed the last rest stop for the next while. No problem. The highway is completely deserted. So I pull to the side of the road, use the restroom while staring out into the dark, and then I light up a cigarette and stand by my car. As I'm standing there, I see the figure of a man just walking out of the tree line. I'm miles from civilization, very patchy cell phone service, and there isn't a soul on the road. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, and maybe it was a deer. But no, this was a man. So I calmly walk back to the driver's door and I get in, locking the doors behind me. I'm keeping my eye on this guy as I nervously smoke and have my car in drive, ready to peel out. But for some reason, I just stayed put. The guy walks up to my passenger side door and knocks on the window. I crack the window and I ask what's up. He replies to me in a very serious tone. "I need you to call the cops." I cautiously ask why, and he tells me that he had gone out into the woods to unalive himself, but he couldn't go through with it because he had thought of his daughters right before he was about to do it. I call the cops while the guy cries silently outside. He had a kitchen knife that he was going to use on himself, so I stayed in the car and advised him to maybe leave the knife on the ground before the cops arrived. The cops came and got him, but before they left with him, I gave him a solid heart-to-heart and wished him well. I still think about him. I hope that he was able to turn things around. Well, I'm a truck driver, and this story was creepy, at least at first. I pull into a Purdue plant, drop my empty trailer and go park where they allow bobtails to set, right next to a little nice pond. My pickup was in 12 hours, so I did my PTI and lay down in the bunk. At about 3 a.m. I hear something tapping on my passenger side door. I get up, look out the window expecting to see someone, maybe a driver asking for a lumper check, but no one's there. Alright, maybe I'm hearing things. So I go back to lay down. As soon as my head hits the pillow, I hear the tapping again, except this time it's on my driver's side. Same thing as before. I jump up and look out my window, but nothing's there. I double lock my doors just in case and open my side hatches so I can hear what's going on outside. After about 15 minutes, I hear a very light splat, splat, splat going along the driver's side of the truck. I slowly get up, planning to look out my window at the exact moment whoever it is knocks on my door, and then I hear a thud coming from the roof of the cab. I stop, grab my tire thumper off its hook, and ready myself for whatever the heck is going on. Then a goose falls off the top of my truck and lands on my hood. It stands up, waddles back and forth, and looks at me. As we make eye contact, the tapping at my door starts again. I say screw it and throw open the driver's side door, and there's another goose waddling away with all the speed that it can manage, honking like a 5-year-old who just found a horn on his new bike. The pond that I parked next to had a ton of them just messing around. Needless to say, it was hard to sleep that night because every couple of minutes, the geese would peck at my door or land on the cab and waddle around. Trucker here. I think the best creepy thing that ever happened to me was I was heading down from Tucson, Arizona, up into Salt Lake City, Utah. Well, this was a few years ago, and the main highway had been taken out in a flash flood. It was under construction, so I had to take a weird detour through the mountains in lower Utah. Well, it was getting late, and I was getting tired, so I pulled off onto the shoulder, and I went to sleep in my bunk. Now this was in the middle of nowhere. Closest town was like 40 miles away, so it's completely pitch black outside once I turn the lights off. Anyway, around 4 a.m. I wake up because I'm hearing something messing with my truck, like playing with the air and power cables between my cab and the trailer, which is literally 6 inches from where my head is at, but on the outside of the cab. Then I feel something climb onto the landing that's on the back of my truck, and it shakes my whole truck. So I'm guessing something around 200 to 300 pounds was climbing around back there. I'm thinking like a mountain lion or a bear. At this point, I'm wide awake, and I want to get this thing away from me. So I slam my hand into the cab wall, trying to scare whatever is out there. Slam. Hard enough to really make it loud. I then hear someone, a male, scream bloody murder, and I hear them fall off the back of my truck. I then hear about 15 other people all around my truck yelling. I climb up front, turn on my lights, and illuminate a squad of Army reserves doing their midnight ruck march and capture drills. Turns out, these guys were supposed to find an abandoned truck and secure it for their midnight drills. That truck was 3 miles back down the road. They were not expecting me to be sleeping there, and thought that I was part of the drill. I'm ex-military, so after explaining that I was not part of their test, and legit was just there out of coincidence, we laughed it off. They had to radio their CO and tell him that I was there, and to not have the other squads bother me. I used to deliver hotshot freight across the Great Plains/Minnesota area. One night around 2 a.m., I was hauling across North Dakota, trying to reach Montana by morning. I was delivering a particularly valuable tractor part that a farm desperately needed for the following day. I began to notice some highway hypnosis sneaking up on me, but it didn't really bother me because I'd been through it hundreds of times before. Anyone who has driven across North Dakota knows that it is incredibly flat, like really flat. There also tends to be very straight and long roads. It's somewhat easy to see things on the road that are far away, even at night. I noticed something long on the road, spanning my entire lane, approximately half a mile in front of me. I slowed down a little and prepared to move into the opposite lane, thinking it was some retread off of a blown tire. As I got closer, I noticed it was 2 people, laying head to toe across the entire lane. I swerved into the other lane, successfully avoiding them, and came to an almost complete stop. But they didn't move. Not an inch. I was just about to back up and check on them when I remembered a story that an old graybeard colleague of mine told me. He told me that in certain remote areas, people will lie down in the middle of the road and wait for a car or truck to stop and see what's going on. At that point, the road layers, along with whoever else is hiding in nearby bushes, will beat the crap out of the driver and steal his vehicle, leaving him in the middle of nowhere. I decided not to back up, and when the two people in the road saw me put my truck back in gear and drive away, they both got up and walked towards the shoulder. I called the police and explained what happened, but we were so far away from civilization that I doubt anything came of it. Thanks to that old graybeard, I got to keep my truck, my job, and my teeth. I parked off of an exit ramp at about 3 a.m. for my 10-hour break. The moon was full and high, and I spotted an unmistakably human figure in a nearby cut cornfield. A little spooky, but I just wrote it off as an old-timer putting up a scarecrow for the grandkids. I started watching a few YouTube videos before turning in, and out of the corner of my vision I thought I saw movement. I shut my lights off to get a good look. I saw the figure, but nothing else. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like maybe it was in a different spot, maybe a little closer even. I was definitely feeling a little spooked. The highway was devoid of anyone besides a car passing every 10 minutes or so. I didn't want to, but I had to jump out to pee. I considered a bottle, but I told myself that I was being childish. I took a look at the figure, and it was right where I figured it should be. I hop out, walk between my truck and trailer, and start leaking. Every fiber of my being wanted to look. I told myself again that I was being foolish, but I couldn't help it. I looked out. The field was empty. The figure wasn't there. My stomach dropped. I pinched it off and jumped back in. I took off down the highway. Didn't give one crap about a violation. I stopped 40 minutes up the road at a well-lit and very full Love's. I haven't stopped on a ramp since. I used to do deliveries, and I used to have this regular that was out in the boondocks, about 25 plus minutes out of the way of civilization, and smack dab in the middle of two large towns. I would drive this route maybe once a month, and would always pass at least one car driving towards me due to the sheer length of the drive. There was a small group of old houses on this route that were really broken down, and I had never seen anyone around them in the 6+ months of me driving that route. I always assumed that they were vacant because they didn't even look livable. Well, I was driving out to this customer one fall afternoon. I had been driving for a very long time without seeing a single car drive towards me. Finally drive past the abandoned houses, and there's one old lady in her front yard pushing an old manual grass cutter, but she stops in her tracks as I drive towards her. I took it as a sign I was speeding or something and slow down. I take a quick glance in my rearview mirror after passing by, and she was staring straight at me. She dropped the grass cutter and turned 180 degrees to do this. It was just very odd and definitely set off my spidey sense. I never saw her again or anyone else on that route by those houses in the 10 months that I drove it. I drove a trash route in a very rural area. We were at a stop loading trash when a pickup stopped behind us. A petite woman in scrubs that was covered in blood got out and asked directions to Lake Jack Nolan. She said there was a deer that had been hit by a truck and she had been sent to remove the remains. She never said who sent her, but she wasn't moving a deer anywhere at her size. We gave her directions and sent her on her way. We all said we wondered if she was going to dump a body or something. She was already covered in blood, in a nice truck, and was supposed to be on her way to move roadkill that was far too heavy for her to handle. Then we just went back to work. My father was a truck driver in East Africa in the 80s and early 90s. During the years leading up to the Rwandan genocide, my father was passing through Rwanda. He reached a checkpoint and was forcibly removed from his truck at gunpoint. Apparently, he looked like he belonged to the Tutsi tribe, and they put him in a cage with other Tutsi prisoners. He tried communicating that he isn't Rwandan, but no one spoke the same language as him. Every night, they would take about 5 people from the cage and slaughter them in front of him. After the 3rd night, he saw a man that spoke a little bit of Swahili, which my dad spoke, and told him that he's not Rwandan and showed him his ID. Somehow that guy got him out, and he was handed the keys to his truck and was on his way. My dad drove a truck between Edinburgh and London and tells this story often. He was driving down the motorway and looked to his right, saw a woman with a Miss Trunchbull bun, as he describes it, staring at him with a terrified expression from a car next to him. Before he really knows how to react, the car pulls off at the next exit, and my dad, although shaken, carries on. About half an hour later, a different car with a different driver pulls alongside my dad, with the same woman in the passenger seat, with the same expression on her face. My dad thinks, screw this, and plans to pull into the next services to report, as even if it's nothing, / a misunderstanding. Better to be safe than sorry, right? Anyway, the car disappears before he can get any details, like the license plate or etc., and he thinks that there's no point in calling the police with no details, so he carries on driving. Literally about 4 hours later, almost in London, yet another car pulls alongside him with the same woman, same Miss Trunchbull hair, same terrified expression, except this time, she appears to be screaming at my dad through the window. So my dad pulls over into a lay-by and calls the police. Apparently, they have received 3 other calls about the same woman / car in the same area in the last few minutes. It is unfortunately anticlimactic, as he never heard anything more. But he didn't see her again, and although he kept an eye on the news, he didn't see anything about it. Hopefully, it's just a gigantic coincidence. But who knows? Around 2006, I was driving flatbed. I picked up a load of construction material, drywall, roofing. I don't remember, but it was prepackaged in boxes, and I remember having to use strap protectors on the load in rural Tennessee. My memory is foggy, but I want to say that it was between Memphis and Nashville, but closer to the intersection of the Missouri, Alabama, and Tennessee lines. Tarp required, so I strapped everything down, tarped the load, and left the shipper. About 5 miles down the road, in the middle of nowhere, woods on a 2-lane road, I noticed my tarp flapping in the wind. I found a wide shoulder and pulled over to fix it. I realized that I just flat did a crappy job tarping this load, and decide to redo it on the side of the road. I undo all the bungee straps, drag the tarps off, roll them back up, climb up on the load and start unrolling the tarps again, and I see a guy walking down the same side of the road that I'm on, coming towards my truck. I don't know anything about it, other than to keep an eye on him because I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I continue what I'm doing. About the time that I have the tarps set in place, and I'm climbing down to start hooking the bungee straps back on, this dude is getting close enough that I'm now paying more attention to him than I am to tarping my load. I grab my winch bar and set it on the trailer where I'm working just in case. It's an 8-pound solid metal bar about 4 feet long tapered to a blunt point on one end, and a hollow on the other, just for tightening straps and chains, etc. The guy gets to me, and the first thing that I notice is his hair. It's like a mullet, but really patchy. Like he tried to cut his own hair and had a seizure in the process, and said screw it, good enough to party. The next thing I noticed were his eyes, which I can only describe as off. Like they were clear. I didn't think that he was drunk or high or anything, but it also gave me the distinct impression that the elevator didn't go up all the way. Clothes were dirty and not well maintained, with dirty white tennis shoes, because I remember that he didn't have laces on one shoe and the tongue was noticeably out of place. He stops by me, waits until I acknowledge him and just says, "I've got a long walk." I'm like, "Yeah man, you do. We're in the middle of nowhere," making it clear that there's no ride to be had here. He nods, starts walking by me to continue on his way, stops at about the driver door on my truck and turns around, comes back to me and repeats himself. "I've got a long walk." At this point, I explain that I can't give him a ride, insurance and all that, apologize for not being able to help him out, and he seems to accept this, turns around and leaves. I wait for him to get a little ways up from my truck and start working on finishing the tarp job. I still keep an eye on him, and he's moving away from me. As I'm putting on the last of the bungee straps, I look over to check where he's at, and he's turned around now heading back towards me, now about 100 yards in front of my truck and coming back my way. It looks like he's talking on a cell phone, has his hand up to his face, and I can barely make out his mouth moving. His other hand waving like he's having a conversation with someone. I finish with the straps, grab my winch bar, and I'm climbing into my truck as he's about 10 yards away now. Soon as I'm in the cab, I lock the doors and set the winch bar on the passenger seat just in case. I look at the guy and realize that he's not talking on the phone, but he's talking to his hand. And now I'm nervous, because he doesn't look like he's having a nice pleasant chat. It looks more like an angry conversation. I crank the truck up and put it in gear and just pull off. I didn't look for traffic or anything. As I pass him, he's just looking at me, still holding his hand to his face with his dead look on his face just staring at me. It gave me the creeps. About the time that I hit the 5th or 6th gear, I look in the mirror, and there's no one there. I used to drive truck in northern Manitoba. There's a road in the northeast that you can drive for several hours and see very few vehicles. This road is quite flat and straight in stretches. Of course, this is deep in the bush. One day I saw something cross the road in the distance. Very large, easily past the hood on my truck, but not long like a moose or an elk, just tall. It disappeared into the bush, and as I drove by the spot, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I heard days later a tow truck driver describing on the radio his encounter with a similar creature. Only, he was much more clear that he had spotted Bigfoot. This guy went to some length to explain that he didn't want people thinking he was crazy, but he was sure of what he saw. I asked an Aboriginal client of mine in a nearby community, and he said that the elders spoke of them as commonly the same way as they spoke of other animals. I don't know what I saw that day, but I'm certain that it wasn't a bear, moose, deer, or elk. I just don't know what the heck it was. Years ago, I read about a guy who was riding with his truck driver father as a child. They were in the middle of nowhere, and they were coming up on a person laying in the road with no one else around. No cars, nothing. His dad blew the horn. They didn't move. He blew it again as he got closer. They didn't move. He told his son to put his head down and cover his eyes, and he ran the person over. When they looked back, A bunch of people who were previously hiding were running out of the woods, and the gist was that his dad knew it was a setup for a robbery or worse, and wasn't chancing it with his child in the car. No clue if it was true or not, but I think about that story all of the time. My great-uncle drove trucks. Living in the middle of nowhere, sometimes people would leave trash on the road. And since he had a big truck, he'd just smash into said boxes or paper and continue on. One day, he was coming up on a cardboard box and just had the urge to swerve and miss this one. He misses it and passes by with no incident. Looks in the rear view to look at the box, and out pops a kindergarten-age little kid that just heads back to their house as nothing happened. I used to work as a field technician in the oil industry, so I spent a lot of time driving through remote areas of Canada at odd hours. One very strange and eerie experience sticks with me. I was in either northeast British Columbia or northwest Alberta. I can't remember the exact location, but I was driving late at night when I noticed a very large black shape on the road in front of me. Thinking it was a moose, I stepped on the brakes, coming to a stop only a few feet from it. Despite being so close and having my headlights shining directly on it, I still couldn't tell what I was looking at. It was vaguely the shape of a four-legged animal, but very big, probably about 6 feet tall. Aside from that, it was completely featureless. I couldn't make out any details whatsoever. No shine from its eyes, nothing. And then I noticed there were more of them in the ditch on both sides of the road. 5 or 6, or maybe more. All the same as the black shape in the road in front of me. None of them were moving. They don't look like physical objects or living things. More like just large patches of absolute darkness. After I got over my initial shock, dread started to set in, and I drove around the thing on the road and sped off. I don't really believe that this was a paranormal experience. I had been driving for 8+ hours through the middle of the night, and I was exhausted. Most likely, it was a hallucination caused by lack of sleep and spending too long staring straight ahead into the dark. But it was still a very unsettling experience. I was driving through eastern Washington on some state roads. There were no rest stops or cities, but I had done the route enough to know that there were these massive dirt areas every roughly 40 miles where you could park safely away from the road. I decided to call it a night and closed my blinds and laid down to watch something on my phone. After roughly an hour, I hear someone try to open the driver's side door. I haven't heard any vehicles on the road the whole time I'm parked, but I get up to peek out the curtains. As I'm looking out into the blackness of the driver's side window, I hear them try the passenger side door. I peek down from the top of the curtain, but can't see anything, so I start the truck and kick on the lights. I'm fairly freaked out at this point, so I'm still not opening the curtains but peeking through the gaps. Nothing. Nobody is standing near either of my doors or parked within sightline. I take a deep breath and close the sleeper curtains too, because for some reason that's going to make things better, right? After laying back down and convincing myself that something blew against the truck and it only sounded like the doors, it was fairly windy outside and a lot of flat ground, I hear the sounds of someone trying to pry open the vents on the sleeper. The door handles start clicking again and the truck starts shifting like someone is climbing on it. I hit the little alarm button in the sleeper, hoping to spook them off, but it does nothing but add to the noise of the door handles. Fingers tapping on the windows and chassis, the hiss of air coming out of the suspension. Then suddenly it stops. A few moments where I can only hear myself breathing and my heart pounding before I hear another truck approach and then drive by. I spent the next few hours waiting for whatever it was to come back, but it never did. In the morning, I couldn't find any footprints or damage to my truck, but on every window were tiny human-looking handprints, like a toddler had licked their hand and stuck it to my window, over and over. Okay, I got one while I was actually driving a bus in the deserts of Central Australia. I was over 500 kilometers from the nearest town, so yeah, middle of nowhere stuff. I was out on a 5-day charter to pick up a bunch of Aboriginal elder women to go and get their women's business health checks done. On the day I took them to get that done, we went via a place called Mintabi, so they could shop in the clothing in whatever store that's randomly in this little opal mining area of southern Australia. We left from there quite late to make the 3 or so hour journey back to where we were all staying overnight. The next day, I'd take them back to their respective desert communities. The passengers all fell asleep, as they'd had a very long day. As had I, but that's my job. Even the nurse who was traveling with us fell asleep. So there's me, all alone in the cab of the Mercedes truck-derived bus. My 30 passengers all sleeping in the darkness of the passenger's pod behind the cab, and it was around 9 p.m. Up ahead in the distance, I see a headlight coming towards me along the lonely desert dirt road, so I dip my lights till the spotlights go off and adjust to see only what low beam will show me. I drive down into a slight dip of a dry creek bed, expecting to see the car with only one headlight anytime shortly. It's nothing unusual to see a car with only one headlight out there, so I'm not even remotely bothered. As I come out of the dip, I put my spotlights and high beams back on, and there is no car, no nothing, just the empty dirt road. There is no dust in the air, and I can see a good distance in front of me and out to each side. There was nothing there, just the empty desert, the dirt road, and me alone in the cab. I keep the lights on until we come to a stop about an hour later. I didn't see any cars or anything the rest of the journey. Before I let the passengers out, I ask if any of them saw the light, and they all go dead silent. And after a short while, they start talking in their own language, hurriedly, and then they all got off the bus. A few minutes later, a couple of the ladies came up to me to ask me to tell them exactly what I saw without leaving anything out and to describe exactly where I saw it. Now, I'm a big guy. I've lived on 3 continents. I've been a police officer, a teacher, bus and coach driver, truck driver, all sorts of things. Let's just say that I'm pretty skeptical, but I do have an open mind. I'm not scared by much in this world. After I told these ladies everything from start to finish and described in minute detail exactly where it happened, I took note of exactly how far out we were when it happened. The 2 ladies looked at me with the whites showing in their eyes. They looked spooked and they said, and I'll never forget the way they said it. I got on great with the indigenous people of Central Australia, and I trust that I know when something rattles them. They said this, "Driver, we are so lucky that you did not stop, because if you did, no one would have seen any of us ever again. We'd all be gone." I asked why, and they just shook their heads and said to not talk about it, because it had scared all the ladies. I'm pretty sure that many people have heard about the Min Min lights in Western Queensland. Well, whatever these ladies knew about whatever I saw in our location, they were convinced that it wasn't something you wanted to meet in the desert at night. I only ever saw this once. I only saw it for maybe a minute, and it just looked like a car headlight a couple of kilometers away up the road, But I'll tell you what, if the ladies that came from this area and whose people have survived in this desolate, remote part of the continent for 60,000 years are worried to the point of all being scared, I certainly don't want to mess with whatever it is. When I was in high school, my friends and I used to go near graveyards at night and tell scary stories. One night, we were all just sitting and telling stories, when from the corner of my eye, I saw a figure get up from the grave, the way a person gets up when they're laying on the floor, and walk towards the rear gate. I freaked out and asked others if they saw what I saw, and everyone nodded yes. We ran for our lives, and one of our friends got so scared that he had a fever for 3 days. A few weeks later, we found out that this guy was real, and he used to sleep with his deceased wife's grave. I never had such confusing emotions that came after learning this. Even after knowing I still had that scary feeling, and I was sad for the guy. Reno, Nevada, a place on the north side of town, way off the freeway towards an old military road. I got there early at like 1 a.m. They didn't open until 6 a.m. The facility was closed, so there was no one around, and I just pulled into the lot and parked off to the side. So I went to sleep and was woken shortly after to someone knocking on the door/window, firmly, to the point where the truck shook. I jump out of bed, thinking that they are already there and want to offload me early. I get to the door and no one is there, so I step down thinking that they're behind the trailer, looking at the door seal or something like that. No one around. I look under the truck and around. Absolutely no one. No wind or bad weather. Not another person around. I jump in the truck and pull out of there as fast as I could and went and parked in a nearby truck stop. I still can't explain it. I mean, I guess I can justify I could have imagined the sound, but the truck shaking was definitely real. So, I don't know what it was. We were driving down south along the Sea of Cortez with a buddy at night at this 4-hour dirt road to Gonzaga, which is pretty much in the middle of nowhere in the desert. And we see the lights of a car behind coming down fast and now effectively tailing us. And they had bar mount headlights on top, or what seemed like it, which are super bright. It's normal, or was, that locals and gringos get wasted in the nearest, now former due to COVID, Spring Breaker town, and then go down this road super fast to test their rigs since there's no police there. So I try waving him off to get the guy to keep them lights low, since he's blinding us, but he isn't slowing down a bit, nor turning off his roof lights. And it was a dangerous, super dark road. Finally, near a curve near the shore, I found a spot to bail off the road without crashing, and we see the lights pass by us super fast and going straight to the curve, and we're like, that's it, he's gonna crash down to the sea. But the lights didn't fall and kept going straight into the beach and the sea, and then pitched up abruptly to the night sky and disappeared. We didn't say a word for a minute or so, and then my buddy goes, "Did you see it?" And I say, "The freaking flying truck?" We didn't talk about it anymore, as it simply didn't make any sense to talk about it, or with anyone else, when we arrived. My family, as well as a couple of uncles and my oldest cousin, went on a trip from Mexico City to Acapulco when I was barely a year old. Back home in the middle of the night. The good old days when you could travel at night. The car broke down, and a police car quickly came to our help. There were 3 policemen in the car, and the chief offered to take my dad to the nearest gas station where he could find a mechanic, and told the other 2 officers to stay with our car. My dad says they seem absolutely not pleased with the order until the chief told them, "Don't worry, there's a woman and 2 children." That seemed to calm the 2 officers. Driving to the gas station on the police car, my dad asked the chief what was all about. The chief told him there had been many accidents in that part of the road. That's why they were able to find our car so quickly. All of the accidents involved young men traveling without female or child company. Those who had survived said that they crashed because they could see a very beautiful woman next to the road, but once they came close to her, she turned out to be just a rotting corpse staring at them, and they crashed because they were paralyzed by fear. I was working the overnight shift from Friday night into Saturday morning at a gas station. At about 6 a.m., a semi pulls into the fuel aisle. The driver gets out and almost runs into the store clearly shaken. His face is completely white, and he is obviously upset. My first thought was the poor man had hit someone on the road. We get lots of drunks walking across a 4-lane highway in front of the store, so I ask what's wrong. He looks at me for a second and is like, "I'm not crazy." Now I'm thinking, great, I'm here all alone and this guy is losing it. I say, of course not. I just saw something huge on the side of the road. Like a deer or bear? We had a bear get in the dumpster last week. No, bigger than a bear on its back legs. Maybe a big person? It picked up a dead buck on the side of the road and carried it over its shoulder into the woods. I could only stare at him. My brain cannot deal with this information this late in a shift. A local comes up to the counter to get his usual, and the guy tells him the story, and the local says, that's just the Bigfoot that lives near the county line." The truck driver and I are both looking at this guy like he has 2 heads. He has to be joking. The trucker pays for his fuel at record speed and leaves never to be seen again. The local still insists it's Bigfoot. I just don't get in the woods because I don't know. I was driving from Spokane, Washington to Omaha, Nebraska. Just cruising down Highway 212 in the middle of the night in southern Montana. At about 2 a.m., I'm pulling through the only town, Lame Deer NT. I've tried to find it on a map since, but I can't be certain. But I think that was it. On that lonely stretch of highway. 1 stoplight town, and I get stopped at the only red light. Haven't seen a vehicle on the road since I'd hopped off I-90 about an hour prior, and there wasn't a single person outside in the town. Sitting at that red light, a loud siren/alarm starts sounding. Loud enough that I don't see how any person in the town or within a few miles could have slept through it. It reminded me of the siren from the movie Silent Hill. I gunned it through the red light and away from that town as fast as my little 4-cylinder Malibu would go. It may not seem that crazy, but just imagine the most haunting sound you've ever heard, in a place you've never been, several hours separated from seeing a person last. I'm sure there's an innocent explanation for the siren, but it still sends chills down my spine, just thinking of it. I'm not a trucker. but I had a college teammate from Miami tell a story that he swears on to this day. He and his girlfriend were making the drive to Naples late at night, on a 2-lane road through the Everglades, and he had been in a line of cars behind an 18-wheeler for multiple miles. She fell asleep, and he was surfing for something to listen to on the radio. Only one station came in clearly enough to be tolerable, so he gave it a listen. The DJ came on and said something along the lines of, "The stars are extra bright in the Everglades tonight. If you're driving through there, pull off and take a look." He said he normally wouldn't even think about it, but for some reason felt compelled to that night. He woke up his girlfriend. She was annoyed and didn't want to, but he convinced her that it would be worth it. They stopped and just looked at the stars for 5 to 10 minutes. He said it was the most amazing sky he's ever seen. They get back on the road and drive another few minutes and come across a massive accident. The truck they were following had jackknifed and took out a handful of vehicles they were following. He said there were multiple fatalities, but I've never been able to find a story about it to confirm. Probably would have been in 2005-ish. They most likely would have been involved, if not for that random DJ on the only radio station to come in that night. My friend drove for a few years a while back. He told me that he was driving a rig very late at night in Utah, driving on a lesser used 2-lane highway. He said he remembers feeling very alert that night, so he noticed what appeared to be a figure manifesting up ahead on the dark road. Told me it wasn't on the road but just next to it. He then comes to a stop and grabs his heavy-duty flashlight and points it at the figure. He then describes it. Apparently, this humanoid creature had a dead coyote that it was eating, and the truck had gotten its attention and made it angry. So it sort of stands up so he can get a full view of the thing. It was gaunt, with very big eyes, and of course the coyote blood all over its face. Its height was about 6'2". It had skinny limbs and no clothing. He then describes how it started to shuffle slowly towards the truck. Not only does he not have a weapon at that time, the only usable weapon being his flashlight is actively helping him view this creature. He decides to book it and leave. Had no problem passing it. Turned around to see it standing in the middle of the road on 2 legs as he drove away. He then reaches the nearest rest stop, and he sees 2 other truckers talking. Apparently my friend wasn't the only one to see that thing. Both the 2 guys looked as horrified as he was. As for my opinion on my friend's encounter, I have to say my friend isn't one to lie, so his story had me intrigued. I told him that maybe what he saw was some mentally ill person out there, but he brushed the idea off, saying that he knew what he saw wasn't human. I'm not the superstitious type, but his story really did creep me out. I worked at the Nevada nuclear test site, decommissioning old buildings. How much time do you have, really, to hear all of my stories? But for this one of the creepiest days was when I was sent with an end dump load of non-hazmat material to the general landfill, which I had never been to before. Somehow I missed the turn and ended up at an armed gate with machine guns pointed at me. Very uncomfortable. Once I explained my mistake, I was quite hastily turned around, still not knowing exactly where my turn was. A very nondescript desert road was what I was looking for. I headed back. I turned on the next dirt road I came to and ended up at the Sedan crater. Went and smoked a cigarette on the observation deck all by my lonesome. My hands were still shaking from the run-in with the armed guards. Another was when I was delivering a hazmat load to Area 25. They had begun using robots to guard the area. They were still in beta testing, and someone may have just been messing with me. but the thing perceived my truck as a threat and blocked my ability to move. I went inside the building, and 15 minutes later, it had moved on. I'm not a trucker, but I had to drive home from DC to Nowhere, Kansas after getting off of active duty. I didn't have anything but my car, some clothes, and my late grandpa's old service revolver to my name. Couldn't leave base until 5 p.m., which put me in West Virginia after dark. My GPS decided to transfer me between highways via a few back roads. In the meantime, it just quits working. No cell phone, no GPS, and it's dark in the boonies. Figured I'd call it a night and find my way out from my Atlas in the morning. I pull off the road/path, lock my doors, put up sunshades on my windows and get some sleep. It was a nice hatchback sleeper setup in my honest opinion. I was just starting to doze off when I hear footsteps on gravel. I perk up, and it's definitely something on two legs, and it's definitely getting closer. So I fumble to get my sidearm without looking, while trying to peek through the shade to see anything. Black. I can't see a thing. All the wildlife is silent, and I can hear footsteps circling the car. Back passenger handle pulled. Front. Driver. Driver rear. Hatch. Silence. I'm hoping they'll think it's abandoned and just leave. I pull back the hammer on the revolver, and as soon as it clicks, there's a pounding on the hatch glass. I rip the sunshade down and see a man in an open plaid shirt just going to town on my window with his fist in his eyes that I've only seen on a rabbit right before slaughter. We lock eyes and he just starts screaming. Not even words, just straight up screaming. So I scream back that I'll blow his head off if he doesn't leave me alone. He takes off to the rear of the car. I catch my breath, climb into the driver's seat and start the car to get the crap out of there. Suddenly, my window explodes into nothing. I later learned that broken spark plugs will do that, and he reaches in the car and yanks me out the window. Terrified, I fall awkward as crap as I clear the window, so I'm on the ground. He's kicking the crap out of me, and I'm scrambling trying to find the gun that I dropped in the commotion. Seemingly out of nowhere, this random middle-aged guy comes charging out of the woods and decks the guy. They tussle a bit. I find the gun under the car. Crazy guy number 1 leaves, and I draw down on crazy guy 2. He puts his hands up, asking me not to shoot and generally being rational. I asked what he was doing out here, and he said, "Well, I'm not here to mess around with spiders." Then explained that he's out here on vacation in a cabin, heard screaming and came to help. I thanked him and got the crap out of there, found a Walmart a few towns over, and slept under a street lamp. I called my dad the next day to tell him I'd be late, because I had to replace a window, and explained what happened. When he heard the spider thing, he laughed and made a joke about how his dad always said that because he had a bunch of Australian pilot buddies. Apparently, it means like, what the heck does it look like I'm doing? Now, my grandpa died before I was born, and I'd actually never seen a photo of him aside from a service photo when he was about 20. So I get home and go to put grandpa's gun back in dad's lockbox. I almost crapped my pants when I see a photo inside of my dad with the dude that saved me, down to the clothes. I flip it over, and it's got my dad and grandpa's names on it, and 1990 was dated. So I asked my dad when the picture was, and he says it's special because that was taken the morning of grandpa's accident. I'm not saying that I believe in ghosts, but it's a really messed up coincidence that the guy who saved me from a tweaker is a dead ringer for the guy whose gun that I was trying to grab to protect me. Not my family, but kind of connected to it. My dad and mom were invited to a friend's family Christmas get-together, but they declined so they could stay in town. My dad loaned his car to his buddy though, and thought that that was the end of it. On the news the next day, they recognized my dad's car, filled with dead children. Turns out the buddy's dad went kind of bonkers, shot everyone in the family as they were walking into the house for the Christmas get-together, and strangled all of the children. He placed the adults' dead bodies in the living room and stuffed all of the children into my dad's car, the one that he loaned to his buddy, and the dad drove the car into a ditch. Dad and mom really dodged a bullet, but their good friend, whom they considered their brother, who died trying to save the children, did not. The year was 2008. I am a 28-year-old female, and I had an unusual visitor on Christmas Day. At the time, I was living in Indiana. The day started out like normal, opening gifts in front of a roaring fire with the twinkle of Christmas lights on the 8-foot pine in the living room. I served an early dinner for my family and a few friends, and everyone went home by 6 p.m. Everyone except my sister and brother-in-law, who are my roommates. They went to bed early in their room at the end of the hall with the door open. I went to my room with my dog, Bernard. I shut my door tight. I was just dozing off when I heard the knob turn. It began to slowly open. I waited for a second as I thought it was my sister coming in to ask something. It was almost 7, so my room was completely dark. I had left the lights on the Christmas tree glowing, so there should have been at least a little bit of light in the hallway. I should have been able to see whoever was entering my room. I pushed my blankets down and lifted my head off my pillow, and was blinded by a bright flash in my eyes. I covered my eyes with my hands and screamed, "Turn off that effing light, are you crazy?" The light immediately turned off, and I heard the thud of boots running down the hall. Bernard sprang into action and barked like crazy, and started running down the hallway. The bedside lamp is a touch light, so I tapped it on. My heart was pounding like crazy. I ran down the hall to my sister's room. She was asleep. I immediately got my phone and dialed 911. There was broken glass on one of the panes of my back door. Glass shards all over the floor. My dog was barking up a storm. The police arrived about 15 minutes later. Apparently there had been a wave of burglaries in the area over the few weeks prior. They never found the guy who did it. To the criminal who broke in on Christmas, and who I thought might be Santa, let's not meet again. This happened in 2019. I was in my second year of college and living in a townhome about a 10-minute walk from campus. I lived with 2 other girls at the time, but they were all back at their parents' house for the holiday. I work in healthcare and was working Christmas this year. A little bit of backstory. There used to be 4 of us living there, but one girl had moved out due to issues with her boyfriend. He was only supposed to come every so often, but he basically ended up living there. We told her she needed to kick him out after an incident with him one night where he got physical with her and verbally abusive with the rest of us. She wouldn't listen, and we told her we would have to talk to the landlord then. Long story short, she ended up moving out and left on bad terms with us. On another side, not here, I have been in physically, mentally abusive relationships before, so I understand how things may have been going for her. I tried my best for 2 years at that point to help open her eyes, to see the abuse and to get away from him. At this point, it was affecting everyone, and we didn't feel safe from him. So, she moved out. Okay, back to the story. It was Christmas Eve, and I worked the next day, so I was getting ready for bed. I locked the doors, turned the lights off, and went downstairs where my bedroom was. I was scrolling on TikTok for about an hour. It was Christmas Day at this point, when I heard what sounded like the chairs in the kitchen move. The kitchen
is right above my bedroom. I thought maybe I was hearing the neighbors next door, as we share the same walls and sometimes they can be loud. But I remember one of them texting me and asking me to bring in a package they were expecting while they were all gone at home. The noise was short-lived, and so I brushed it off. Next thing I know, my bedroom door is being opened slowly. In this moment, I get a flashback, and remember my second-grade teacher telling us about a time that someone broke into her house, and she acted as if she were asleep. So if they were just there to rob her, they wouldn't feel the need to hurt her if she saw them. But my phone screen is lighting up my scared, jaw-dropped face, so I can't act like I'm asleep. Where I'm laying in bed faces directly to the door, so we're just looking right at each other. So there I was, laying in my bed, scared to death, while this guy has one foot in my bedroom with the door cracked open. It felt like an eternity, but in reality was probably more like 10 seconds of us looking at one another. He slowly takes his foot out and closes my door. I sit there just in complete and utter shock. I couldn't make out what he looked like, as my eyes were adjusting to the dark again from the phone screen. All I could see was a backwards baseball cap. I knew I had to call the police. But I knew that if I called, it would alert my parents' phones that I'd called. Me being dumb was like, well, I don't want to make them worry. Also, I was scared he might still be somewhere in the house, and I didn't know what he would do if he heard me call. So I text the guy I was seeing at the time, and tell him, some random guy just broke into my house and came into my room. He snapped me out of it and told me to call the police, so I did. The dispatcher asked me if I felt comfortable to go unlock the front door for them so they didn't have to break it down. And I told her no way, I don't care if the door is broken, I'm not going up there alone. A couple of minutes later, I see flashlights shining through my window. I hear the police knocking at the door and announcing themselves. They got in and asked me where I was. I came out of my room and they came and got me. They told me to wait on the back porch while two of them searched the house and one stayed with me. It was like that stuff that you see in movies, where they have their guns and turn the corner with their partner and everything. They didn't find anyone, and I said nothing looked like it had been taken. They even tried to get fingerprints, but they were unsuccessful. They even started asking me questions and informed me that the back door was unlocked and had no signs that it had been broken. I told them I locked it. Luckily, the guy I was talking to stayed with me that night, but I still couldn't sleep. I kept having to go check every inch of the house over and over. I placed chairs under the door handles on the front door, back door, and my bedroom. The next day I informed our landlord, and she refused to come out and change the locks, and she never ended up changing them for the rest of the time we lived there. Every time I go to bed now, I triple check all the doors have been locked. Doesn't even matter where I am. I have a dog now, and he helps me with my anxiety of intruders, as well as a recent purchase of a Ring doorbell. I believe it was our old roommate's boyfriend. I think they may have made an extra key for him because he was basically living there. But I don't understand why he didn't do anything. To me, to the house, or to our belongings. If it were someone random, I don't know why they wouldn't have done what they intended. And that could have been many different possibilities. I don't know what their intentions were that night. But to the man who broke into my house on Christmas Eve, let's not meet again. The true origin of the Mistletoe Bride came from the disappearance of Lord Lovell's bride at the Bramshill House in Hampshire, England. Lord Lovell was preparing to wed a young woman related to Sir John Colt, the owner of Bramshill House. This was shortly before Christmas, so mistletoe hung throughout the mansion, inspiring the wedding party to play a game. The young bride-to-be would hide somewhere in the mansion. The groomsmen would seek her out, and whoever found her first got to kiss her. The minutes passed and turned into hours, and they still could not find her. Eventually, the game turned terribly serious, as no matter where they looked, she remained missing. The police were called out. Search parties scoured the snowy surrounding woods and nearby towns. Over 50 years later, a crew was working on renovating the mansion for a new owner. A crew member pried some wooden panels off the wall in the attic, and inside found a wooden hope chest. They used to give these to brides to store their dresses and wedding keepsakes. It had a small lock on the clasp. He banged the lock off with a crowbar and found the nearly unrecognizable remains of the young bride. My parents and I lived in a small home that was around 90 years old. That year would have been 1988. We lived there from the time I was 7 years old until I was about 19. From the very day we moved in, I felt we were not alone. Doors closed on their own, dishes and decorations would somehow find their way into the floor every night, and lights would flicker. One year, around Christmas time, I was having a friend spend the night. The heater had shut off briefly, and she and I were sitting in the living room watching cartoons. The temperature dropped significantly. As I rose to turn up the heater, the Christmas tree began to violently shake. Ornaments were falling off left and right. She and I were terrified. We ran upstairs and laid on my bed, hiding under the covers. My white cat curled up with us, and my door was open slightly. When I peeked out at the dark hallway, I was horrified to see a tall white figure float past my door. I turned to my friend as I screamed, and she acknowledged that she had seen the exact same thing. My parents did not believe us, and she never spent the night again. My mother, to whom I was very close, passed away in 1964 when I was 17 years old. I left home that year and moved to Ontario from Nova Scotia. In 1969, I met a girl who I will call Karen. We got married in March of 1970. In December of 1971, we were expecting our first child. We were living in a small 1.5 bedroom bungalow. There was a fireplace in the living room. My wife and I loved the fireplace, and we had it lit every night. It was Christmas Eve, 1971, and we had just finished putting a few gifts under the tree, and a nice fire gave off a beautiful glow. On the tree, one string of lights that was supposed to blink had stopped several days before. It was 5 minutes to midnight when the fireplace suddenly just about went out, and the string of lights started to flash, and the other lights stopped working completely. My wife and I were sitting on the floor, and it became very chilly. I looked over to my lazy boy chair, and a figure was sitting there. My mother, with a big beautiful smile on her face. My wife, who had never met my mother, could see the same thing. This ghost never spoke, but just kept looking at me and my wife, smiling. At 12 midnight, the fire in the fireplace started up again. I looked back to the last string of working Christmas lights. They were dead. I glanced at the chair and my mother was gone. No matter what I did after that, those lights never turned on or worked again. This happened in 2005 during Christmas vacation. I moved away for college and came back home to visit for the holidays. Spent a week in my hometown in a snowy state. On my last night there, my friend and I decided to go sledding at 3 a.m. We get in our car and both go down a few times. We're both at the top of the hill. She gets ready to go again, but I stop her. She asked what's wrong, and I tell her that I had had a bad feeling. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up and I felt nervous. I told her we need to leave now. We drive back to my family home. We live in a town where no one locked their doors. The crime was almost nothing, and all the neighbors knew each other. When we get back, something told me to lock all the doors. Then I checked the windows and several were unlocked. My flight was only 4 hours away to go back to campus. I slept for maybe 2. I wanted to see the snow and smell the fresh air, so I stepped outside. I looked at a huge pine tree we had in the front/side of our yard. I always thought the way snow laid on the branches looked so beautiful, and something caught my eye. What should have been pure, fresh snow was littered in huge man-sized footprints. They wrapped around the tree and went towards the backyard. I was thinking maybe my uncle had been out there smoking or something, just thinking of anything trying to rationalize why those prints were there. The same feeling came back to me when we were sledding, the anxious and paranoid feeling in the pit of my stomach. I look to my left and I see a man. He's running, sprinting, staring straight at me. He was probably close to 300 pounds and maybe 6 feet, and for his size, he was super fast. I froze in fear with the realization that he's not just doing a morning jog, and he is coming straight at me. I tried to move several times, but I was almost too scared. With everything in me, I opened my front door, slammed it shut, and locked it. I run to the window and look onto my porch and see the man standing there. He has his hand on my door. He turns his head and I follow his gaze to a man in a white van. The guy in the van throws up his hands in a gesture to say, "Well?" The runner just threw up his hands and shook his head. The runner walks to the van, gets in, and they drive away. My heart's still pounding. I wake up my friend and make her walk around the house with me. There we find the footprints. Went to every door and window around my house. She too tried to rationalize it. But to me, I know if he had reached me, I wouldn't be writing this post. The malicious look on his face as he ran to me told me everything. This happened over 20 years ago. I was driving back home with my girlfriend at the time. It was Christmas Eve, and my mother's family used to hold a large celebration at my aunt's house in Estacada. This was my girlfriend's first time meeting with my extended family, but she got on quite well with them. We spent the majority of the afternoon and evening talking, playing poker, opening presents, and drinking an assortment of adult beverages. My girlfriend had been quite inebriated by the time that we had to leave. Therefore, I'd be driving us home. It was around 11 p.m. or so. I was driving my girlfriend's car along Highway 211. Now, this stretch of road is surrounded by farms and dense patches of forest, and parts of it are unlit. But nothing to fear. I grew up in this area, so I knew this road like the back of my hand. The both of us were just driving and talking away, just two young lovers making the most of our moment together. There's a portion of the highway that descends down an enormous hill before crossing Deep Creek. Surrounding both sides of the road are thick forests. There are no lights. The only thing that we could see was the area directly in front of our headlights. I drive down the hill, cross the bridge, and uphill through more forests. It's as the highway starts to flatten out that it happens. Something sprints across the road so suddenly that I almost hit whatever it was. I slam on the brakes. I turn to my girlfriend and ask her if she saw it. She confirmed that she had, but she couldn't make out what it was. Maybe it was a coyote, as they are a fairly common sighting in the area. But something felt off about it. Whatever it was that ran in front of our car disappeared into the woods next to the road. Coyotes don't usually dart out in front of cars. Not like that anyway. So for some reason I decided to go check it out. I turn the car around and switch on the high beams to better light up the forest in which this thing had vanished in. I step out of the car and walk towards the woods. I don't see anything. But now it feels like perhaps I'd made a grave error. My heart is pounding and the hairs on the back of my neck are standing at full attention. But I still don't see anything unusual in the trees. Suddenly the car's horn blasts. It's not a beep, beep, beep that you'd get if you say your driver or passenger wanted to hurry up and get in the car. No, this was a long, blaring beep. I walk back into the car, and asked my girlfriend why she leaned on the horn like that. She said nothing. Instead, she pointed to a spot about 50 feet from where I was standing. I looked over in that direction, and that's when I saw it. Surely this was the thing that ran in front of our car. It was a man. He was completely naked. His skin was covered in dirt and mud, and in one of his hands he was holding a hatchet. He looked back at us, and then he smiled and waved to us just before turning around and walking back into the forest. Needless to say, we got the hell out of there. Once we were safely driving again, my girlfriend explained what had just happened. While I was trying to look for the man in the area he initially vanished in, he circled back around and came out from another spot in the forest beyond my car headlights. My girlfriend had seen something out of the corner of her eye, and that's when she saw him. Before she honked the horn, he was walking towards me, his hatchet raised as if making to strike me. We called the authorities once we safely got back home, but they never found anybody. Or they did and just didn't tell us. But the officer we spoke to explained his theory. The man was obviously looking to ambush unsuspecting lone travelers for Lord only knows what reason. We all agreed that my girlfriend's quick thinking saved my life, as it let my potential killer know that I wasn't alone out there. I moved back into my area recently, so I now drive that highway often. No naked hatchet man sightings yet, but I can tell you that I am definitely extra vigilant now, especially near Deep Creek. There's a lot that happened within our family before this event, so let me explain. My mom's brother, who for the sake of this story I'll call Clark, has been married to this woman for over 20 years now, and they have one child together. Growing up, I've always been told that my aunt was a little off, and was instructed by my mother to stay clear of her if I had the chance. She seemed pretty normal to me until I was around 10, and she started harassing my mother and my grandparents. She would hit on my grandfather, and show up to their house unannounced, and would occasionally try to start fights. We had to block her on all our phones, and my uncle was told that she is no longer allowed on ours or our grandparents' property. Years had gone by without much issue towards us, but for the past few years, she's been mentally abusing my uncle along with my cousin, and once, in a fit of rage, she peed on the floor in front of my cousin. Yes, full-on squatted and relieved herself. My cousin has since moved out. With all the background information out of the way, let's get to the main story. It was Christmas Eve a year ago, and as for tradition, we were having dinner at my grandparents' house. It was my grandparents, mom, dad, brother, uncle, cousin, and their dog Holly. We're at the dinner table, which is in view of the front porch windows, when we heard the doorbell ring furiously and the door being pounded on. As we looked over at the windows, who do we see? Her. My uncle gets up and goes outside to talk to her. From the table we can hear a bit of yelling, and my uncle opens the door and comes back in when all of a sudden she grabs the dog and threatens to take it away if my uncle didn't give her money. At this point, my parents are outside watching, along with a few neighbors. My uncle gets in the car with her, and before she gets in to go drive, she yells, "What the F are you looking at? I know I'm beautiful, and God loves me." Then she gets in the car and speeds off. So we're all at the windows, stunned and confused. All the while, my cousin is texting his father to make sure he's okay. He lets us know that he is, and that he was going to an ATM to get her some money so that they would leave her alone. About an hour or so later, my uncle gets back with the dog and tells us that she was basically holding him hostage because he didn't give her enough money. But finally, with a bit of bribing, she brought him back, and I haven't seen her since. The rest of the night obviously had a lot of tension, and I watched the road behind us all the way home, scared that she was following us. Since the incident, things have escalated at their house. We've found out that she is doing drugs and has been cheating on my uncle for a while now. For those asking why we didn't call the cops, he told us not to. I don't know why, but he hasn't done much about her except tell her that he wants a divorce. But nothing has come of that. I'm posting this from my cell phone. So for context, I'm a 22-year-old male, and I live in a large city in the Midwest. Now, I drive for Lyft while putting myself through trade school. I drive for other similar companies, but that's besides the point. I have many horror stories from those as well, but I'll tell those another time. It was Christmas Eve 2020. I was out running Lyft for a few hours before heading to my mom's with my new baby and wife. Nothing special going on for the night, just the usual. I get a ride request. It was a pickup from this kind of lower income apartment complex. No big deal. I arrive and I find my passenger. He has all his belongings, several boxes and stuff. Now my car is a 2006 Chevy Impala, so it's not too big. We get all his stuff loaded up, barely, and are on our way. During the ride, he's crying, saying his girlfriend was cheating on him, and he had walked in on them earlier that night. He couldn't stay there because it was her name on the lease, so I was taking him to a hotel. Now in my city, we have a street that is well known for having vices. Hookers, drugs, gangs, weapons, and shady motels. The works. We get to the motel. He asks me to wait for him to check in and get his key. No problem, man, I say. I'll confess, I break the rules a little while it comes to Lyft. I have a gun hidden in a concealed holster secured to the underside of my driver's seat for protection. Reason being, driving Lyft and other contract apps, I've had knives and guns pulled on me, as well as people have tried to fight me, rob me, and all kinds of other things. But like I said, another time. This motel was on the street that I mentioned before. Homeless people were everywhere. There was a dude on the far corner of the complex that still had a needle in his arm, passed out against the building. And I'm a big fan of true crime and horror narration, so I'm on edge. He gets his key. The whole motel is ground level. So, to help the guy out, I drive to his door. As I mentioned before, he had a lot of stuff. So I started to help him unload his stuff. While on my second trip getting stuff, I saw a guy come out of a room just to the south of my car, followed by two ladies. They came up to the room I was next to, not my passengers. One of the ladies pounded on the door, then opened it. That's when I saw the guy raise a shotgun up out of his long coat and storm into the room. The two ladies followed him, slamming the door behind them. Following, I heard a lot of yelling and shouting. I was just waiting for shots to ring out. Out of nowhere, my passenger came up behind me. I can take this, man. Go ahead and take off. Have a Merry Christmas. And he gave me a cash tip. I didn't even notice he took the boxes out of my hands or slid a $5 bill in my pocket. I was frozen. I knew what may have been going down in that room. I had to leave, or at least get to where I could get my gun. I knew the guy and ladies both saw me. And I knew they knew I saw the gun. I had to get out of there. You know, no witnesses. I got in my car and sped away quickly. I got a block or so away and called the cops. I gave them every detail. After I got off the phone with the police, I signed out of Lyft. I hadn't made much money, but I was done. I got a call later that night. The cops investigated. They never found the gunman or the women. They never answered the door I saw them come out of. And the occupants of the room they went into said nothing had happened. And I was full of crap. Well, I know what I saw. A little background first. This happened about 4 years ago. At the time, I was around 8 months pregnant, so very noticeable, and was doing some Christmas shopping at the local mall. It was around 9 at night. I finished up my shopping and headed out of the mall towards my truck. At this mall, there is a road that goes around the mall, and his parking is on the other side of this road. Therefore, you have to cross the road to get to the parking area. As I'm leaving the store, I happen to notice a man standing in the middle of the road. He looked in my direction and made eye contact. I looked away and kept going. At this time, there are 2 men that walk past him to go into the mall. He never looks at them or says anything to them, but kept his eyes on me. I noticed that he started to walk in my direction, but I just kept on strolling to my vehicle. Then I hear, "Excuse me, can you help me?" Being Southern has its downfalls, and one of those is having it ingrained into you to be polite. I simply just asked, "What do you need?" He looked around and said, "Could you help me start my car? I think my battery is dead." I may be Southern, but I'm not that polite, nor am I stupid. Please remember that I am very much pregnant and a woman walking alone in a parking lot. If he was really having car trouble, is it likely that he would ask a pregnant woman for help rather than 2 men that had just walked past him? Doubtful. At this point, I know it's time to go, so I just say sorry, I can't help, and keep on walking. A little faster this time. I still see him out of the corner of my eye following me. I have my keys out and I'm ready to go as soon as I make it to the truck. He's still coming. "You really aren't going to help me? I just need a jump." Again, I say nope, sorry. Finally, I get to my truck, unlock it and jump in. He is practically running towards me now. I lock the doors and try to get the key in the ignition, but I was shaking, and at that moment, the dang key would just not fit into the ignition. He gets to the truck and hits my window, saying, "I just need your help for a minute." Now I'm starting to get angry and yell no. He grabs the door handle and tries to open my door and screams, "Just open the door." Here's where I lost my cool and made a split-second decision. I have my concealed carry license, because there have been other reasons that I needed protection that I will not go into here. However, I did have a .38 special in my console that I do know how to use. When he tried to open my door, my only thought was to protect my child and myself. I rolled the window down, grabbed the .38 and pointed it right in his face and said, "I'm not going to tell you again. Get the F away from me." He stood there for a moment, in shock I'm sure. In that moment, time stopped. I didn't know what he would do, but I knew that I was prepared to use the gun if he made any move towards me. He didn't. He didn't say a word. He turned and ran. I know I should have gotten the heck out of Dodge, but I couldn't. All I could do was just sit there in shock. I was terrified of not only what he may have done to me, had I not felt that something was wrong, but also that I had just threatened to kill someone. Not a situation that I ever want to be in again. However, should it happen, I still have that .38, and it is loaded and ready to go. So when I was 7 or 8 years old, my parents took me to a Christmas market that had tons of activities for kids. I didn't know this at the time, but my parents were fighting, and thus preoccupied and just mostly left me on my own. The way it worked was you bought some vouchers at the door and could then go inside and use one voucher for one activity. There was stuff like baking cookies, painting, and wood burning for older kids, etc. It was pretty fantastic. Some of the stuff had lines if there was a lot of interest. Now, I'd gotten about 10 vouchers. An activity is about 15 minutes. And my parents were in a cafe in the building, but well out of sight. since it was an area you can only get into if you accompanied a kid or were a kid. I guess they felt safe leaving me alone. This was allowed, but not encouraged. Anyway, I was queuing for my favorite activity there, the fabric painting section, where you got a piece of linen and could draw Christmas patterns and stuff on it. It was already my third time, but whatever. I had to queue. When I was about halfway to the entrance, someone grabbed my arm. I panicked immediately because my parents would never have touched me like that, and I knew nobody else there. I yelped and tried to pull away but couldn't. Turning, I saw it was an older lady, maybe 40s to 50s, not sure. She was well dressed, looked pretty strict but normal. Anyway, she was pulling me out of the queue against my will. I tried to yell and asked her to let me go, but she just said something like, "You always do this. Come on, Marie." My name is not Marie. Not even close. I yelled as much, still thinking that she just confused me for someone else. I was a pretty average-looking girl with a brunette ponytail. Nothing particularly special, nor were my clothes. She looked down at me again, scoffed, and told me to stop throwing a tantrum, and that we were going home. It was at that exact moment that I realized if I didn't escape, she would take me away. So I just basically opened my mouth and screamed at the top of my lungs. Not a word, just a screech. Before that, I'd mostly asked to be released. Loud, but not full-on screaming. I was a polite kid. She paused mid-step, because clearly I'd startled her, but didn't let go yet. So I just screamed about the only thing I could really make sense of. My name is Sam. This was the first time that people actually looked at us more than a mom/grandma and a kid in a tantrum. Because I'm clearly too old to not know my name, and I'm also visibly scared. I made eye contact with the first random person I saw looking over. A guy, early 30s I guess, definitely younger than her. I just pled for him to help me, and he actually came over at that point. We were in sight of the exit. She dragged me quite far, and I guess at that point she decided it was too much of a hassle and let me go. Since I'd been fighting her, I immediately slammed into the ground, which actually prompted more people to step up to help. I was sobbing, and as soon as I could get my feet, I ran the other way to my parents. I must have barreled into 10+ people and kids on the way to where I knew my parents were. It was a cafe, like I said, and they were in the middle. My mom had super recognizable fake hair, so even sobbing, I could see her easily. I banged into a table, knocked stuff off, and just threw myself at my mother. I was in no state to explain, and she was both mad at me for making a scene and really worried because I was not the type of kid to cause a disturbance. Pretty much ever. I wanted to explain but couldn't. There was a bit of commotion around with people being nosy, but as I calmed down, I realized that the guy that I had begged for help was explaining to my parents what had happened. I hadn't even noticed him come with me, but I kind of tuned in when he kept asking if my grandma was here or something. Not even in the same country. It was just me and my parents. And if I could have known her, etc. Obviously, my mother confirmed that that was not the case, and asked what he'd told her was right. He'd confirmed that some woman was dragging me off, calling me Marie. My parents, the guy, his son, who was a fair few years older than me, maybe 15 or so, went with me to security, where I tried and failed to describe the lady. The guy had a much better description of her, but she was obviously long gone. I think they called the police, but I never spoke to any cops that I can remember. I felt really awkward and sorry that I ruined the other kid's day, so I gave him the rest of my vouchers so he could go do more stuff if he wanted. He was really nice and gave me a pack of the cookies he baked to eat while the adults were talking. I don't remember any of their names or anything, but I remember how grateful I was to the kid. More so than his dad even. It just really comforted me that I had another kid around who was nice. Anyway, my parents took me home ASAP, of course, and we never went to that place again. There was a short story in the newspaper the next day about a kidnapping scare. My mother told me some years later. But it was all just speculation, and they didn't even confirm in the paper if it was an attempt or just a misunderstanding. Well, it sure wasn't just a misunderstanding. They never caught the lady, or did any follow-ups, etc. as far as I'm aware. I actually had bruises on my arm where she gripped me through my sweater. And honestly, I still don't like Christmas markets much. First off, I'm living very rural, in a small village with maybe 10 to 15 houses, but close to the highway. You can drive there within maybe 5 minutes, and also about 10 minutes away from the town. If you cross the street, it just takes you about a 10-minute walk to reach the forest. First Christmas Day, in the afternoon, my partner and I decided to go for a little digestive walk, as we were really stuffed from all the food. It was about 5 o'clock, and already dark when we left. We had a big and bright LED flashlight with us. I also took my camera and my flash, as I love taking pictures of nature at night. We decided to walk on a little country road towards the forest and then turn right, following a small graveled cycle track close to the forest border, which connects our village and the next maybe 15 to 20 minutes walk between villages. In the middle part of the truck, you have to walk through a small bit of forest. It's rather dark, and the trees are very high and quite dense. When we entered, I saw our flashlight reflecting on something, and recognized a car being parked there on the side of the track, close to the trees. This struck me as odd, as cars are not allowed to drive through there, and the path is very narrow and hidden, so I was a bit cautious. My partner pointed the light inside the car, and it seemed to be empty. I also noticed the windows were frozen, so it must have been parking there for a while. A bit in front of the car, I spotted a tree with an intriguing structure, and I asked my partner to point the flashlight towards it, so I could focus better and photograph it with my flash. After I took a few images, my partner told me, is there someone standing behind us in the middle of the road? He's looking at us. Nobody was following us the whole way. I kept looking around and behind us occasionally, because at this time in the evening and close to the border of the forest, there are boars sometimes, and it's mating season, so they're more aggressive than usual. Indeed, there was a man standing behind us, just out of the flashlight's reach. He wasn't saying anything, just standing there and facing us. At first, I thought he might have been startled, as it may seem a bit weird if someone's just taking photos around your car. It was not even legal to drive on that path with the car. I decided to get up and confront him from the distance, explaining to him that I was just taking photos of that tree. He didn't react and still just stood there. I then went on to ask him if he needed some light, and he replied that that wasn't necessary. It was odd, but I was still calm, sure about there being a normal explanation for his behavior. Nonetheless, my partner and I decided to just get the crap out of there and followed the path leading to the next village. It was maybe 5 to 7 minutes until we reached it. I remembered the letters on his license plate, not the numbers though, unfortunately, and Googled it, and it turned out that he was from a city about 6 hours away from our village. Mind you, the country I live in is a very strict lockdown right now, so you're only allowed to travel, even by car, if you have very urgent reasons. After we reached the first lantern of the next village, we looked back and observed the car driving a bit out of the forest, turning around and going back inside. I was able to see that he parked there again and turned the lights off. He didn't leave the forest. We then went home on a much longer way than we initially intended, as I didn't want to go back there for obvious reasons. Our flashlight battery died on the way and my phone battery was low, so I didn't want to call the police back then, but I called them as soon as I arrived home and gave them all the details. Big regret that I didn't memorize the whole license plate, but it was just so surprising that I seriously didn't even think about it. Also, it only occurred to me as really strange when I thought about the frozen windows, and that he could possibly have walked behind us. Plus, him having no light and not responding. He did seem to be sneaking up on us when I sat down to take the photo. I think I was very lucky to have my partner, the camera, and the bright light with me. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if I was alone. This happened to my family when I was like 11 or 12. Background: we live in a small, close-knit southwestern town. My house is pretty small, only 1 story, and about 100 years old. Family of 4. My parents, me, and my younger brother by about 5 years. We used to leave our front door unlocked, mostly because we didn't ever think something like this could happen in our town. It was Christmas night, so we all went to bed pretty early, since we're more of a Christmas Eve type of family. Me and my younger brother had each gotten $200 cash from my grandpa to help pay for our summer camps as a Christmas gift. And it was sitting in my mom's desk drawer inside her very tiny office. At some point during the night, the money was stolen, along with my mother's car, which was probably crashed down the street. I was asleep on the living room couch, which is right next to our front door. Important note: our front door is loud. It's made of really old wood and is super heavy, so it creaks almost every time you open it. Our 2 back doors were locked, so they must have come in through the front. So basically, whoever it was must have walked within a foot of me to get inside the house. That's creepy and off-putting. But what really gets me is my mom's car. My mom keeps her car keys in her jacket pocket, which hangs inside my parents' bedroom on the wall across from their door. Again, you have to walk within a foot of my parents' bed to even get there. But even if my parents had slept through a nearby intruder, how did they know where my mom kept her keys, or where she hung her jacket every night? It's not an obvious spot to put your keys, and they apparently knew exactly where to go. Even grabbing the cash from the desk drawer makes sense. A lot of people keep important stuff there. The car thing just doesn't make sense to me. Also, they crashed it right down the street, like literally into the telephone pole at the end of our street. So we figure they were probably drunk, which raises even more questions. How were they able to open our super loud door and walk right by me without even noticing? And how were they able to steal the cash and my mom's keys from right under our noses? Both me and my mom assume that it's probably someone that we know/knew, but we have no idea who. And we probably never will. This happened in December of 2011, while I was on college semester break. Alright, so I grew up in rural Texas with about 1,000 people in my hometown. Shortly after my parents' divorce, I moved to a large city for college, and made it a tradition every year to visit my family for the holidays in the boonies of Texas. After the divorce, my mom had just recently moved to a nearby town, around 100 people, where her house was located on the very outskirts of town, surrounded by miles of cornfields in almost every direction of her home. There was a paved road about 100 feet of her house that basically was a dead end until you reached a certain point, and directly across the other side of the road was in fact miles of fields of corn. The only neighbor she had was about a half-mile north of her house, who was a truck driver and basically was never home much of the year. Anyway, needless to say, it was pretty secluded, and pretty much the only thing close to civilization was about 15 to 20 miles away. This particular winter break was different, because my mom and brother, who lived in the same city as me attending a different college, was going to travel to Boston to visit my grandparents, and my mom needed someone to dog sit while they were away. So after a few days of having the house to myself in the middle of nowhere, I'm particularly bored so I decide to put the harness on my dog and take a walk around the area in no particular direction. We finally ended up following the dead-end road and turned back as it starts to get darker, and the wind starts picking up because a cold front was coming through. By this time, I am slightly more frustrated with myself, because I could start to smell the rain, and my dog, a dachshund, can be particularly stubborn, because he basically likes to walk me instead of the other way around. Anyway, as we start walking back, it's starting to get a bit more colder, and it is drizzling now, and I start to walk a bit faster. We're almost jogging back now to the house when all of a sudden my dog stops abruptly. I initially think it's just him being stubborn, but he starts leading me into the direction of the cornfields. I'm thinking that this is just one of those cases where he locks onto a scent and cannot let it go until he goes directly up to it, or I have to pick him up to lead him back on track. Well, I basically don't allow him to go very far, and we are directly in front of the fields, when all of a sudden he starts barking, similar to how he barks when he sees another person. He's not friendly to other people. I finally pick him up, and we run back home, both pretty damp and cold by now. I dry up and then take a bath, since the house had no showers. It's evening time now, and after making something to eat, my dog and I start winding down for the night. We watch a bit of TV in the living room, and by 10 p.m. call it for the night. It's still very much cold and windy outside at this time, though it never did storm, only rained a bit. We go into the bedroom and my dog burrows underneath the blankets, and I pass out shortly after. Several hours later, I wake up to my dog awake and growling on my bed in the direction of the window. I hear rustling outside and think that it's likely other animals, but I'm still kind of drowsy, so I get out of bed and pick up my dog and corral him into the living room couch, where I turn on the TV to drown out the rustling noises. My dog burrows underneath the blankets again, and I'm just about to fall asleep when I hear a thud outside. I'm like, what was that? And of course, my dog is wide awake again, barking and growling underneath the blankets. Anyway, I'm pretty much wide awake now, and I kind of start getting annoyed with my dog, so I basically turn up the TV to hopefully drown out the rustling outside once again. I swear to God, 25 minutes later at 1:30 a.m. I hear a knock on the back door. All hell broke loose with my dog, and literally is about to jump off the couch and dash to the door. I caught him last minute, and started to just hold him in place while we're both freaking out. I'm like, WTF? Please no. Please let this be my imagination. Anyway, I really don't remember what I did at that very moment, but somehow my dog started to calm down again, and I'm pretty sure I blacked out because there is a literal period of time that I don't remember anything. Shortly thereafter, I don't hear any more rustling of leaves coming from outside, and my dog is now silent and ready to burrow underneath the blankets. Hugh doze off to slumberland, only to wake up 30 minutes later to another knock, this time on the front door. I literally feel my heart pumping so fast that I grab the landline, no cell service here, and dial 911. My dog is now at the door barking furiously. I reach the adjacent town's 911 emergency service, and back frantically state what is happening, all while my dog is freaking out. The police from the adjacent town was on their way, but it was going to take a while to get to my house. I stay online with the dispatcher, and things start to calm down again, and I basically state I'm pretty sure I got it from there until the police arrive. I hang up and very carefully look out the side window, only to see a man standing directly in the front of the door. No movement from him at all, just the blank stare at the door. I grab the mace, and my dog state very loudly that the police are on their way. No reply back. I'm literally thinking the guy was on drugs at this point. This area where I grew up had the meth problem. I open the front door. The doors in this house have a secondary door for a windowed screen. It's locked, and it would take effort to get in because the screen plus triple pane. Yeah. I look into his face and basically ask what he wants, and told him that the police are about to be here. He just stares blankly. pause for what must have been the longest 20 seconds of my life. He opens his mouth and asks if I want to play a game with him. After that, I immediately shut the door and yell back furiously, "Oh no, absolutely not." I literally wait in the bedroom and watch him on my porch for about 5 minutes, just staring blankly at the door. No movement whatsoever. He finally turns around and just walks away. About 20 minutes later, the cops show up and I'm basically describing everything frantically. I literally peed my pants earlier with how terrifying everything was. The cops basically state that there is a guy in my town that has schizophrenia and is going through late-stage Alzheimer's and sometimes wanders around people's homes. Needless to say, they found him and took him back to his caretakers. The cops asked if I had anywhere else to go. I basically packed everything up and bolted to my father's house with my dog and stayed there for the remainder of the break.
This is a story from when I was in high school, around 2010-ish. My parents' house backs up to a small wooded area. It's not a forest by any means. There are walking trails and other neighborhoods around, but the woods are big enough that we used to see deer and the occasional fox. There was also a small creek that ran through it, and I used to spend time in the fall/winter poking around back there when it wasn't obscured by brush. I found what I assume was likely a deer path that ran all the way up to my old elementary school, which was about a block away via roads, but using the deer trails took about 10 to 15 minutes. I was back in this area fairly often, which is why the following story was so weird. I went down to the creek one day and followed the trail like normal, but this time I found a partial deer skeleton at the end. The head and the front legs were missing, but the rest was still there, and there was no flesh at all on the bones. They were stripped absolutely clean, and the bones were still a bright white. At the time, there weren't coyotes in the area like there are now, and I'd seen a bobcat once when I was little, but they definitely weren't very common. To this day, I have no idea how that skeleton got there or what happened to it. It was too clean to be a predator kill, and that also doesn't explain why the front half was missing. I got so freaked out that I never went back into those woods again. This took place in a residential area, not a hunting ground. It could have been a predator kill, sure, okay. But I'm positive that that thing wasn't killed by a human, not with houses and an elementary school literally across the creek. About a year ago, my girlfriend and I were on a trail to Lamille Lake in northern Nevada. It's about 1.5 miles each way, I think, and usually pretty well populated. It was that day as well. There were at least a handful of people on the trail here and there, plenty down at the trailhead parking lot, and it was otherwise a totally normal sunny day. Evening began to come, and we started heading back down, not wanting to be out when it got dark, as there is no cell phone service up there for quite a distance, and it was just an afternoon weekend hike. We started down the trail, and I got the slightest hint of a bad feeling, like we definitely needed to get back in our car before it got dark. I think that's generally just common sense, and doesn't need to be prompted by a sixth sense or anything. Still, I kept an eye out as we went. Weirdly, absolutely nothing happened until we were maybe 300 yards from the parking lot. The trees had largely been left behind as we descended in elevation, and bushes, large and small, were there instead. There was a creek that ran through to our right. Ahead of us, by maybe 50 yards, was a lone woman and her medium-sized dog on a leash. I had my head on a swivel the whole way down, because I was just trying to keep an eye out and make sure that hint of a bad feeling didn't amount to anything. I was also carrying. This woman was ahead of us by about the same distance for a good while down the trail, and I felt somewhat responsible for her safety as well, if anything strange were to happen. Mountain lions are known to live higher up in those mountains, the Rubies, and she was pretty much in sight the whole time, so I was trying to help keep an eye out for her too. As we're walking, me and the girlfriend both hear what seemed like a big boulder sliding and grating along a stone surface. It lasted for a few seconds, and we were both looking at the stone surface mountain slope maybe 600 yards to our left. I'm bad at judging distances, but I think that might be close, fully expecting to see a landslide of some sort. But there was nothing, and daylight was still good enough that if there was something to see on that front, we would have seen it. I immediately looked to the lady ahead of us, and just a second later, she and her dog started booking it. Right as they did this, a herd of deer came sprinting out of the bushes away from the boulder sound. It must have been closer than it sounded. They ran across the creek and kept going to our right. After pausing for a second to discuss what that weird sound might have been, we hurried along as well, and I drew my gun. We passed the same little section where the lady was when she took off, and thankfully nothing happened. We didn't hear or see anything in those bushes, though I'm not surprised. A whole herd of deer was in there, and we couldn't see them until they ran out, despite being at a higher elevation at the time. We quickly made it back to the parking lot, and I put my gun back in the holster. It felt safer getting back to the pavement for some reason. We caught up with the woman and the dog. She was catching her breath and pacing a little. We asked if she heard that weird sound, and she said that it sounded like a loud bouldery sound. And then off to her left, directly close by, right where the deer came running from, she distinctly heard a big low growl after the boulder sound, and then she heard the deer coming and ran to get out of the way. The deer probably would have just run right into her if she hadn't moved. Watching this happen from a ways above and behind just a minute or two previous, they came out onto the trail right where she had been a second before. We determined that it may have been a mountain lion. I'm all for believing that, but I still have two questions. One, why did I get the feeling that we needed to leave, even subtly, around 45 minutes before anything strange happened? And two, why and how did whatever it was make a big sound of a boulder scraping along? Not tumbling, but sliding. Very different sounds. And then there was a clear growl heard by the woman, but not by us. I think that indicates that there was something absolutely in those bushes, but I'm very confused about the bigger sound. I doubt the same animal made a huge boulder scraping sound. It sounded like it was sliding down the mountainside, and the deer didn't run, and then that same creature made a normal growl sound from the same place, and that was what scared the deer off. I don't know what I believe about this, but it was certainly a strange experience. Also, this was one of the few times that me and my girlfriend had been on this trail together and never had any strange experiences. I myself had been there several dozens of times over the course of many years, and also had never experienced anything remotely weird, even towards the nighttime. So this happened about 7 years ago. I was around 19 or 20 and I was a scout leader. We had a camp in a forest. The nearest city was about 10 to 15 minutes drive. Every year in July, we would have an international scout camp. Scouts from different European countries would join us. I was in the preparations team, and we would go around 2 to 3 weeks in advance to clean and put the tents up. In the preparation team, we had around 20 people. 10 to 12 men, and the rest women. We were all in our late teens or early 20s. If anyone has been a scout, you might know that the first thing in a camp is setting up a flag. The flag is an important part of this camping game. Other scouts would constantly try to steal the flag. If they managed to steal, then the lost team would have to go home. This never actually happened, no one was ever sent home. It was just a rule to keep other members involved and willing to protect the flag. Therefore, we had to constantly keep an eye or a guard near the flag. Other games involved attacking other teams and kidnapping members. All fun and games, nothing violent or harsh. It was fun and made us to be alert 24/7. So here's where my creepy story begins. One night, our preparation team was done with everything. The other 2 countries from Europe, about 60 people, were set to arrive in the morning. We had nothing to do, so we set up a campfire and started singing and talking. We had our guards, people from the team, set up in different locations. 2 near the flag, 2 near the entrance, and 2 in the woods facing the river. So we were tired and decided to go to sleep. We would change guards every 2 hours. Each guard had a whistle. If an animal or a person was to come to the camp, they would blow a certain note of a whistle as to alarm danger. That night, I was an hour into sleep when I heard a whistle. We all woke up and ran to the team member who had whistled. She claimed she saw 3 white figures running fast in the forest near the set-up tents. We thought that the morning teams arrived early and sneaked in to steal the flag or kidnap a member. So we all decided to stay awake and go into defense mode. We each stood guard in different locations watching for any signs. After some time, we started hearing whistles from the deeper parts of the forest. We also started hearing radio sounds from different places. We saw some guys in white shirts running around in the forest. Me and 2 other people decided to check the empty tents to see if there were people hiding in the empty tents, but we couldn't find anyone. Then we started walking around, and we heard loud laughter from a bush near us. It sounded like a woman laughing. So we started laughing too, as we thought we found another scout team near the bush. Naturally, we walked to the bush without any hesitation. To our horror, there was no one there. Then we heard more noises from another bush that was a little bit deeper into the woods. Then we heard a clear conversation between a few people, speaking in a French accent. We could hear them clearly, so we checked, and again, nothing. Then we saw a guy in a white t-shirt running fast again in front of us, but his speed was weird. He was running so fast as if he was sliding. Keep in mind, we were in the woods at night with no lights. There's no way that someone can run without making a noise. But somehow, this guy was running so quietly. It really seemed like he was just sliding. Again, we still didn't feel threatened. We just had an adrenaline rush, but it was more excitement to catch them than anything else. After all, we just wanted the fun to begin. We were excited to see the teams again and have fun. For the next 2 or so hours, we kept hearing whistles and whispers in French, but we couldn't find a single person. It was so clear that there were a lot of people hiding around us, but we couldn't even catch one of them. They were so fast and so sneaky. This is important to mention that the arriving teams were not from France, so it was weird to hear them speak in French. Anyways, after 2 hours of running in the forest in the dark, I got tired. I didn't take this too seriously, so myself and a couple of my friends went back into our tent to rest. I laid down, and after 10 minutes, I saw a car light speeding towards us. This area is not designed for regular cars to drive. None of us or the other teams had cars. A bus from the nearby city would drop us there and pick us up after the camp was over. We heard a car coming straight towards our tents with high beams on. It was coming so fast that we were frozen, expecting it to hit us at any moment. It happened so fast that we couldn't even run. Then suddenly, it just stopped right near our tent. We heard the door open but heard no footsteps. Whoever it was just closed the door and left. We were shaking, and at that moment it hit me that it couldn't have been anyone from the other teams. We got out and learned that our other teammates also had seen a Jeep speeding towards our tent, but didn't see anyone coming out of the car. After this, we just decided to stay awake until morning. Throughout the entire night, we kept seeing these white-shirted men sliding around us. We couldn't see any faces. They were fast and weird. We could hear loud laughters and French whispers all around our camp. We could tell that there were a lot of strangers near the camp who were either messing around with us or had plans to hurt us. The sun came up, and the strange things stopped. We didn't manage to catch anyone or figure out who they were. And in the morning, the other teams finally arrived. We had this leaderboard meeting every afternoon where we would discuss daily plans and meals. Also, we would share about any planned or failed attacks. All the team leaders said that they arrived in the morning, so they were not even in the country at night. Up to this day, I have no idea who those people were. I have no idea what they wanted or what their plans were. They never attacked or kidnapped anyone in the team. It was scary when I think of it. What would happen if we didn't have guards that night? What would happen if we were all asleep? At the end of the day, this was a campsite in a wooded area, and woods can be places where cults and crazy people gather. I was doing a property inspection in the winter as the sun went down. I do basic CAD drawings of properties for title companies, so I have to measure all the buildings and show where they set, show driveways, easements, and whatnot. This property was an abandoned pig farm in the middle of nowhere, with a house and a number of large farm buildings. The house was left with the doors standing open, and being curious, I stepped in and looked around. I had an immediate feeling of repulsion. There was an odor that was off, but that wasn't it. I just knew something bad had gone here, and I left to start measuring. It was getting dark. When I measure buildings, I have a measuring wheel and have to keep my head up to see when I'm parallel with the end of a wall. So I was hurrying through the work when I tripped on something and fell in the snow. I had a headlamp on, and in the snow, staring up, eyes open, not a foot and a half from my face, is a frozen dead dog with an obvious bullet wound on the side of its head. I actually let out a gasp/scream thing that was pathetic. It scared the ever-loving crap out of me. This happened to me over the weekend during a hunting trip. I spent last night trying to Google and figure out what the heck I saw. I haven't found anything that doesn't seem like conspiracy craziness, so I'm open to any suggestions. A family friend has a few hundred acres in Tennessee. Once a year, my dad, uncle, and myself, and the guys in the family that own the land go on a week-long hunting trip. They have a cabin and a trailer tucked away at the edge of the mountain that we stay at during the week. There is no running water, and we use a generator for lights during the evening. Phone service is non-existent out there. The nearest town is Murphy, Tennessee, which is about 50 minutes away by car. Typically, we get out to tree stands/ground blinds at around 4 a.m., and then come back to the camp around 9-ish, grab something to eat and nap, and then head back to hunt until sundown. All week, my uncle and I hunted the same plot. It was on the east side of the property and took about 20 minutes by four-wheeler. We would park the four-wheeler in this big clearing, and then the ground blind I was hunting from is another 15 minutes or so by foot. It's a rough 15 minutes too. I basically walk along this ridge line on the side of the mountain, and the blind is set just inside the underbrush of a tree line that overlooks an opening at the start of a river. My uncle was hunting in a blind that was a little closer walk and probably 30 minutes away from me. We hunted the same spot Sunday through Thursday. Thursday evening, we were all drinking beer and hanging out by the fire. My uncle, having not seen anything all week, wanted to go to the plot my dad was hunting. It was a 30-minute walk from the camp. You don't even need a four-wheeler to get there. I had killed a deer the first afternoon there and seen a bunch of does that evening right before sunset, so I wanted to stay where I was. So Friday morning after we hunted, I helped him pack up his blind and ride it out to the plot that my dad had been on, and helped him get set up for that evening. I took the four-wheeler by myself that afternoon and continued hunting the same ground blind. Same thing as I had done all week. Everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. Until Saturday morning. I had gone out by myself again that morning and had watched a bunch of deer that crept up right before the sun started coming up. They were a bit further than I wanted to shoot, and when they got closer to the edge of the river, they weren't big enough or were too young for me to justify shooting. I watched them until they retreated back into the woods, and at this point, it's probably 8:30 a.m. or so, and the sun is fully up. Now, this is an embarrassing one for me, but oh well. Having spent almost an entire week packed in this trailer with 2 other guys and no privacy, I decided that I was going to have a little fun before I went back to the camp. Every hunter has done it. I don't care if you admit to it or not. Now, I'm sitting there doing my thing, and even though nobody ever walks up while you're hunting out there, I'm still on high alert, making sure that I don't get caught by one of the guys while I'm doing this. I'm laid back in this chair inside of the blind, basically one eye looking in front of me, and every now and again peeking behind me through the mesh to make sure that no one's coming. That's when I started hearing crunching. I knew it was people footsteps, and I could tell that it was more than one person. It was to my right, and the mesh of my ground blind and underbrush kept me from being able to see who it was. I calmly got myself ready, and quietly leaned up so that when my uncle or whoever it was came up, I could act like I was just sitting there hunting. Keep in mind, we are so far out in the sticks that it never even occurred to me that it could be anybody other than someone that I was hunting with. I listened to them walking, and finally, I slowly stood up and poked my head through the blind and peeked over the underbrush. It was 4 people walking towards the river in a line. They were wearing these black cloak-looking clothes, like something they wear in Harry Potter, with these furry hats that covered most of their faces. It looked like some weird cult, but the guy in the back of the line was completely naked. He looked disgusting. His hair was curly and way too long, and he had a big beard that looked nasty, like it had a bunch of leaves and stuff in it. I'm bundled up with hand warmers in my pockets because it's like 25 to 30 degrees out. This guy had to be freezing. No shoes either. This is thick underbrush that we're talking about walking through. Rocks jutting up from the ground and stuff. No sane person is out there barefoot, much less completely naked. The guy had to be 115 pounds too, just completely unhealthy looking, like these people that had been keeping him prisoner or something. The sight of these guys was so unnerving to me that I was still standing there frozen in an awkward half stand, half bent over position, with my head out of the blind watching them, before it clicked with me that I needed to slowly sit down. At that point, they had passed the point of the blind where I couldn't see them, and were walking with their backs to me, towards the river. I slowly sat down, and put my rifle in my lap, and watched them all step ankle deep into the river. They were facing side profile away from me, towards the woods. And I could see 2 of the clothed people moving around the naked guy, and one of them was standing still, holding their arm out in front of them. I got the nerve to look through my scope at them, and it looked like 2 of them were washing the guy with the river water, and the other one holding their arm out like a chain or something. The one holding the chain was talking, but way too far for me to hear any of it. After a few minutes, the 2 doing the washing stopped, and all 3 of them held hands around the naked guy and started moving in a circle around him, while he just stood there staring ahead. They did this for at least 5 minutes. That doesn't seem that long of a time, but 5 whole minutes of watching whatever the heck that was seemed like a lifetime. Something of note that clicked with me last night. Whatever they were doing seemed time-based. My watch beeped at 9 o'clock and nearly gave me a heart attack. No way that they could hear it, but in my head, I was picturing them all turning and looking at me. But right after my watch beeped, they stopped a few seconds later, at 9 on the dot. The 3 clothed people stepped back in a line in front of the naked guy, and they walked back the way they came, exactly like they came in. None of them talked or broke the line while they were walking. It was terrifying because the way out for them was the first time I could truly have been in their line of sight. They never saw me though, and I watched them once they passed my head back up the mountain from where I assumed they originally came from. I waited for 30 minutes or so and booked it out of there fast. This story takes place in Navarre, Spain. When fall comes around, woods get packed with people trying to gather all sorts of edible mushrooms. It's a pretty popular thing to do in Spain, since they can get pretty expensive once you purchase them at any grocery store. Anyways, he goes all by himself, like he's done multiple times. But after a couple of hours, notices that he can no longer recognize where he is. It's getting dark, and there's no service at all, so he's screwed. He starts panicking. My uncle calls 112. It's the European equivalent of 911, because that's the only thing you can call when there's no service. They can track his position, but they aren't able to send any forest rangers yet. After getting off the phone with 112, an older guy pops out of nowhere, and mind you, he's super deep in. He just straight up tells my uncle that in order to get out, he needs to take this certain path. He starts walking that direction, and the old guy just disappears out of nowhere. Turns out he was right, because he was able to get out. To this day, he doesn't know if it was a hallucination or if the man was real, but he made it out safely. So at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Out back of my neck of the woods is an old dirt road. It's hard to access unless you know how to take a turn down another old road that runs around the back of the coal mine that I work at. Anyhow, if you follow that old road until you get to a T intersection, you can either turn right out to Hale Creek or left, which will take you out to Mount Coulon. Now, Mount Coulon isn't much of a town anymore. It's an outback pub and that's it. There used to once be a town there, but everyone upped and left once the railway line got moved to the coast. That was the only reason the town existed for so long. Or, for as long as it did. It wasn't the start of the town, though. Way back in the early 1900s, gold was found in their hills by a prospector named Thomas Coulon. He staked his claim and settled there with his family. Some local aboriginals found him and his family living on their land and weren't too happy about it. So they attacked his home, throwing rocks through the windows and antagonizing him. Well, Thomas went out and shot the lot of them, all dead. Then, in a fit of grief over what he had done, sat down on his porch and unalived himself all over the wall behind him. Fast forward to the year 2021. I was working out at Hale Creek Mine at the time on the maintenance crew. I'd had a big 7 nights of 12-hour shifts and had very little sleep. I had left my mining camp the following afternoon, still not feeling the best, but set out for the long drive back home to Moranbah. Anyhow, dusk came along, then nightfall. I was driving for what seemed like forever, trying to make my way back home. I was constantly looking out for the turnoff on the old back road that ran up behind Gunyella Mine, but it never came. I kept on driving and driving. Hours went by. I was on a very unfamiliar road. It started to bend and twist and turn all over, and narrow to the point that my little Kia Rio could barely get out without making the scratches on branches of old looming trees hanging over the road. I was definitely lost. So I pulled over to check my Google Maps. No signal. Of course. I was so confused. Did I miss the turn? I thought maybe it's a little further up, so I pressed on and kept driving. Then, out of nowhere, I see an old and worn sign off to the left of me on the side of the old dirt road, Mount Coulon 15K. I thought, okay, I've gone way too far out in the sticks. Better turn around. Before I could, though, I saw off to my right the entrance to what looked like a cemetery with an old and rusty archway. And above on the archway was in rusty, wrought iron lettering, Betsy's Rest. Well, my curiosity got the better of me, so I veered in there to have myself a quick squiz. Sure as crap, there was a road that went into a giant U-shape around an old cemetery, full of tombstones. Generations of cattle farmers and jackaroos, etc., who all must have worked on the various stations in the area. It gave me the spooks pretty bad, so I got out of there quick and made my way back onto the old back road. I kept heading back from whence I came, hoping and praying that I'll find this bloody T intersection. Over an hour passed, and then my worst fear happened. The fuel light flickered on my dashboard. I'm driving on this road in the absolute middle of nowhere. It's now midnight. No one will probably find me for days if I ran out of fuel. I was absolutely beside myself. This is the outback of Australia. You run out of fuel, water, or food in the outback, you've just signed your own death certificate. Done and dusted. All I had was a couple of sandwiches that I took from the camp mess hall and a bottle of water. Better than nothing, but not enough to last a couple of days stranded on the side of an old back road with no phone signal. So I kept cruising along, being extremely careful not to go too quickly or over-accelerate around all the twists and turns. As I'm driving along this lonely road, I see a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I think nothing of it though, keeping focused on the road ahead. Then I hear it, swooping and whooshing noises above my car. What? I look up and see what I can only describe as a giant bat creature with red eyes flying directly above my car. It startles me and makes me accelerate at a rapid rate. Yet, it's flying overhead, gliding effortlessly, and keeping in pace with me. I'm watching my speedometer, reaching neck-breaking speeds, and I'm bouncing all over the old and bumpy dirt road, while this creature glides down to my driver's side window, looks inside at me and grimaces. Then, just as it does, it flies up and disappears into the night air as quickly as it had appeared. I floored that old clunker of a car of mine until the heart leapt with joy at the sign of life in that desolate hellscape. I saw the Gunyella mine, CHPP's lights cut through the vast and empty void of darkness. I knew then and there that I was within 10 to 15 kilometers of the intersection and turn off back home. And sure as heck, I found it. Anyhow, I managed to get all the way back home, and I'm very grateful that my clunker ran on the oily rag and the vapors in my tank kept me alive. I told my partner at the time all about the nightmare I had been through, as she had been expecting me home the evening prior, and it's now 6 a.m. in the morning. My phone was full of missed calls from her, which I apologized profusely for. I hadn't even thought to check my phone as I had no signal for the better part of this entire journey. Well, that was part one. Part two is the next story that I have about Mount Coolon, the actual experience I had when my partner and I convinced ourselves to drive all the way out there one night, just to see the actual town. If you're interested in hearing that story, let me know. Have a good one. Mount Coolon, Part 2. Months had passed. I kept having recurring nightmares about that vile winged creature. It had entered my dreams. I woke up one night sweating in bed. My heart rate was racing. My partner asked what's wrong. Again? I had just been waking her up super late at night when I would have this horrible nightmare. This whole situation had impacted me. The desolate hellscape would reemerge in the dark nights, plagued by the old outback road menacing my demise with the off chance that I would make one wrong move and come undone escaping that creature. Something had to be done, and I knew what I needed to do. You see, I'm a man that'll openly admit that I can't overcome anything in life unless I face it head on. That's the only way I know. No use sticking your head in the sand and pretending things will just go away. So I spoke with my partner, and after much discussion, we both agreed that we would go back and investigate the back road to Mount Coolon, and investigate the town itself. And to really drive the nail in, we were going to do it at night. I needed answers. I needed to know what lay at the end of that old road, and whatever else I may have missed on my first misadventure. We set out at 6:30 p.m., and headed for the old back road, which now is inaccessible. You can go take a look for yourself, but the mine has shut the gate, as it runs along the inside of the mine's boundary. Anyhow, We were driving my partner and mine's, at the time, new Mitsubishi Mirage. It was a really beast of a car, but it had all the kit that we needed for a long drive, and we made sure that we left prepared. We had food, water, and snacks, my toolkit in case of a breakdown, torches, a first aid kit, a two-way radio, and a battery pack for phones and the two-way radio, my trusty hunting knife, which I kept in my side door compartment, as if I was going out there again completely unarmed with God knows what lurking out there in the dark. The first leg of our adventure was rather fun. I felt a bit like Colin McRae taking the old dirt road that twisted and turned in all directions, slithering my way up to the T intersection. Once we got to the intersection, I took the left turn to head north and gradually west. The familiar road was, as it was the same night that I encountered this strange flying beast. Except tonight brought a slight amount of comfort as there was a full moon in the night sky, illuminating the surrounds and edges of the road. As we approached the old cemetery, I told my partner to look right. She was in awe. I asked if she wanted to go take a look, but she was too nervous about it, so I kept on driving along. As the night went on, we came to the point of no return. The road became nothing more than a dirt track interspersed with sealed sections the local farmers had laid prior to and after crossing old relics of bridges. They were rusty and wrought iron, sturdy, but foreboding at the same time. We crossed two of them on one stretch. One built over the coalfields railway line, heading eastward to the port. Another was over a deep ravine. The bottom was clouded by dense native plants. The road got very narrow and snaked right and left and down and up. We were in unfamiliar territory now, and I was growing apprehensive about what I would see or find. At one point, I swore that there was no road at all. We were basically driving through a wide open field, and I had to drive at 40 kilometers per hour max to avoid any ruts or depressions in the ball dust. I was starting to think this entire trip might have been a mistake, when the road then came good again to compacted dirt. A random sign appeared off to the right of the road, stating that we were now deep in Aboriginal land, and that was how it would remain until the ends of its time. The drive went on and on. Hours had passed. Were we any closer to our destination? For reference, I switched the car's function from Bluetooth headset to radio to scan the FM/AM for any signs of life. Nothing. I thought, well, I'll check again in an hour. An hour had passed, so I checked again, scanning. A muffled and distorted voice emitted through our car, and then the sweet sound of music. It was AC/DC's Highway to Hell. How befitting, I thought to myself. I said to my partner, "Right, love. Check the signal on your phone now." She replied, 2 bars. She immediately checked Google Maps. I parked the car in this small spot of salvation while it loaded up. According to Google Maps, we were approximately 30 minutes away from a fork in the road. One way heading west out to the Never Never. Another heading towards Mount Coulon. Good thing we checked. So we headed onwards, and sure enough, there it was, the fork in the road. No signage indicating which way to go. Just one road slightly more compact than the other, and wider. So we kept true to the road that we were on, and then came a faint glimmer in the distance. A faint yellow light on the horizon. As we approached the light, it developed into a service station. Off to the left of the old dirt road, with a storefront that looked completely empty, save for a cash register on the countertop. We were now at the main intersection. Signage indicating to head right was to head towards Collinsville, left out west into the Never Never. I came to a stop off to the right shoulder of the road on a dirt patch made by trucks that had turned here before. I checked the fuel gauge, half a tank. I looked into that old rundown service station, scanning the area for any other signs of life outside of the faint yellow glow of the iridescent tube lights above the old and rusted Bowsers that looked like they hadn't been used since the 80s. Then I saw a figure emerging from a back room. It was a frail old woman, her hair tattered and distressed. It looked like we had awoken her. The time was now 11:30 p.m. She came to a stop inside the abandoned storefront and just stood there, staring at her car. I thought, better come forwards and ask if there's any chance of fueling up. So I pulled in and rolled down my window. She came outside into the night air and approached me with a great deal of hesitation. "Excuse me, I'm so sorry if we woke you. We were just wondering if you had any fuel." She stood there, glaring and studying me, her face withered from the harsh outback climate. No fuel here. You better leave, now." Something felt off. There was a tension between us. And so I said, "Okay, thank you. So sorry. We'll leave now. Thanks again anyhow, and sorry again." So I wound the window up and got out of there. We drove around the old pub in the center of what was once the town. It had multiple V double road train tracks parked all around it, almost like they were protecting the pub itself with a wall of steel and rubber in the desolate darkness. A picnic table with a tin roof cover appeared on the right of the massive loop road, the only road in the entire area that was sealed, and even it was rather narrow. Thanks for reading. I'll post part 3, our return trip, directly after this. Here is part 3, our return trip. In part 2, we had discovered the heart of Mount Coulon, an old outback pub / general / post office. The most notable thing that I'll say about this pub is that it had an amazing veranda. It fully encompassed the exterior ground level and was solid hardwood varnished. Whoever owns the pub has taken great care to preserve it, as it's all that really remains of the town bar, the old petrol station converted into an old couple's new home. Anyhow, where we left off. As for lighting, what lighting? This place was clearly not welcoming after dark, albeit for 2 streetlights in the entire area that glowed faintly, only illuminating small patches of the loop road. You definitely wouldn't want to be out there with no headlights. We did the brief tour of all that was out there, then made our way back towards the road back home. My partner said hold up, so I came to a stop, again, off to the side of the road back out to the Miranda. She had just discovered on Google Maps a quicker way back home. This would take us out on that old dirt road, out west in the fork in the road. However, as you continue down that road for 50 kilometers, you'll come to another fork in the road. Taking the leftward track will take us to the Gunyella Road, which then headed back home. "Good on ya," I said to her. So on we went. The Mitsubishi ran on an oily rag too. It was only a little 4-cylinder powerhouse like my Kia Rio, so I felt confident that we'd make it back. On the drive back, it was another long and slow slog. At some points, I'd have to slow to 20 kilometers per hour to make it around tight bends and twisting and turning through the roughened thoroughfare, which went wide open cattle farming properties. Then, at points, the bushland would thicken around creeks and runoff areas, and you couldn't see a meter off the sides of the road. After taking the leftward turn, in what was a slight fork in the road, we made our way homebound, and then it happened. A large creature came bounding out from the dense bushland and right out in front of our car. I came to an abrupt stop, and there in our headlights was a massive cow. It looked at us, then took off back into the bushland. I was a little stunned. That was close. Too close. So on we went back home. The rest of our journey was rather mundane to say the least. The only exception was an interesting stretch of road that had been well sealed and snaked through dense bushland. I was impressed by the craftsmanship of how well compacted it was. Then suddenly we were back on dirt road again. Hours on, and we made it to the Gunyella Road. Intersections with lighting signaling the turnoffs to local mines and explosive factories that make the bomb products for them, and so on and so forth. The usual akin of the cold fields. Then we made it home as the first light of morning emitted from the horizon. Pulling into our driveway, we both looked at each other, shrugged as if to signal, what the heck was that all about? Then got out of the car and headed inside. It's a strange feeling out there. It's the desolation, I think. the lack of. It's what really drives the tension, I guess. Any moment can be fraught with demise, but it gave me the closure that I needed to put the monsters in my head. Whatever I saw that night, when I made that near fatal misadventure, will remain a mystery. And maybe that is for the best. This happened last night, and I'm still pretty freaked out. We're up at my father-in-law's for Christmas. He lives in South Jersey, in a pretty remote area just north of Bern State Forest. It's quiet, and always a little eerie, but felt especially weird with the overcast weather and unseasonable warmth of the last few days. We did Christmas dinner at my brother-in-law's, and got back pretty late. Because of the radiator heat and outside temps, we slept with the window open. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and as I was drifting back to sleep, I heard a low wail, building in volume for a few seconds before stopping abruptly. Figuring it was just an odd-sounding bird and trying to go back to sleep. It happened twice more over the course of maybe 5 minutes. I was basically able to put it out of my head and start drifting back to sleep when I heard a loud, shrill blast, like a too-high elephant's trumpet. At that point, I shot up, my heart racing. I knew I had to close the window, and took a beat to build up to it. When I dragged myself out of bed, I peeked through the shutters before I reached to shut the pane. Whatever it was had tripped the motion sensor light at the back of the property, and was half illuminated. Standing maybe 100 feet from the back door, right at the tree line. It was cloaked, with its head partially shrouded. The bottom of its face looked flat and round like the back of a dinner plate, with another smaller, half-uncovered black circle at its center. I immediately slammed the window shut and it didn't move, just stood there with its face tilted towards the window. I shut the blinds and crept into bed and basically hid until the sun came up. I didn't hear any more sounds. I dared another look out the window after dawn and the figure was gone, and I managed to drift back to sleep for a few hours. Has anyone seen like this or know what it might be? I've been frantically Googling, but nothing really coming up. This happened many years ago, when I was about 10 or 11 years old. I wouldn't describe the area that I was in as backwoods necessarily, but it was a wooded 100-plus acre ranch. The land is in the southwest part of the United States. My family owns the property, and we have family reunions every year, and all stay for about 5 days to camp. There's an area of the ranch where we all set up camp and cook and eat. Getting to that part of the ranch requires driving through a small village and several gates for about 2 miles. The first gate beyond the village is slightly past a set of railroad tracks. That's a lot of description, but it's relevant later in the story. Because I had been camping at the ranch for as long as I could remember, and the land was private, my parents would allow me to go off on my own during the day, as long as I didn't get too far. I'd spend time walking the property near our camp, looking for arrowheads or trying to catch tadpoles in the ponds. On this day, I left the large camp area after lunch, which was around 11:30, and told my mom I was going to a nearby creek. I planned on catching some tadpoles to bring back to camp, and be back on time for a swimming trip that my cousins were planning. They wanted to go to a nearby river, and I really didn't want to miss it. I made it down to the creek and got several tadpoles. I probably spent a total of 15 minutes down there. To get back to camp, I would have needed to either climb up a relatively steep embankment with a lot of loose rock, or circle around on a longer route with a flat trail. I'd usually go up the embankment, but I didn't have a top for the water bottle that I caught the tadpoles with, and I didn't want to risk slipping and spilling them out / killing them. I had never walked along the longer trail by myself, but I had with my dad, and I felt confident that I could find my way back to camp on it. As I walked back to camp, I had my head down looking for arrowheads in the washed out areas of the trail. I started feeling a little creeped out as I continued walking. We all know that feeling like someone is watching. It was unsettling, but I chalked it up to just getting spooked being on the trail by myself. Now, the next part I cannot explain whatsoever. It's as if a light switch was turned on, or someone snapped their fingers and I came back to reality. Except when I came to, I wasn't on the trail that I'd been on before. I was near the railroad tracks, and it was completely dark. My mom was standing in front of me, shaking my shoulders and yelling, "Where were you?" Two things I remember really clearly about the moments I came to are, 1, the look of fear, anger, and relief on my mom's tearful eyes as she was yelling at me. And 2, the confusion that I felt about what was going on. The last thing I remembered was walking on the trail back to camp, and now suddenly it was dark, and I was at the railroad tracks leading to the ranch, which was over 2 miles away. The best way I can describe it is to compare it to a movie, The Butterfly Effect. The main character would be living in one moment, then somewhere, suddenly, he'd wake up somewhere entirely different. My parents drove me back to camp, and I learned that it was 10:30 p.m. This meant that I had been gone for 11 hours, about 10 and a half which I can't account for to this day. My parents and all my family had understandably freaked the heck out when I hadn't returned to camp. They had been looking for me all day. I was a really good kid, growing up, and almost never broke any rules, so my parents were baffled at my behavior. I tried to explain to them that I had no memory of getting to the tracks, but they didn't believe me. They thought that maybe I got lost and was too embarrassed to admit it. This was the only time that I've ever experienced something like this. I can't explain how unsettling it is to not be able to account for all the hours that I was gone. Was it a coincidence that I had that creeped out feeling on the trail and then just lost 10 and a half hours of my life? I wish that I had answers for what had happened. Has anyone had anything similar happen to them? Back when my dad was a freight train driver, he had to stop at a red light in a wooded area in the middle of nowhere. The guard of the train, who's usually at the back of the train, radioed to tell him that it's going to take a while. So Dad got off his cabin to take a leak. As he was watering the bushes, he saw a relatively well-dressed man approaching him, and he asked my dad to give him a lift to the nearest station. This man had a backpack, and for some reason an axe. Dad decided to give him a lift and asked him to take a seat in the cabin. All throughout the 2-hour journey to the next station, the man didn't put down his backpack or his axe. He was eyeing him constantly through the corner of his eye and read a manic expression that you absolutely don't get from a lumberjack who had gotten off of work at 2 a.m. After dropping off the man, the guard and my dad notified the cops and gave them the man's description. A month or so later, the department was issued a notice to not give lifts to strangers, as the man that they had picked up was a gang member and had just shot a man and buried him in pieces in that general vicinity. Rolling through the Atchafalaya River Basin, about 1:30 in the morning, nothing but uninhabitable swamp for miles. We're running on reds at restricted speed, no crossings or anything to worry about, so the conductor and I are naturally in and out. I look up at one point and see these 3 white lights moving in circular motions as if they're floating across the tracks. I think to myself, what the heck is that? And wipe the sleep from my eyes. But it's still there. My conductor then asks me, "You see those lights too, right?" I said I dang sure do. I thought I was seeing stuff. He said, "Let's slow down to about 5 and see if we see anything." We get up to the spot where the lights are, and of course, nothing. We shined our flashlights into the swamp but don't see anything. No clue what it could have been. But I know that there's no way that there were 3 people out there walking around in the swamp at 1:30 in the morning. I'm a conductor. This story happened at 3 a.m. I was going 50 miles per hour and had 15,000 tons behind me. I was approaching a closed overhead pedestrian bridge. It's not uncommon to see kids stop and watch a train go by. This night, there are 4 people on the bridge. As I get closer, I see them bending over, standing up, waving their arms, etc. I know something isn't right. I blow the horn a few times and ring the bell. Then, I see a person on the railing, and then drop and stop mid-fall. There's a rope around the body, and I catch the body at windshield height. They've done thrown a clothed mannequin off the bridge. Backstory. A few months earlier, a guy had murdered his girlfriend, and then threw her off the same bridge as I went by. He thought the train would destroy her body and whatever evidence there was. People suck. I got hit by the hotbox detector on a really cold night after midnight. We were stopped at the bottom of the steepest hill on our sub. There was an ice crust on top of the snow, so every step was crunchy. I walked back, I think about 20 cars, and found nothing. I did my due diligence, checking back a few cars, and was making my way back to the head end. About 7 or 8 cars from the head end, I start hearing a second set of footsteps, a little behind me and to the right. At first I thought it might be an echo, but this is the middle of farm fields and prairie. There's nothing for sound to echo off of, and these sounded like crisp, clear steps about 10 feet away. Something I'm used to hearing after working outside most of my life. After a couple of steps I stopped, and the footsteps stopped as well. I continued, and half a beat later so do they. I stopped and they did again. I'd begin walking and same thing, about half a step off of mine. I paused one last time and heard a single step after my feet stopped. I noped right along, climbed on the rear engine, and walked through the power rather than on the right-of-way. A couple of years later, I was getting back into photography, hiking and local history, while researching an 1800s brick pump house I had found in the nearby city. I ended up going down an old newspaper rabbit hole. I somehow stumbled across an article from the late 1800s about a locomotive whose boilers exploded near where I heard those footsteps. The engineer, a Civil War veteran, and I think the firemen were both killed. I wish I could find that article again. It really bothers me to this day. This dates back a couple of decades to a time when trains had slam door carriages. But here you go. I'm traveling in such a carriage, commuting home. It's a warm summer's evening. Everyone is dozing. We're approaching one of the more busy stations on our tiny single-track branch line, where you can change to another line, when we stopped quite sharply at a red signal about 100 yards before the platform. The jolt woke up the guy opposite me. He blinked and stared around owlishly, obviously figuring that we were at the station, jumped up with his briefcase, opened the door, and walked out. Whoosh, straight down to the track. The rest of us were temporarily stunned. Before we could react, a briefcase came winging its way into the carriage, and 2 hands appeared on the floor of the doorway as the unfortunate bloke clambered back in. No one helped him. We were all being very British, pretending that we hadn't seen what had happened. In our defense, I think we just felt embarrassed for him. However, we were not prepared for what happened next. The chap obviously figured he'd been an idiot and had used the door on the wrong side of the carriage by mistake. So he picked up his briefcase, wandered across the aisle, and in front of our disbelieving eyes opened the other door and walked out. Whoosh again. Yet again, a briefcase flew into the carriage as the poor bloke levered himself back on board. We couldn't have helped them this time, even if we wanted to. All of us were crying and helpless with laughter. I work as a backup janitor when the normal one isn't available. I've seen some very weird things at the places I've cleaned. There's the usual needles and beer cans. Not that shocking after a while. But the weirdest thing I have ever seen was when I was called out to a train yard to clean out some diffused engines. These things hadn't been used since the mid-90s and were going to be sold for scrap as they were too battered to be refurbished. I was warned beforehand that there might be a bum in one of them, but I brushed it off since I had seen many bums at the various places I cleaned. They usually just ran off when they saw me coming. So I picked up my bucket and got in the company truck to go out to the disused part of the yard where the trains were, routine janitorial duties. As I'm driving out there, I noticed that I had left the keys to the trains back at the office. Oh well, I figure. These things are so old that the door might not even be there anymore. So I drive out to the engines and park my truck and get out. Nothing is creepy at this point, just some rotting diesel engines. I had seen much more creepy things before. I walk up the railing and kick in the door with little force. It didn't even lock anymore. I walk in and I immediately notice something very odd. It's in near mint condition. Great, I think. One less room to clean. But then I noticed something very, very disturbing. A skeleton perched against a wall. Then I noticed that it's wearing a leather jacket and clutching a pill bottle in its bony hands. It was a self-unaliving. I walk a bit closer and grab the pill bottle from its hand. The prescription date was 10/9/1996. Over 10 years ago, this guy had been rotting in a train for 10 years and nobody noticed his absence. I pressed the button on my radio and told the guard to call the cops. There's a dead guy in here and he's been here for a decade. About 5 minutes later, a cop car pulls up, and an off-duty cop steps up and walks up to the train. Turns out that this man has been missing since 1997, and nobody even cared enough to look for him. He was an elderly man who lost his wife and offed himself in a train. He laid there for 11 years and was never disturbed. When they buried him a few days later, I was the only one to come. All of his family were dead, or didn't care enough to come. Very sad, and very creepy. Conductor here. One time in the middle of the night, in the middle of winter, 10 degrees and a foot of snow on the ground, my train went into emergency. I had to walk the length of the train to see what the problem was. The train was right in the middle of a very small town. As I'm walking by one of the houses on the outskirts of this town, I see a guy standing in the driveway about 50 feet from me, wearing a trench coat and a sock hat type thing. The first thing that struck me as odd is that it was way too cold to be wearing just a trench coat. I shine my lantern on the guy, wave and say hi. Nothing. The guy doesn't even move. I continue walking past the guy to the end of the train while looking back very often. I get to the end, turn around and head back. I get back to the house where this guy is standing, and he's still there in the same place in the same position. I don't even say anything this time. I just speed walk back to the head of the train. The next day, I'm taking a train back home during the day. I'm paying special attention to this house as we go by it. There's nothing there. The drive isn't shoveled. Nothing is there that could have been mistaken for a guy in a trench coat. I have since been by this house dozens of times, and I have never seen a car parked there, or a light on, or anything at all. My uncle's best friend was a conductor/engineer for a train years ago. He told me that one night he was going up through North Florida and saw some deer on the tracks, so he lays on the horn to scare them off. All but one ran off the tracks. The last one ran in front of the train, along the tracks. He had to try to slow the train slightly to keep from running the deer over, but couldn't. The train caught up with the deer and he lost sight of it, believing that he had just run it over. When he got to the next city and slowed down for a turn, he noticed something on the side of the engine. He leaned out to see a deer laying on a set of steps just out of the view from his seat. It ended up jumping off in the middle of the city, a few hundred miles from its home. I'm an engineer now, but as a conductor, I was walking my train one midnight, lacing air hoses, getting the car's freight ready to pull. I noticed what I thought was a dog or a coyote about 100 yards away. No big deal. I have a big aluminum and steel stick with a hook for cranking brakes without having to climb onto the cars. Then I notice it kind of tracing along, pacing me. I could see the glow of its eyes watching me. Later, as we're ready to depart, I'm out in front of the engine, opening the track switch to get onto the main line. I'm in the engine's headlights, and I hear my engineer say quietly over the radio, "Calmly walk up to the engine. If I blow the whistle, run." I'm thinking, oh geez, it's just that coyote. No big deal. And I keep working. But he starts flashing the cab lights. So I think maybe there's a manager stalking us. So I go up there. He has me close the nose door and points out a giant mountain lion perched up on a berm 20 feet from where I was, casually sprawled out staring dead at us. This was northern Iowa, so pretty uncommon. That and a bunch of junkies and drunks around the yards. I'm not a conductor myself, but my commute to my campus is a 2-lane highway that runs parallel to a train track, and it has one crossing where the road and the track meet at an angle that basically forms a really squished X shape. One night, me and my cousin were carpooling back home from a midterm, and we were both pretty tired, a combination of exhaustion from those stressful midterms and the obvious weariness from late-night drives. We were just doing our normal drive home when we were about to hit the railroad crossing. From a distance, I noticed that there was an unusually bright light oncoming from the railroad track, but considering that the crossing lights weren't blaring and the arms weren't coming down, I figured that it was just a maintenance truck that was inspecting the track at night when it wouldn't be too busy. So I kept driving, considering there's no real reason to stop. In my mind, the railroad lights would be flashing red if there was really a train coming through. But as we drew closer, it became more and more apparent that these headlights were moving real fast and didn't have the intent of stopping. That's when we heard a large horn blare at us from the tracks. And with that, I slammed the brakes and stopped just a few feet away from a one-way train ride to purgatory. Me and my cousin nearly crapped ourselves that night. We spent the rest of the drive arguing over whether the lights were on, and we didn't notice them because we were tired, or if it was just a bad driver. The crazy thing is, when we're driving back the next morning, there was a crazy traffic accident at the highway that caused massive buildup. It turned out that a car performed a sudden brake in front of the railroad crossing and caused the 4 cars behind it to rear-end one another. The local radio station was reporting on the accident, and it was revealed that the lead driver slammed the brakes when he noticed a train about to use the railroad crossing, even though the crossing arms were still up and the lights weren't going off. Luckily, no one was severely injured. Okay, so I used to be a driver who was a third-party contractor who picked up and dropped off engineers/conductors when they timed out. Sometimes they would time out at the most inconvenient locations, and I would have to go pick them up, and a coworker in a different city would drop them off a replacement. Well, I received a call at 8 p.m. that I was going to pick someone up at 11 p.m. at a location in the Sierra Mountains. On my way, I was cruising down the main freeway, exited off a junction onto a two-way highway. Using the Google Maps, my location I typed was not on a main road. Stress kicked in as I was going to have to take a dirt road in the mountains with fading cell phone service and would have to navigate in the dark. My radio worked and was the best line of communication to the train. Well, as I was traveling down a dirt road at 10:30 at night, something hit the top of my vehicle. I slowed down, locking my doors, and stopped. What the heck was that? I looked around and saw nothing. The road I was on had dense trees, a foot of clearance on each side of the vehicle, and the path didn't seem to be traveled much as plants were growing in the middle of the road path. I decided to crawl over my seats to look back, as no way in heck am I opening the doors. Nothing. I pause and stare quietly, waiting to see if anything moves. My radio was on, and the conductor asked if I was on the line, or there. I quickly realized it was the locomotive I was going to meet, and responded that I was on the way and on the dirt road heading towards them. They quickly responded with, "You made sure you took the first right off the highway, right?" I stated yes. He then stated, "But you kept going?" I stated yes. Now I'm frustrated because I'm thinking I traveled more than I needed to. Then, out of the corner of my eye, on the driver's side window, two big eyes reflecting light from my headlights are deadlocked on me. Oh crap. As my heart drops, adrenaline hit me, but I have no idea if it sees me through the tinted windows. I don't dare move. The eyes were large and seemed to be tracking after staring for a moment, which seemed like at me. The scary part was, I never saw what it was. The eyes were spaced and looking forward enough to be a bear, but moved as though it was much taller and smooth motion as if they were floating. When the animal moved, I could hear it push through all the foliage. When the eyes disappear, I pulled forward to a point that I could turn around, maybe a football field length away, and noticed as I was turning around, there were train tracks. The guy on the radio said stay there as they could see me. Well, short ending, the engineers hopped in, and on the way home were talking about how they saw a large animal that looked like the size of a bear that stood in front of their tracks as they were slowly coming to a stop, but took off much too fast to be a bear, and they even joked that it ran away on two legs at that speed. They said exactly where I saw the creature, and shivers to this day still happen when I think about it. Train engineer here. Nothing scary or strange, just a weird experience. I was coming into a stop at a platform after a long straight. All of a sudden, I see something small in the middle of the tracks. I slam the emergency brakes, and when I get closer, I see that it's a small dog without a leash, something the size of a Jack Russell. Clearly, it had run away from its owner. As I spot on the platform a panicking woman running after the dog on the platform. The dog was running straight at my train barking. My thoughts were, crap, I'm gonna kill someone's pet. And the dog disappeared from my sight. I almost couldn't stomach it, but I had to go out and look what happened. Turned out, the little rat was so little that he passed underneath the train. And the other end of the train, the dog's owner was there, and the dog, which had miraculously passed underneath the entire train without getting hit by the undercarriage. Poor thing was probably traumatized, but luckily, he survived. Okay, so it wasn't me driving the train, but one of my coworkers. It was early in the morning, and he called up that a lady has just fell in front of his train and has gone under. Emergency services are called, and when they arrive, they cannot find a person or any parts of a person. No sign whatsoever of a fatality or anything. Police do a search of the area and find the lady matching the description of the person that went under the train. Apparently, she was a sleepwalker and left home on one of her walks. Train footage shows her while walking through a pedestrian maze at a crossing. She appeared to trip and fall between the tracks and under it just as the train passed over her. When the train comes to a stop, she casually rolls out from under the train and continues on her morning walk. For the weekend, I wanted to visit my boyfriend. He lives 2 hours away, and I always go by train. I'm not easily spooked, but I always keep an eye out. A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do, am I right? 1 hour into the trip, it was around 8 o'clock p.m. I see two men getting into the same train compartment as me. I was sitting in a two-seat. The seat next to me was empty, and in front of me there was a seat for 4 people. So 2 pairs of seats facing each other. The men came in being very loud, even though it was a silent compartment. But nobody said anything because they already seemed very suspicious. From the moment they stepped into the train, probably before they got in, they had their eyes fixated on me. They stepped in through the doors and sat in the seat in front of me, the 4th seat. And from then on, they kept an eye on me, while discussing things with each other in a language that I did not understand. Like every other girl, I get stared at frequently, especially when I wear my hair down. It normally makes me feel a bit awkward, but I never feel unsafe when this happens. Until yesterday. But they were staring at me in every way possible. Through the chairs, standing up, sitting down, and bending over to get a good look. Through the reflection of the mirror, and by getting up and walking past me. They were taking turns and walking over to the other compartment of the train. The other compartment was only separated from mine with a glass door. Every time one of them got up, they both started staring at me. Then one of them went away, and the other one had clear vision of me and kept staring at me. He poked his head through the middle of the seats and offered me chocolate, which I politely refused. Then the other one came back, and 5 minutes later, the man who did not go away yet went away in the same way. They kept taking turns in walking away, and every time one of them got up, the one who remained seated kept an eye on the other, and on me. Each time they were sitting across from each other, they discussed things, but I could not translate it. They kept looking at me, and then started discussing again. When I had 20 minutes of my trip left, a lot of people got out at one stop. It was just me, them, and one other male. The moment the doors were about to close, one of the creepy men started walking through the doors to check if there were people coming in, and maybe to check if there was security. I don't know why he did it, but when he came back, he scanned the train to see how many people were still on there. From that moment on, they both got in seats facing me. They would not stop staring at this point. As you can imagine, I panicked and was stressed out. So I slowly turned around to look behind the glass doors to see if there were more people there that could maybe help me. And to my luck, there were more people there. So I slowly and very softly put on my jacket. We still had more than 10 minutes left then. And I kid you not even 2 minutes later, one of the men starts getting dressed too. He took his purse and his jacket and kept looking at me and fixating on me while still discussing with the other man. This was where I really panicked. I already let my friends know what was going on, and my boyfriend was already at the train stop where I was supposed to get out. Then I contemplated what the smartest thing to do was, because there's an emergency number on the train that you can call or text if you feel unsafe. But I had a gut feeling that this would not help me. So I got my bags, got up and walked through the glass doors to the other compartment. I sat facing them so that I could see what they were doing. They both got up and grabbed their bags and started walking towards me. Mind you, they were sitting closest to the exit, so there was absolutely no reason for them to take this route too. I rapidly start to walk to someone on the next seats in front of mine and asked if he could help me, because I was getting followed and watched by two grown men. He said he also thought that they were very suspicious and was getting scared for me. He asked me to sit next to him so he could help keep me a little bit safer and distract the men or something. Then he distracted me a little bit and asked me questions about my life. When the two creeps saw that I got seated next to the man, they were already coming my way and were making their way through the doors of the compartment. They're glass doors, so we could see each other very clearly. I had not shown my fear, but I was shaking so uncontrollably that they must have seen how scared I was. The moment they got through that door, they saw me getting seated next to the other man, and the creeps exchanged looks. Looked at me, discussed something, looked at me again, turned around and went the other way. They were walking to the exit of the train, where again there's a glass door, so we could still see each other. The whole time they were standing around the exit, they were looking at me with a very creepy and disturbed look on their faces. I describe it as, you got away, but you won't be that lucky next time. That's how it felt. The man I was sitting next to also got the hang of this and was calming me down. He told me that he was not going to let me get off this train by myself and would wait with me until my boyfriend would arrive. That was amazing and I felt so comforted. But then our stop came, and we walked to our side of the exit, and then came a realization. In the exit of the train, there were standing two other men with the exact same kind of looks as the two creeps. They talked the same language and they acted weird too. These men were probably the men who the two creeps visited every few minutes. The men at the exit saw me, looked at me with a creepy look, but then the man who kept me safe made sure to them that he walked with me, and immediately they looked away. They also covered their face with their hoods. The doors opened, and they nearly sprinted out of there, just as the two other creeps. Then the man who escorted me out waited with me until we found my boyfriend, and then he went on his way. We both could not thank him enough for keeping me safe. I thought I lived in a very safe country in Europe, but I think that as long as you're a young woman on your own, you will never be 100% safe while traveling or being alone. I hate thinking about what would have happened if I was not helped by the man in the other department. I wish I could have thanked him with gifts or a nice gesture, but I don't know his name, and I'll probably never see him again. To the man who saved me, I thank you with all of my heart. That was a very long story, but in real time, this only lasted about an hour. I hope people read this, and I really hope that you all stay safe. Just be on the lookout for each other, and help someone when you can. Thanks for reading. It was probably around January 2018 at the time. I had to take the 8 a.m. train once a month to see my boyfriend, and usually took the 6 p.m. train to go home. As I enter the 6 p.m. train, I see a man kissing, licking, and making out with the train window. He seemed as surprised as I was and quickly stopped when he saw me. I didn't think too much of it, so I didn't change cars, but simply went upstairs to sit. It was a 2-floor train. I was playing on my phone, not paying attention to anything else, which wasn't a clever move because it was dark outside. And when it's dark outside, the station just before mine can be easily mistaken for mine. So I look outside, see the train stopped, and see this station that looks exactly like mine. So I run outside thinking it was my stop. Once out, I quickly noticed that it wasn't. I once again mistook the other station for mine. So as I casually went back in, I saw the window-looking guy that was now a couple of meters away from me, sprinting back to his seat. I wonder why for a minute, then it clicked. This guy tried to follow me outside, but backed off once he saw that I was coming back in. Only there did I change cars, because I was starting to get creeped out. And when I got out at my station, the real one this time, I was searching for him, wondering if it was just a coincidence, and that maybe he freaked out because he mistook the precedent station for his too. But nope. Luckily, he stayed in the train. My boyfriend at the time and I lived in different towns, so I had to take a train to go see him. I arrived early like I normally do, and this man is sat down next to me. I didn't think anything of it until he started talking to me. "Where you heading to?" he asked me, which I proceed to tell the man that I'm off to see my boyfriend, who is currently waiting for me. He smiles. He decided to tell me how we'd make a great family together, how he can be an uncle to me. I found that weird. He then hugged me, which I didn't know what to do. He said he knew me. I asked him how. He proceeded to tell me where I worked out. My job was me dressing up in costumes that contains putting a head on so you couldn't see who I was. The only time I ever took the head off is where I had to get completely undressed. I found this weird. He said he remembered me being much thinner, but I know that he meant my sister, who also works the same job as me. My train arrived and I go inside, and he decided to sit next to me. Before we sat down, he wanted a hug, and when I gave him a hug, I looked at the woman behind me and mouthed the word "help me." She hadn't responded. I sat down and he proceeded to kiss at my neck, and I pushed him away. He got upset and I quickly got off at the next stop. I had to board another train and ended up telling the police of what happened. They tried their best to find him, but sadly they couldn't. Ever since, I felt completely uncomfortable at my job. This was a number of years ago now. One morning, I was waiting at my local train station for a train to uni. Out of the corner of my eye, I could swear there was someone staring at me. I turned to look, and there was this lady, no younger than 60, just staring at me with wide eyes. She stared at me the whole time, didn't even look away when I looked at her, just kept staring. A train came and I went to get on, and the lady follows me. I tried to trick her to see if she would keep following me. So, just as I went to the door of the carriage, I instead turned left and got on the next carriage. Yep, she followed me there. She then sat in the aisle opposite me and continually looked over at me. She then got off 2 stations later. A few days later, I see her again. Same thing. Stares at me, follows me onto the train, continues staring, gets off 2 stations later. About a week or so later, on a weekend, I was taking a train with my mother. We sat on the bench on the opposite side of the platform to where I had been previously. Train station was almost empty. And who comes to sit right next to my mom? Yep, that old lady. Keeps looking over at me and my mother, and does a similar thing on the train as well. I haven't seen her since. Last November, my brother was visiting us from Dundee with his 3-year-old son. Since my brother had moved from Glasgow, we didn't get to see him or his family too often, so we cherished it any time we got to see them. His wife unfortunately could not travel down due to work, and only a day into his visit, he was called back to himself for an emergency. His nephew wanted to stay, as we had brought him tickets to the football game the day after. So I agreed to take him back to his dad in Dundee after the game. The only train that I could get was a fairly late one, and it was therefore the last one of the day. So I took my nephew to the football game and headed straight to the station afterwards. The train was fairly busy, but I had booked us 2 seats. Just as we were about to board the train, the man standing next to me made an odd comment. Like sardines, aren't they? I hate sardines, he said. I found this fairly odd and just laughed it off awkwardly. I've never been good at making conversations with strangers and always felt uneasy when one approaches me. As we made our way to our seats, I noticed an old couple sitting in them. I told them it was our seats, but they were fairly rude and told me that people shouldn't be made to stand for a journey. I always hate confrontation, especially in public, so I just left. There were no two seats together anywhere on the train, so me and my nephew were forced to stand for about an hour until many people on the train finally got off when it stopped in Perth. Me and my nephew sat down, and I mistakenly fell asleep as I was so tired after a fairly long day and standing for an hour on the train. As my nephew was only 3, he obviously fell asleep as well. I awoke just as the last passengers were getting off at Dundee. I quickly jumped up and tried to get my nephew off the train as quickly as possible, but he was too slow and I had to stay on the train with him, meaning that we missed the stop. As the train was delayed slightly, it was now going straight to Aberdeen, which was about another hour or so away. I sat down and tried to phone anyone I knew, but I didn't have any signal. I began to panic, as I knew that there would be no return trains from Aberdeen at this time of night, likely meaning that I would have to stay the night there in a hotel. I tried to compose myself and looked about the train to see if there was anyone who could maybe help me. My carriage had more or less cleared out by this point, and there was only 3 other people left. An older woman sleeping a few rows in front of me, a young man reading a book at the opposite side, and a third man behind me. I told my nephew to go back to sleep and started trying to plan what I would do when we had gotten to Aberdeen. As my phone had no signal, this was obviously fairly difficult, and thought that I would ask the man behind me for any help. I looked in the window's reflection at him, and noticed it was the same man who had made the sardine comment earlier. He was a middle-aged man, fairly average build and height, and there was nothing to suggest that he was in any way dangerous. Except one thing. He was staring right at me. I looked away for a minute, thinking maybe he was just looking about the train as I did only a moment ago. But when I looked again, he was still staring. His stare didn't seem to break until he got up to presumably go to the toilet. I debated switching to another carriage, but before I could gather my stuff and wake my nephew, he returned. Only this time, he sat in a different seat, facing me directly. A few uneasy moments before he made his first comment. "Someone's sleepy," he said, nodding to my nephew. I laughed awkwardly and put my earphones in to avoid having to talk to him, even though my phone had just died. "Must be some set of earphones if they can listen to music when your phone's dead," he said. My heart dropped. "I'm only kidding you on," he said, but I now had no excuse to avoid conversation with him. "So are you going home or visiting someone?" he asked. I made the mistake of telling him what had happened, and that I had missed my stop. "That's quite the situation. You won't get a train back at this time." I nodded and said I'll just find a hotel for the night. He then approached my seat and sat across from me. "Hotels will all be booked out, and even if they aren't, they'll charge you a fortune. I've got a place not far from the station. You can stay there for the night and get the train in the morning. I'll stay out of the way of you and your son, don't worry." I explained to the man that it was not my son, and that I was happy to cough up the money for a hotel, and tried to stay polite by saying that I didn't want to be a nuisance for him, even though I really just wanted to tell him to leave me alone. "Oh, believe me, you won't be any nuisance to me," he said in an overly friendly tone. I was now feeling extremely unnerved, but still tried my best to talk myself out of the situation. This conversation carried on for another 10 minutes or so, and he was increasingly insistent that I stayed with him. I didn't have any idea of what to do. I felt completely helpless. I told him I needed the toilet in an effort to get away from the carriage. This is when he grabbed my wrist below the table. "You're not going anywhere," he said in a hushed tone. "You're staying with me. I'll keep you safe," he said in an extremely chilling voice. I couldn't even bring myself to scream out in the situation. The only other passengers in the carriage were at the opposite end, and I was so terrified that if I screamed, the man would hurt me or my nephew. He wouldn't let go of my wrist, and repeatedly began saying, "Just act natural." The remaining part of the journey seemed to last a lifetime, and I knew even then and there was no light at the end of this tunnel, as this man would not let me go. The train finally reached Aberdeen, and the man told me to wake my nephew, not to alarm him, and tell him that we're staying at this nice man's house for the evening. He held my hand as we got off the train. My worst feelings were coming true, as I knew that would happen when this man got us back to his house. All of a sudden, I was knocked to the floor in a heap of bodies. The police had tackled the man and were arresting him. As I got to my feet, I grabbed my nephew's hand and ran only a couple of yards before completely breaking down. The police comforted me and told me that the young man who was reading his book at the other side of the carriage had noticed what was going on and sent a text to the British Transport Police, whose number is all over the walls of the train on posters. It took me a couple of minutes to process everything, but I managed to gain enough composure to thank the police and express my gratitude towards the man who had sent the text. I only managed to say a few words to him, but I will be forever grateful to him, as he saved me from what would have been a night of terror, and very possibly saved me and my nephew's life. The police very kindly took me and my nephew back to Dundee, where my brother and his wife were extremely relieved to see us. It is now some time since the incident, but it's had a lasting effect on me, and I always make sure that when I'm traveling late at night, that I am accompanied by someone, and never run the risk of missing my stop ever again. This happened last year in summer, maybe at the beginning of June, and I was 17. I was on my way to get some camp leader training for volunteering abroad. I'm not very talkative with strangers. It takes some time for me to open up, and I thought that I'd get out of my comfort zone and learn something new. It was really hot outside. I had at least 3 hours of traveling by buses and trains. Once I got to the capital, I traveled by train. It was packed, so I couldn't sit down anywhere but by the door on the steps. I sat down and plugged my headphones in, and then a man walked in and sat down uncomfortably close. I couldn't move anywhere. Out of nowhere, he starts talking to me, and I pretend not to hear him while I look out the little window. But he taps my shoulder, and I'm really nervous and polite, so I take out one of my headphones, hoping that he just wants to know where his stop is. So I hear out what he has to say. He asked me what I was listening to. At this point, I can hear that he's kind of slurring his words, and his eyes are a little red and glossy. I don't think he had a face mask on either. I kind of nervously shrugged my shoulders and did the eye smile at him. He was trying to do small talk with me, but I wasn't really listening, just nodding, wondering how long that I'd have to stay on this train. He constantly tried to get me to talk and answer to everything he said. His tone got a bit passive-aggressive a few times, so I was scared not to answer. At one point, a man walked past us to use the toilet. I tried to give him a pleading look, but they greeted each other as if they were buddies. That man probably didn't have a ticket, because he stayed there the whole time I was on the train. After a while, he got back to my music, and said that we should just pick our favorite song and give them to each other to listen to them. I was creeped the heck out, so I did that. Then the chair hit the fan. He said, "Why don't you take your mask off? I bet you're pretty." I was shaking, and then he extended his hand towards me and tried to take my mask off. I literally put my hand in a cross gesture to protect myself and said no. This is where he should have realized that I was uncomfy, but surprise, surprise, he didn't. I don't know what he was thinking. I'm a nervous smiler, so I just chuckled very uncomfortably. And he tried this multiple times after that. I kept doing the crossed wrists gesture to protect myself and saying no each time. Then he asked me to guess his age. I did. He said he was 36, asked me and I said 16, hoping that he would shut up or at least tone it down. But no. He got closer and examined the sleeve of my shirt, saying it's nice. I was almost so scared that I was peeing myself at this point. And then a conductor walks to us. Thank God. Or not. Because when I looked at him, almost tearing up, he ignored me and walked away. Then this dude playfully nudges the side of my thigh, while still complimenting me and trying to get me to take my mask off. Then he gets up to get a cigarette and walks into the toilet to the second dude. He told me to let him know when I was getting off. Earlier, he told me he was going somewhere further, and I convinced him that I was going home and my parents were waiting for me, because I heard that should make them not follow you or something like that. He wasn't intimidated at all. Heck no. As soon as he got into the bathroom, I grabbed my bags, walked 2 wagons away from the one that I was in, and finally took a few breaths while people looked at me weird. I must have looked like a mess. When the train arrived at my stop, I booked it and kept looking over my shoulder at the train station, as well as walking down a street. I decided to change into my long hoodie in case he was somewhere behind me. Luckily, he didn't follow me. I called one of my parents on the way to my final destination, absolutely out of breath. My other parent called me later, assuring that I was all right, and I haven't told about it to any of the leaders at the event. I don't know what would have happened if he didn't go for that smoke, but I'm certainly glad that he was stupid enough to hope that I'd let him know when I was getting off. Writing this or talking about it makes me feel like I'm there on that train again. And the worst thing is, so many people I know have similar experiences. Why do some people have to be so creepy? In short, a possibly drunk creep tried to take off my mask in a crowded train multiple times, nudged me, and told me to let him know when I was getting off so that he could probably come with me. He went to smoke on the toilet and I ran off, and thankfully never saw him again. This all happened a few years back, around when I was in 8th or 9th grade, so things are a bit blurry, but I'm trying to recall this as best as I can. It was a sunny Monday afternoon. On Monday, I went to my piano lessons directly after school, 1 train station away from the bus stop I used. So after my lesson was over, I was waiting for the train at the train station. I used to walk in circles or up and down while I'm waiting to pass the time. This time, I noticed a guy watching me, probably Arabic or Turkish, definitely foreign. He couldn't speak German. Yes, I'm German. Anyways, I noticed him and looked up. He smiled at me and waved. I brushed it off and thought nothing of it at first. The train came and I entered, sat down and did what I usually do when going my train. I was wearing headphones, but I did see the guy again. He was in the same wagon as me, looking over, still smiling. 1 station later, I left the train and went for the bus stop, starting to feel uneasy. I noticed the guy was following me and getting on the same bus as me. There are 3 different buses going from the stop, and mine is going to a rather quiet part of town. The bus wasn't overly full, and I was sitting in front. I internally hoped that this dude wouldn't get off the bus at the same stop as I did, but my hopes were quickly shattered, because that's exactly what he did. I got off the bus as quickly as I could, crossed the street and looked back, slightly panicking when I saw the guy following me. Still, I tried ignoring him and hid underneath my headphones when he caught up to me and started speaking to me. He asked me what I was listening to. I wondered why some random stranger would care about what I listened to, but I tried to be polite and handed him my headphones to listen. Feel Invincible by Skillet, in case anyone wants to know. Anyways, I took them back after some seconds, and this stranger started complimenting me, telling me I was pretty and everything like that, and all I could think of was getting the heck away from there. So I asked him why he was following me and what he wanted. He was only able to speak English. The short conversation went as follows. Me: I'm sorry, but why are you following me? Do you need something? Him: I don't know where a certain grocery store here in Germany, I won't mention the name, is. Could you tell me? It's between the train station and the primary school at such and such street. You actually should have seen it while on the bus because we went past it. You need to take the bus back to the train station. From there. I pointed to the direction of the opposite side bus stop. Him: thank you. Then this dude proceeded to hug me. I was having my heavy school bag on my back, so that worked rather bad than well. But every single alarm bell in my head went off. I was literally frozen solid. But when he tried to kiss me, I pushed him away and told him I had to go home. Now. And with that, I ran. I looked back for a second and breathed out in relief when I saw him going back to the bus stop. But yet, I didn't stop running until I was home. I told my mom what had happened, and she then kept picking me up late at night when I was returning home from training. I hear a lot of scary shopping stories, and they're usually from the perspective of the person who is shopping. However, my scariest experience happened when I was working at a bookstore. About 2 months after I was promoted from bookseller to assistant manager, we were hit by the Christmas rush. It was always so overwhelming, really. By the end of the night, everyone was so wiped out, and getting all the receipts and drawers counted at the end of the night took so much time. On the nights that I was closing, I let the workers go as soon as they were done. There was no reason to make them stick around and be tired while I was finishing up my work. After I let everyone go, I went back in the office to do my work. After a while, I heard the doorbell ring. We had security cameras, but there wasn't one at the door, so I had to go to the front door and see who it was. There was a guy there, and he was dressed in dark clothes and had his hood up. I asked him how I could help him, of course, watching him through the door. "Hey dude, I left my wallet in your store," he told me. "Can you open the door and let me come in and get it?" I asked him where he thought he left it, and that I would look for him. He didn't like that idea and told me that he wasn't sure. He had been shopping through the entire store and would have to look for it. I asked him if he bought anything, and he told me yes, which meant he had to have his wallet on him at that point. I pointed that out to him, and he seemed taken aback a bit. I told him we didn't get anything turned in, but I could take his information and get back to him if we find anything. The man began getting angry, telling me that he needed his wallet tonight and that he couldn't wait for me to look for it. He kept insisting that I let him in so he could look for it. When I told him that there was no way that I was letting him in the store this late, and while I was alone, he began getting visibly angry. He told me that if I didn't let him get in the place right away, he would call the police and tell them that I stole his wallet. He even got his cell phone out of his pocket and acted like he was going to call. At that point, I had enough. I told the guy the best I could do for him is take his information and call him if anything was found. I then told him that if that wasn't good enough, then there wasn't anything at all that I could do for him. He got really angry and began swearing at me. He grabbed the door and began shaking it, demanding that I open the door. I told him that I was going to walk over to the customer service desk and call the police. I wasn't willing to cooperate anymore. As I made my way over there, I noticed the guy take off down the street. I thought that that was the end of him, and I figured that I didn't really need to bother police for this. I went back to my work and tried my best to get it done so I could go home and get some rest. It took me about 2 hours to honestly finish all of my work. I hadn't heard the doorbell ring and pretty much figured that I wouldn't be seeing that guy again. However, when I was going to the front of the store, I did look around to see if anyone was in the parking lot before I went outside. I went out to the car in the cold and couldn't wait to get out of the cold. However, I froze when I was maybe within a couple of feet away from my car. There was someone in the back seat of my car. He was hiding, down in the back seat with his hood over his head. But there was definitely someone in the back seat of my car, and I knew exactly who it had to be. Furthermore, he must have seen me, or he wouldn't have ducked down. I did the only thing that I could think of to do. I turned and ran at full speed back to the store. I didn't look back around until I had made it to the door. And yeah, he was coming at me. I unlocked the door and shut it behind me. He made it to the door right before I could lock it, so I had to do my best to hold it closed while trying to turn the lock. As I did, the man screamed all sorts of obscenities at me, telling me that he was going to unalive me. As the door opened outward, I quickly pushed it towards him, knocking him on the ground. Before he could realize what had happened and recover, I was able to get the door closed and locked. I immediately called the police. The guy left after the door was locked, but the police picked him up pretty quickly. I really wanted a PlayStation 4 when it was originally released. I tried everything to get one as quickly as possible. The local Best Buy was having a Black Friday sale, and I stood in line, waiting to get one. I was nowhere near being lucky enough to actually get one in this method. I then tried getting one online. As much as I wanted one, the people on eBay and Amazon who were reselling them were asking way too much money, and I couldn't afford them. After several days of trying my best to find a way to get one, I had come to the conclusion that it wasn't going to happen. It was then that I thought that I came across a bit of luck. Going through Craigslist, I found that someone was selling their PlayStation 4, and at no more than the original buying price of the system. I, of course, was skeptical. I couldn't understand why they would do that. Also, I figured as in demand as the system happened to be, that someone would have claimed it right away. I immediately emailed the seller and let them know that I was very interested and hoped that they still had it. I was surprised to get an immediate response that they did still have the PS4 and would be willing to sell it to me. They asked for my address so they could bring it over. I was sort of hesitant and asked if it would be better to meet in public. I wasn't too keen on the idea of someone coming over to my house. He let me know that he was going to be very busy all day and that he couldn't keep an appointment in public. It would be much better if he came over to my house. I was still not really ecstatic about the idea, but I really wanted that PS4. I agreed and gave the guy my address. I figured it was safer than me going over to his place. This whole exchange took place at about 9 a.m. I was so happy and really eager to get my PS4. My eagerness only grew as I began waiting for the guy to show up. I not only began waiting for him, I waited for him for a long time. Hours passed by, and I began to think that he wasn't going to come. Around 2 p.m., I had gotten really impatient. I tried emailing the guy back, asking him where he was. Previously, I had gotten very quick responses from him, but I didn't get any this time. Around 6 p.m., I had lost all hope. I figured that most likely he got a better offer from someone else and just didn't want to tell me. I was disappointed, more than I can possibly even tell you. I couldn't even tell you how deflated I was. It's one thing to not have gotten the item from the store. I could come to terms with that. But I was so close to having one in my hands, and I didn't get the PS4. And that was the scariest thing to ever happen to me. Just kidding. For the rest of the night, I kept looking around on Craigslist to find a new PS4 that was within my price range. I wasn't able to find anything, and before I knew it, I had wasted the entire day and entire evening with this search. It was past midnight, and I just had nothing to show for the day. I got ready for bed, and that was when I heard something. At first I dismissed it, thinking it was my imagination. Then I heard it again, and someone was knocking at my door. I walked up to the door and looked out the window. There was a guy standing there, and I asked who he was. He identified himself as the guy who had the PS4. He apologized for being so late and told me that he had gotten caught up during the day. He asked if I had the money. I opened the door but kept the screen door closed. I told him I had the money, but I didn't see that he had anything with him. I asked if he brought the PS4 with him. He told me it was out in his van. He told me to get the money and come out to the van with him and he would get it for me. I let him know that I wasn't really comfortable walking out to his van, and he told me it was all right. I looked over his shoulder and saw that someone was in the van waiting, and he had been keeping his hand in his hooded sweatshirt all the time while talking to me. There was something more than just his hand in there. I told him I'd go get my wallet and come back. He protested as I closed the door in his face and then locked it. I was too uncomfortable with this, and I went over to my phone to call the cops. As I did, I heard a loud bang on my front door. Then after a few moments, I watched the van drive away really fast. When I went to check and see if he damaged my door,
I nearly fainted as I saw a knife embedded into the door itself. I was right that he had something in his sweatshirt, and that I shouldn't go out to the van with him. Normally, I don't go out Christmas shopping on Black Friday. I know there are deals to be gotten, but the actual amount of people who get them is pretty low. It sometimes seems that more negativity comes out of it than anything. I did go out on Black Friday once, and honestly, the experience kept me from ever even considering doing it again. This was a few years back. The big Christmas gift that year was a game called Uno Attack. It was supposed to sell out pretty quickly, and my nephew really wanted one. So I decided for the first time ever to brave the Black Friday crowd and see about getting one. I waited outside the store in line for it to open. The entire time I kept wondering why people were so fanatical about doing this. It was cold, and although I was reasonably bundled up, it didn't help that I had to spend so much time not moving. In addition, people were in terrible spirits, which seemed to take the spirit away from the event. Some people would try to cut in line, which only made the people already in line crabbier than they were. When the store was getting closer to opening, I noticed that there was someone from the store headed out and talking to each person in line. When they got to me, I realized he was handing out tickets, indicating who would be able to buy an Uno Attack game. He asked me if that was why I was here, and I told him yes. He told me that I was lucky because I was getting the very last ticket. Of course, this caused some groaning and swearing from the people behind me. Although I hated the idea that there would be a lot of children who wouldn't be getting the toy they wanted, I was elated. That was until this guy got out of line and walked up to me. He came up immediately after the coworker left. He first offered to buy the ticket from me. I told him no because it wasn't a matter of money. It was me trying to make my nephew happy. He then started telling me that his son really wanted the toy. I countered with letting him know that my nephew also really wanted the toy. When I kept refusing, he started telling me other stories, such as his son was really sick, but I could tell he was just doing his best to make me feel guilty. From further back in the line, a few other people began telling the guy to leave me alone. He got into a shouting match with several of them. Eventually, the guy stomped away, but not before telling me, "I'll get that toy." I tried not to think about it. I went in, claimed the Uno game, and did some more shopping. I figured that since I had spent so much time outside waiting that I should try to get as much done as I could. When I was done in that store, I went back out to my car. I put all the toys in my trunk, and then I walked over to the bookstore in the strip mall in order to get some other items. When I began walking back to the car the second time, I paused when I noticed the man from earlier was leaning on my car. I began feeling tense, knowing that the guy was going to confront me again. He was much bigger than I was, but I decided that I couldn't let him intimidate me. As I got closer to my car, he noticed me and smiled. He reached into his pocket, and I assumed that he was reaching for his wallet. But it only took a moment before I saw that it was a pocket knife, and he flipped it open. I immediately stopped. I couldn't imagine the guy would be stupid enough to try and threaten or stab me in a busy parking lot. But I didn't want to test that theory. So I turned and quickly ran back to the store that I had bought the Uno game in. I let the store security know what happened, and they gave me an escort out to the car. The man was gone, but I was still shaken. I was more shaken when I noticed knife marks on the lock for my trunk, and that the trunk was dented. There were also deep scratches in my driver's side window. I never went out on Black Friday again. I was picked up from my grandma on our way home, and we had to stop at Walmart for my mom's boyfriend, who I'll call Matthew. He needed diapers for his son. We parked and he went inside. He was over in the food aisle because he decided to get his kid food too, when he realized there was a man staring at him. He didn't say anything to him and just walked away after he got what he needed. He then walked down to the baby aisle. He was grabbing the diapers he needed when he saw the man staring at him again. This time when he saw the man, he said, "Hey dude, can I help you?" The man didn't reply, so Matthew went over to look for a hammer because he was gonna build a pen for our chickens. The hardware aisle was across the store, so Matthew headed over there. He was looking for what he needed when he saw the man staring again. So this time, Matthew said, "Dude, what the heck? Can I help you?" He grabbed the hammer and walked away. He went to the checkout when the man that was following him walked right up to him behind him and stood in line. At this point, Matthew didn't know what the heck the man's problem was, but he didn't want to be a part of it. As he was getting back into the car, the man was following him. He opened the truck door and got in. The man finally stopped and got into his own car. As we were driving home, we had no problems. But when we got home, the man from the store's car was parked across the street from our house. He never made a move on us, but it creeps me out to know that he knows where we live. I've thrown one punch in my life. It was on Black Friday. So it was the year that the Xbox 360 came out. I was standing in line to get some external hard drive next to the video games. And there was this 11-ish-year-old kid with a woman in her 60s. He was waiting for his 360 bundle. The woman before him had gotten the last one. Sighs all around. Then he says, "Nope, one more," and begins the motion of handing it to the kid, and this guy comes out of nowhere and pushed the older woman and the kid. The kid hit his face on the edge of a video game rack. You know, the one with the metal and plastic dividers. At 19 years old, I don't know what came over me, but I instantly swung for the dude's head and caught him right in the temple, sending him into a Keurig tower in the middle of the aisle. Everyone froze, including me. The guy had dropped the 360 and got up and walked away. I slid it with my foot to the kid, and he didn't say anything either. Best part was, as I still wanted the hard drive, I turned to get back in the end of the line. At the same time, the rep who's in charge of handing out the other items, such as the hard drive, asked who was next. The first two people in line just pointed at me, causing me to skip about 5 spots in the line. A couple of years ago, when the sale started, there was a surge of people trying to get their stuff. One lady got knocked down, and her pin went straight into her neck, thankfully missing the jugular. The messed up part is no one tried to help. They just walked over her to try to get their crappy deal items. An associate that saw it happen had to stand over top of her to protect her from getting trampled. When the ambulance crew arrived, they had to literally shove people out of the way because no one would move. People suck. I haven't told this story in a while. So I worked for Mrs. Fields Cookies at my local mall during Black Friday, back when I was in high school. Our manager got called to a store in a different city because a manager had very severely hurt themselves melting chocolate for their chocolate-dipped cookies. I end up having to work for the majority of the day with an equally lazy buddy of mine, slinging cookies and taking orders for cookie cakes, while the mall was packed. Around 4 in the afternoon, and about $1,600 in sales, a gentleman in a button-down Mrs. Fields Cookies shirt comes to our counter, telling us he had to do a midday drop for us for whatever money we had taken in the day. I let him in the back. He tinkers for a second on the computer and ends up taking our deposits. So now it's an hour before closing time. My boss is now back to our location to help us close. He starts going through our paperwork and money and realizes we are about $1,600 short. I explained to him that Mr. So-and-so came at our location to do a midday drop since he didn't work. He told me Mr. So-and-so doesn't exist and calls the corporate office. Turns out, this guy had gone to over a dozen Mrs. Fields in the same area and robbed around $10,000 worth of money. They never figured out who it was. I ended up being fired over it with my buddy. We stole a giant cookie cake as compensation. Definitely worth it. An 80-year-old grandma tackled and then bear-maced a woman over fleece fabric at my store. The old lady wanted a cancer pink ribbon fabric, and the woman she ultimately tackled had called ahead and ordered a bulk amount of it because she works for a cancer organization and makes blankets for cancer patients. The woman was wheeling a cart in the store with several large bolts of fabric in it, which she had special ordered, and we put it in the cart for her so she could continue shopping. The old lady sees that this woman has all the bolts, and it isn't right that she's hogging the entire stock of that particular print. The woman explains the situation and that she in fact special ordered these, and that the reason she was coming back in on Black Friday to purchase them is because they were a major Black Friday promotion at 60% off. The old lady continues to yell at the poor woman. The woman very calmly keeps trying to reassure her that she is not taking any of the store stock, and that she makes blankets for dying women with breast cancer. She's a very street store regular who pays out of pocket for all the blankets, and so my store held the fabric for her until Black Friday, when she would come in and purchase them with her coupon. The old lady doesn't care. She whips out mace and tackles the woman. The old lady gets kicked out of the store. She'd come in once every couple of months, give me the stink eye, and then rebelliously write down receipts from home and food magazines so she wouldn't have to buy them. Then she'd scurry out and come back in a few months. At a local Walmart, they started pulling the pallets of Black Friday stuff out on Thursday. I had to go get corn. Ended up at like 3 different places till I found some. Well, these pallets were all set up in the middle of the store, with plastic wrap all the way around. So, easily cut the plastic and you're good to go. So Black Friday comes around, and people are obviously outside the door. Well, some people apparently realized what Walmart was doing, so they took the liberty of bringing their own razor knife to cut the plastic, so they didn't have to wait for an employee to do it. So the doors open, everyone rushes in, and for some reason they didn't have them all unwrapped yet. Well, these people are so violent over these sales that the one employee ended up getting cut on his arm and a few other minor cuts from people with razors. Cops are called. 3 people get arrested. The employee ends up getting like 15 stitches in total. Too long didn't read. Some people who shop at Walmart will cut you to get a good deal. Years ago, I got hired as seasonal help for Toys R Us. It was before they redesigned the stores into their current cluster crap, and everything was in long aisles. I got stuck in aisle 1, which was board games, and on one side of the big glass case of video games on the other. This was the year that the Super Nintendo came out, so we had one behind the glass with a controller outside, so you could try out Super Mario Land. I'm up on a ladder getting more copies of Crocodile Dentist down to restock the lower shelves, and I hear some yelling. I look down and 2 kids are shoving each other in front of the SNES. They start swinging at each other, and the parents intervene, only to start fighting themselves. I slide down the ladder, and my manager rushes over to try and stop things from getting worse. One of the parents had a bat in his cart, and hits the other guy square in the back, knocking him into the display cabinet, shattering the glass and cutting him up really good. The guy with the bat realizes what he did and grabs his kids and tries to make a run for the door. Management was trying to block him from leaving as they went and got the cop that was outside directing traffic. The police came in and wrestled this guy to the ground while his kids watched. He resisted and got a serious beatdown in the middle of the store. The other guy that went through the glass was cut up and bleeding really bad. He ended up losing an eye over the whole thing. After this was all over, we had to lock up the SNES, and you could only try it out if management opened the case for you. The other really messed up part of this whole thing was that people were taking toys out of the cart of the cut-up guy as EMS worked on him and his kids sat there crying. One woman even tried to take the blood-splattered demo SNES out of the broken case to try and buy for her kid. People are heartless, mindless sheep when it comes to cheap crap. Ever since this, I spend my Black Fridays at home. Around 10 years ago, I worked for Best Buy. I was hired as a seasonal employee while in college, and actually enjoyed working there most of the time. Unfortunately, Black Friday ended my enjoyment for the big box retailer. The year the PS2 came out, I was in charge of issuing the systems to customers with vouchers, the ones who stayed all night camping out. The customers would approach me, and I kept 2 systems in my arms at a time, and would go from the stockroom to the floor in order to give out each system. On one trip out of the stockroom, a gentleman, early 40s, approached me and proceeded to try to yank a system out of my hands and run with it. As an aside, I'm no small fellow. As the immature gentleman attempted to grab and go, I simply tightened my grip and calmly said, "Your ticket first, sir." He rebutted with, "I don't have a ticket and I don't need one. I seen this thing first, so it's mine." After a brief explanation of the voucher system, the man and his wife only seemed more angered that I refused to surrender the PS2. To really convince me to give him the system, the gentleman proceeded to say, "Okay, well I guess I'll just have to fight you for it." Perhaps of my own naivete or the adrenaline, I responded, "Sounds great, let me clock out first and I'll meet you outside shortly." A little taken back by my response, the gentleman started to profusely apologize and even teared up, giving me a sob story over why he deserved it. Of course, I didn't surrender the system. Needless to say, this was one of the reasons I did not hang around Best Buy for much longer. Sheer stupidity. A grown man trying to fight a 19-year-old who made $8 an hour for a video game system. Brilliant. I had just undergone shoulder surgery the day prior to Thanksgiving. My boss told me I had better show up, and I liked my job at Circuit City at the time. Not for the job, but for the coworkers. So I showed up at 5 a.m., just hours post-op. I was there in a shoulder sling, popped a Percocet and started the day. My job was to handle the computers, so I dealt with the onslaught of people pushing me over to get free CDRs. Literally pushing me over. I fell down on my shoulder after some mother pushed over a little kid. No lie. To squelch the pain, I took a Percocet. Around 9 a.m., a man came in wanting to buy a CRT monitor. You know, those big heavy ones. He had a bunch of other items and wanted me to carry the monitor out to his car. I objected, but he started getting upset, so I dragged the monitor with my good arm and put it into the cart. I pushed it out to his car, put the monitor in, and the guy drove away without thanking me. I turned around and bumped into a customer with my bad arm. This sent a discharge of extreme pain running throughout my body, so I went inside and took a Percocet. Flash forward to around 11 a.m. Customers look like blurs, and I find myself drooling a little bit. A customer comes up and asks where he can find the monster cable. I found the idea of a monster cable to be hilarious, so I laughed maniacally in his face. He backed away and asked another employee. I then proceeded to sit on a computer box and tell stories about the adventures of Black Fridays of yore. Customers guarded their children. Nobody bothered me. This went on for a good 10 minutes in real time, which felt like 3 hours to me. The manager in my department walked over to me, grabbed my good arm, and escorted me out of the building. She looked at me and said, "I'll see you tomorrow at 8. I missed my next shift. I worked in an Ulta cosmetics store a few years back, and everything was crazy, but good so far. Well, a group of teenage girls came in with huge bags and went straight to the perfume section. Then on top of that, they were cussing loudly and a lot, and were just generally disrupting everything. Well, my manager goes over there and just calmly asks them to quit cussing and talking so loudly. And they erupted and screamed and hollered like uncivilized farm animals. My manager then, of course, told them to leave the store. Well, at one point, I was close to the door, along with pretty much all the other employees trying to call the police/assess the situation, when this one chick who had been the main one screaming pulled out mace and sprayed my manager straight in the eyes, and then proceeded to do a spray over towards my area with the rest of the employees. Unfortunately for her, there was a huge guy there with his wife, and he straight up tackled her and put her in a headlock, while her friends ran away as fast as they could. The cops ended up having to tase her in the parking lot because she tried to bite an officer. Crazy stuff. I have never seen anyone behave like that over anything. I haven't worked in retail since. My first and only Black Friday was my worst. I was 18 and working in digital imaging at Best Buy. To keep the story short and sweet, there was your typical awful $100 laptop that people were flipping their crap over on Black Friday. I saw a mother tell her 10-year-old son to run into the horde of idiots to grab one, thinking his youth would save him from any harm, I guess. The kid actually manages to wiggle his way through the crowd and grab one, only to be picked up under the arms by a 20-year-old, and no joke, thrown backwards into a display of flash drives. The 20-year-old grabs the laptop from the kid and runs like the wind. Kid cries. The mom, hearing her son cry but unable to see him, proceeds to flip her crap. She looks at us at the cash registers like we are responsible and starts to scream at us to call the cops. I don't know what to think about the whole ordeal. Of course, the 20-year-old is a jerk and is probably the worst person in this story. But the mom is what always agitated me. What in God's name was she thinking bringing her kid to a 4 a.m. shopping like this, in hopes his bright-eyed, cheerful face would protect him from a typical Black Friday madhouse? The story does have a happy ending. I got the crap out of retail and never had to experience another one of those ever again. What happened to the mom and son and the other guy? I honestly don't even know. I worked at Starbucks, and Black Friday there is a little scary. Everyone at the mall wanting to get coffee and get back to the lines for the big stores. I was the person on the door, helping people stay in a semi-organized line as they rushed in. These two middle-aged ladies are arguing about who got there first. Then they started pushing and screaming about getting back to Target in time. Then, Crazy Lady number 1 takes a coffee cup off the shelf and trucks it at Crazy Lady number 2's head. Only she doesn't hit Crazy Lady number 2. She hits innocent bystander number 1, who retaliates by grabbing stuff off the condiment bar and throwing it at both crazy ladies. This shortly becomes a free-for-all of people throwing stuff. I, being pretty small and not willing to jump into a group of people chucking stuff, hid behind the counter with my coworkers and called security and the police. We let them sort it out. and ended up closing and serving coffee to the police and security guards while we cleaned up the mess. This is one of my worst stories from my years of retail. I was working for a media play during Black Friday. They were going out of business, so there were just liquidation prices, no sale prices. We had made a tower of MP3 players that were moderately priced and put them by the front door. I think they were like $20 each or something like that. This was back when 512 megabytes were the ones that were just starting to be phased out. People start to line up outside the door at 4 a.m. We don't open until our normal 10 a.m. time. About 8 a.m., they start banging on the door. My manager explains that we don't open for another 2 hours, and things start to get a little rough outside. At 10 a.m., we open the doors a little later than the rest, but at least we open. Leading the pack is an elderly woman who looked to be 100, sporting a walker. She waddles into the store, running with her walker, and dives for the MP3 player pyramid that we'd put up, literally throwing herself into it with her arms out, frantically grabbing all that she can get her hands on. She hits the ground hard, and people start to flood the store. A few of them step on her. Being the normal-sized retail zealots we are, we just sat there and watched the flood come in. Meanwhile, on the floor, the fossil that hit the ground hard is suddenly clutching her chest. We're all looking at each other trying to figure out what to do, so we try to help her up. She falls to the ground. Cycle repeats 2 more times, until we finally realize it's time to call the paramedics. During this entire endeavor, she's holding 3 MP3 players and absolutely refuses to let them go. My coworker dials 911, and the paramedics rush over with a gurney moments later. They're loading her onto the stretcher, and she's moaning about Christmas presents while still clutching the MP3 players. The paramedics determined that between the excitement and throwing herself on the floor, the woman had triggered a heart attack. Let me say that one more time. This woman gave herself a heart attack diving for MP3 players. The paramedics wheel her out and get her to the hospital. It wasn't a major one, but she outright refused to drop the merchandise at any given time. It went in the ambulance with her. My boss went to visit her in the hospital later that day in uniform, and her first words were, "Oh my God, please don't press charges. I promise I'll pay for it right now." The MP3 players were sitting on her nightstand next to her bed. It had apparently taken a sedative to get her to let go of them. By far, this is the most memorable Black Friday story I have, simply because there was nothing quite like watching a 500-year-old antique dive at a tower of MP3 players. This one year when I was 15, I worked at Walmart shelf stocking. This time, we happened to have this doll on sale for $19.99. Toys R Us had the same doll for $79.99. This was in 03 or 04. Anyways, people knew about this. I mean, people were lined up outside 5 hours before open. This wasn't just your regular bargain shoppers. This was a bunch of middle-aged women who have been standing in the cold for like 5 hours for this doll. And of course, the few normal bargain shoppers in the mix also. 15 minutes before open, you start hearing this loud bang and crack. So a few of us started to go see what was happening. They were ramming the door. 200 cold people were trying to take down the gate to the kingdom. 5 minutes later, you hear the loud snap. They broke through the doors. Everybody rushes the store. It's not even open yet. Nobody is at their cash register. But it doesn't matter. 300 plus people think it's okay to go in through the door that just popped off its hinges. There was a huge rush of people flooding the store. I've never seen anything like it, and I've worked retail in total for almost 10 years now. Now, there are a few things that happened here. First, we had to call an ambulance, as there was one of our elderly customers, a very nice old man, who always made people smile. He was near the front entrance. He was in the front line of the Battle of the Bargains. He fell to the floor and got run over by countless people. Nobody stopped to help. He just got stepped on. He had a broken hip, broken ribs, and countless bruises and cuts, because people getting stepped on in high heels will really mess you up. At the same time this was happening, I head over to the toys section where the 3 pallets of these dolls are setting, and what do I see? A crazy woman swinging violently her cane, claiming the whole lot of them, screaming things like, "I've been here for 8 hours. I brought $5,000 and I'm getting them all. If you want some, you're going to have to buy it from me." She was crazy. She hit 2 employees and many customers. Our security guard Robin was there though. Robin is awesome. She's small, but she was built, and she was trained in martial arts. But you'd never know it because she wore baggy clothes. Robin gets up to the front of the crowd and just said, "This is strike 2. I want you to leave now, or else I'm having you removed." At this point, the cops were already on their way. Of course, she screams out, "Bring it on. You can't take me." So Robin did the most unusual thing I've ever seen. She slowly walked up to her, put her hands in her pockets, and throws 3 to 4 bouncy balls on the floor. Crazy lady was a little thrown off and looked at the balls. Robin, in all of her awesomeness, snapped the cane out of her hands while simultaneously smacking her with it on her arm, spun her around and held her arms behind her back, no handcuffs, until the cops showed up a minute later. The rest went pretty well. We sold out of dolls in minutes, limit 1 per customer. This was definitely my craziest Black Friday story. I have 4 very short, but equally crazy Black Friday stories. 1. I once watched an old lady, approximately 75 to 80 years old, deck a guy and completely lay him out over the last toaster that was only 15% off of original price. She then proceeded to deny it by being sweet and acting frail. Her bruised hand determined that was a lie. Story 2. One woman thought that it was a good idea to break the glass on the game display case to get the games rather than asking for me to unlock them. As she cradled her bloodied elbow and forearm, she yelled at me for not using tempered glass. "Sorry, lady. Didn't realize that someone would be using their arm as a battering ram on my cabinets." Story 3. We had a trampling occur when an extremely plump woman was attempting to reach something on a shelf from the seat of her electric cart, and took a tumble and could not get up. No one really seemed to care, and it took 9 employees to clear the area and get her up. She tried to sue. And story 4. Finally, had a man make an attempt at walking out of the store with a gallon of milk and a 14-pound turkey in his pants. Needless to say, assets protection was waiting for him at the front door. It was hard for them to apprehend the guy as they were all laughing so hard. I could probably think of more given a little bit of time, but I've tried to block out the horror of Black Friday the best I could. I worked at Target for 5 years as an electronics team lead, and I saw some gnarly stuff. The worst, though, was one particular Black Friday. Whenever I saw a man throw a 42-inch TV at another man for cutting in line. The man that received the Westinghouse to the face received a concussion and several stitches, while the thrower got multiple blows to the face from surrounding customers, an assault charge, and at least 1 night in county jail. Good times. Christmas Eve in a mall, just about as busy as Black Friday. I was a store manager for a local toy/collectibles store. Well-off looking middle-aged woman, fake blonde hair, overly tan, loads of makeup, huge earrings, Louis Vuitton purse, designer jacket, etc. Comes in with a kid that looks like he's 6 or 7. For a little while, all is well, until the kid starts throwing things everywhere. Mother doesn't say a word. I politely get the kid's attention and tell him to stop. He may break things. The mother flips out, screaming at me that I can't tell her kid what to do and how I'm not his parent. I tell the woman to calm down or I'm throwing her out. She demands to speak to the manager because she doesn't speak to the help. I tell her that I am the store manager and to get out. Enter the father, overhearing the commotion. He's like a carbon copy wannabe rich guy of his wife. Looks like ex-military with a short fuse. He's already in a rage, calling me an $8 an hour jerk and minimum wage slave. I tell both of them to get out before I call security. He thinks I'm bluffing, saying, "You won't do it, you minimum wage jerk." Security is on speed dial, and I request their help. The family walks out of the store when they see me pick up the phone and stands in the doorway blocking other customers. While on the phone, I overheard the dad telling his kid why he needs to go to college, so he doesn't end up like that lazy hippie. I'm angry now and approach them, still staying in my store boundaries, however, while my coworker pleads for me to not go near them. She's terrified. I approach and demand that they get out of my doorway. The father starts to taunt me. "You won't hit me, you minimum wage jerk." I tell him nope, security will take care of that for me. "You scaredy cat," he says, then hauls off and punches me. A fight breaks out. I'm not a fighter and I got my butt handed to me. Security shows up and takes them away. As security is escorting them away, I tell the father, "Look at the great example you set for your kid and the kids in my store." There was a crowd of kids that got gathered around a huge stuffed Pikachu. I'm not proud of this, but I looked at his kid and said, "Your daddy is a bad man." They were forever banned from the mall, and I haven't seen them again. And this is the reason that I hate the commercialization of Christmas. I worked as the head of sales for Shopco in Utah, back when they still had lead sales in the electronics department. I was working Black Friday when Nintendo thought it would be a good idea to release the N64 with the gold Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time cartridge on Black Friday. Nintendo targeted specific markets in specific states for the release of this package, and as there were a lot of well-to-do yuppies living around the store, we received 60 of them, the most in the Salt Lake City Valley. The Shopco's agreement with Nintendo, we had to inform customers of what we had for several weeks by word of mouth. Needless to say, word spread quickly. The day of the sale came, and we had hired security to escort myself and the other employees into the store. There had been several break-in attempts overnight, and the line to be able to get into the store had stretched over a mile long. This was back in the days when that big of a line was unheard of. Of course, this was sandy Utah during November, and this means the weather had decided to snow, and snow it did. The accumulation by the time that I and the other employees had arrived was a little over 2 feet at our location. The tempers of the soon-to-be shoppers were clear in their eyes, reminiscent of a herd of bison watching a mountain lion from the tree line in Yellowstone National Park. The mooing of the herd was audible. We decided to print numbers and hand them out. First come, first serve, down the line. We called out the numbers in order so that the customers would come in small groups and not rush over each other to get into the store and risk trampling the staff or each other. The plan was to call out numbers, 10 at a time, every 90 seconds, and escort the customers into the store. It surprisingly worked for the first 30 customers, but some in the crowd had been keeping score, and when they realized that all of those first customers were likely to head straight for the electronics department, someone shouted, "There's only 30 left." The line surged as one massive, hungry bulk towards the door, like some hungry shaggoth. and it was all we could do to get the staff out of the way, and our store manager immediately called for ambulances in case of injury. Surprisingly, almost none of the first groups of shoppers came into electronics, but when the surge hit, the levees broke. A great mass of greedy, yuppie, gut-laden Utahns, screaming like the seagulls from Finding Nemo, with a rising chorus of mine, 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 rolled straight for the artistically stacked circular Nintendo display, and proceeded to rip the carcass apart for their necessary sustenance. We sold out of every Nintendo product in less than 6 minutes. The adrenaline was like nothing I'd ever experienced. I was running a cash register, answering phones and breaking up fights all in the same breath. An hour, then 2, then 3 passed in the span of 5 minutes. My frequently asked questions immediately changed from "the Nintendo aisle is over there" to "I'm sorry, we've sold out. No rain checks, by contract with Nintendo." This was no controlled chaos. This was a full-on Viking incursion that had met resistance from vandal raiders head first. In the midst of the storm, I heard the slavering roar of Nintendo. Now, used to the cacophony, I threw my canned statement and continued running credit cards. "I'm sorry, we've sold out. No rain checks, by contract with Nintendo." What I heard next could be most easily explained as the sound of an avalanche of superheated, pyroclastic lava hitting the largest glacier in the world. My subconscious only barely recognized the sound as human, but instead of being followed by the characteristic wail of, "But my kid's Christmas," the crowd at the register heaved forward and separated all at once. It came on like a great white shark, charging just below the skin of the ocean, and the customers standing in line were lifted and pushed aside, like the water rising before the shark's bulk breaches the surface. The man appeared to be Tongan, or maybe Samoan. I couldn't tell due to the rest of the screaming seagulls still demanding my attention. Even as the man pushed forward, he was not wearing a coat or any kind of warm clothing, just a t-shirt for his upper body and Nike jogging pants. He was obviously a bodybuilder, and his shirt stretched to barely contain his muscle. He reached across the checkout counter with non-concealed rage. Eyes undoubtedly once intelligent had been corrupted with the missionary inquisitor, zeal of capitalism gone horribly mad. He grabbed the front of my work polo shirt and easily lifted my feet off the floor, slightly, and pulled me over the countertop, and pressed his panicked forehead into my skull, and balled up the largest fist I had ever seen, growling, "Zelda, or your face." A tasing is one of the most painful experiences someone can have. Yet, even though I was not tased, the loud crack and sudden explosion of pain was something I was not expecting. I didn't even have to yell for security. He was already there, and jabbed a hand contact taser into the angry customer's side. Crack. I felt the current jolt from the customer's body to mine, and we both hit the floor on our respective sides of the checkout counter. Strong hands lifted my semi-delirious body and popped me up. I had to focus and keep scanning items and running credit cards. It is amazing what adrenaline will do for you when you need it. Finally, as the tide wore down to a steady trickle of mid-morning deal shoppers, I was pumped full of hot chocolate and sent home to recover. No other Black Friday has been that intense since, and I refuse to shop if Black Friday and release day coincide ever since. This combination is an eclipse of the human soul, and to witness it from the side or on news reports gives no experience of the evil reality of this ominous convergence. For being in the middle of the chaos and evil, one chorus alone is audible, and reminds you of what the fate of mankind truly is.